what is the basic difference between economy and economics. So when we talk about this subject, Indian economy and Indian financial system, we must be very clear in our mind that how it is different from the economics. So economics is the social science which studies the production level, the production capacity, the consumption patterns, and along with that what all income levels are there, plus various economic indicators. So it is a subject. Economics is a subject under the category of social sciences. But when we talk about economy, it is the practical implication of your subject economics. Whatever economics is studying, the practical implication in real time will be the concept of economy. So whenever you read in news that Indian economy is doing well, we do not read the headlines like Indian economics is doing well. No, because economics is a subject. The implication, the practical implication of that particular subject will be categorized as the economy. So Indian economy is growing really well. You can say that we are talking about the economy, but it is under the domain of the subject of economics. Fine. So the particular example will be applicable here also when we talk about the definition. So economy, the system of production, trade and consumption, the basis of country's wealth, will be termed as the economy. But when we talk about economics, simply stated, it will be what? It is the social science that will study the production, distribution, consumption of goods and services, and the final, you can say, production of goods and services will be known as the GDP only. The concept of GDP will be studying in module B, but yes, you must be very clear in your mind that what is the basic difference between the economy and economics domain. So the next important point which we must highlight is the present state of Indian economy. As you know that Indian economy is growing at a good pace, at a decent pace as compared to the other world economies. But when we talk about the numbers, the rankings, they are important for our examination. So the first important number will be the rank of India when we talk about the nominal GDP of the entire globe. So India is ranked at 4th position in the latest report of IMF, which has published the World Economic Outlook report, and therein we can say that by the end of 2025, India will be surpassing the country of Japan to become the fourth largest economy of the world. The aim of Indian government is what? That we should breach the threshold, the benchmark of $5 trillion economy. But right now the numbers are not that high. Right now we are sitting at what? 4.19 US dollar. 5 trillion we will become, but it will take time. Next important number is the GDP. When we talk about the comparison with the PPP, that is purchasing power parity, India stands at the 3rd position when we talk about the purchasing power parity scenario across the globe. So these two numbers you must be remembering, because one question has already been asked by the IIBF from here only. Okay, so very important, highly important, I would say. Next, when we talk about the evolution of our Indian economy based on one database, and that database is given by the economist Angus Maddison. That is why this particular database is named after him, Angus Maddison database. And what does this particular database studies or tells us about the world economies? It will tell you about the GDP numbers, the GDP growth. So the trend is very important when we talk about the study of Angus Maddison database. First of all, it will start from 1000 AD till 1600 AD, then 1600 AD to 1700 AD, 1700 AD to 1870 AD, and how the various economies are doing in these particular timelines. So the contribution of India and China in the global GDP, it was what? 50.5% when we talk about the year 1000 AD. Do remember that when we are discussing the data points, do not try to remember them in isolation. Always try to retain the trend, that whether the GDP was rising or it was having a slowdown, whether the GDP numbers are stagnant or they were growing at a good pace when we talk about 1940s. What was the trend? That is very important. Not only data point, but once you remember the trend, you will make sense out of most of these data points. So Angus Madison database, India, China, it contributed 50.5% of the global GDP in 1000 AD. Then in 1600 AD, the share has gone up. Now it is moving upwards in 1600 AD. If you are sitting in 1600 AD, you will notice that there is a significant growth from 50.5%. Now it is 51.4% when we talk about the contribution of India and China combined together towards the global GDP. And simply stated, China accounted for 29%, India accounted for 22.4%. Now this 22.4% is important for the examination, because examiner normally they ask this number only, that in 1600 AD what was the contribution of India when we talk about the global GDP contribution. So it was what, 22.4%, and whether it rose or it was lower in 1700. So definitely in 1700 AD we will see an increase in this number, and from 22.4% it will jump to 24.4%. So India's GDP will be growing in between 1600 AD to 1700 AD. But in the same timeline, China's economy will be having a slowdown. By 1820, India's share had fallen to 16.1%, and 1870 it went down to 12.2%, and further after that number will further slow down. It will be lower as compared to the other numbers. Fine. So you must remember the trend. That is the most important thing. And what was the reason? The economic plunder by the Britishers. Here you can see the trend again. For the sake of simplicity, I have included this particular graph so that you will be able to retain most of these numbers. China and India, these are the two important countries when we talk about the Angus Madison database. So basic characteristics of Indian economy. What are the basic characteristics of any economy? Leave aside Indian economy, any economy. First and foremost, you must know that what is the level of income in your country, because ultimately if you want to see a growth, or you can say GDP growth, then you must have a certain income with the public. Only then the production level will rise. So when we talk about the World Bank classification of economies, World Bank has classified according to the per capita income. The total income of a country divided by the total population of that country will give you what? Per capita income. So if the per capita income is $1145 or less than that, then you will be falling under the country will be falling under the low income category. And if it is more than $14,005, you will be falling under the high income country category. India falls somewhere here between 1146 to 4515 US dollars, because the per capita income of our country hovers around 2300 USD. Fine. For upper middle income country, the range is 4516 USD till 14,005 US dollars. Indian economy falls under the category of lower middle income economy. This particular data is highly important. Two types of questions can be asked. One, who publishes this particular categorization? World Bank. And what all numbers are there, and where does India falls in these numbers? Fine. Basic characteristics, some more important points which you need to remember for the examination. First of all, that services sector, you will find the maximum GDP growth. Fine. Right now in India, you will see that one sector which is contributing towards the maximum GDP of our country, it is the services sector, and it generates nearly 44% of the salaries. And when we talk about other numbers which are important to understand the you can say growth story of our country. So first of all, this particular number of GDP, the projections are 6.3 to 6.8% when we talk about 2025-26. This particular data point or infographic is from the Economic Survey 2024-25. So latest data, I would say. Fiscal deficit, it is right now at 5.6%. Food grain production, 332.3 million tons. When we talk about the food grain production in our country, it is rising, I would say. From 2020 till 2024, we have seen the rising trend. Fine, increasing trend is there in food grain production. Next is your capital expenditure. That is the expenditure which is being done by the union government via its capital account. So capital expenditure right now, it is 3.2% of the entire GDP. Industrial production, 5.9. The growth rate of industrial production is 5.9%. When we talk about the forex reserves, they stand at 634.6 US dollar. Fine, 634.6 billion US dollars. So these are the numbers which you should remember. But what are the numbers which you must remember? The fiscal deficit you must remember. Then you must remember the GDP growth rate. Along with that, you should remember your capital expenditure. This type of data can be asked because we have unit 19th dedicated to your union budget only. Fine. Next, the factors influencing Indian economy. There are various factors starting from your per capita income. It is on the lower side. You have the rapid population growth. Right now we are sitting at the first position when we talk about the population. High rate of unemployment is there, no jobs. Underemployment, jobs are there but not in your specific domain where you have done your educational qualification. Disguised unemployment, the requirement of 10 people are not there to do a particular job, but still you have employed 10 people and the actual numbers should be 7 only. So those 3 people who are doing the job which are not required at all in that particular job scenario, they will be termed as being disguised unemployed. Excessive reliance on the primary sector. We have maximum population working in the primary sector only. But the GDP numbers will be talking about the services sector only, that the India's growth story, GDP growth story will be written by the services sector. So there is a mismatch. Vicious circle of poverty, very important to understand. If you do not have the specific level of income, fine, that is why you are a poor person. Now, if you are poor, you won't be able to have the level of savings which are necessary to have the investment going. So if you do not have the income, how you will save? If you are not saving, how you will invest? And once you do not invest, then how the assets will be created in your country? The assets are not created in the country. That will lead to what? No capital formation again. And once the capital formation is not there, asset is not forming in the country, you won't be having the job opportunities which must be there so that your income will rise. Again, you will be falling in the poor category and the vicious circle will keep on moving. Next, we have rising unemployment. This has been covered in the third point. So what other developments in Indian economy are essential to know when we talk about the unit number 1? Two things are very important: per capita income and total GDP. So if we see the time frame or the timeline between 1600 AD to 1947, this particular timeline is very important, and in this particular timeline only, India's per capita income rose. Definitely it was an increase of 12% for India, but shift your focus towards this number. 553% was the growth rate of the per capita income of Britishers. So between this time, India's PCI per capita income rose at 12% and Britishers enjoyed the percentage growth in PCI as 553%. Huge mismatch, I would say. Contrast is there. India's total GDP during 1600 to 1947 increased by 2.4% only, 2.44, 2.4, whatever you want to call. But for Britain, it was 52%. Here you will see 52% rise. So again, huge mismatch is there. These numbers are important for the examination. Now, one home charges, a particular term is given in the book itself. What is this home charges? In order to, come or compensate for the economic plunder which Britishers did. So in the name of home charges, the looting was going on. Fine. So they were saying to the international media or the international bodies that we are levying certain home charges on the Indian subjects. And what all was included in the home charges? The dividends to East India Company, interest on the loans raised by the government of India in England. So just try to comprehend this fact that what is the role of India in England. Indian people are paying some things, you can say, I would say large chunk of their salaries or their monies to the Britishers to build something in UK. So that makes no sense. Expenditure on the British Army stationed in India, bringing them to India, nobody asked them to do that. Pensions, annuities, retired British officers. So once a particular individual, a citizen has retired, then the responsibility of that particular nation's government falls for your pensions and annuities. But why Indians were paying for that? Payment of your guaranteed interest to railway companies plus salaries of Secretary of State and entire staff. So you can see that all these were being collected by the Indian subjects in the name of home charges. Question can be asked that which of the following are the component of home charges which the Britishers collected from the Indian subjects. So mark this important. IIBF can ask you this question. Next, in 2020-21, the services sector contributed 60.9%. Now, what is this? Why we are directly jumping towards the sectoral classification? This is known as the structural change. Any basic change which is going on in the economy of your country, if it has shifted drastically, then you will say that structural change has happened. Now in India in 1950, you will see that most of the activities, economic activities, revolved around the primary sector and maximum population was employed in that sector only. But slowly, gradually, you will find that a shift has been there and a structural change in Indian economy is noticeable now, that services sector is doing the maximum numbers when we talk about the GDP growth. It contributes maximum to the GDP growth. So share towards GDP, tertiary, then secondary, then primary. That is the trend. For working force, the highest you can say working population is employed in the primary sector, then tertiary, and then secondary. Fine. Services sector drives the industry and the overall economy of our country. That is the you can say perception and actual scenario of the Indian economy. And why the services sectors? The services sector is is contributing most towards the GDP growth thanks to the FDI, the foreign direct investment, which started with the LPG reforms or the economic reforms of 1991. Okay, so now it's your turn to tell me that do you have any doubt, any kind of doubt, and if you do not have any doubt, just tell me the answer to these questions. We have two questions right now. So according to Angus Madison database, which among the following statement is correct? So first statement says GDP share of India in the global GDP has increased between 1680 to 1700 AD. We have seen that India's share has risen to approximately 2% between this time period. So this is correct. Fine. GDP share of China in India in global GDP decreased between 1600 to 1700. No, it increased again. So this is a wrong statement. GDP share of India in global GDP decreased between 1600 to 1700 AD. We have already seen in A statement. So this is wrong. GDP share of India in the global GDP risen to 34.4% or 24.4%, right? So it was 24.4%. That is why this is also a wrong statement. Correct answer will be what? Option A. That will be the right answer. Okay, I hope that most of you have given the same answer only, because see, once you are investing some time in a particular session, study session, then you should not have any doubt. Whatever we have discussed here, you must be able to implement that particular concept in your self-study as well. Next question, Indian economy is ranked dash in the world in terms of GDP purchasing power parity. So we have just seen that India ranks third only after the USA and China. India will be the country having the highest PPP. So third will be the right answer, option C. Okay. Basic definition of economic planning. What do we mean by economic planning? Simple definition given by Mr. Dickinson. He was what? An economist, the British economist H.D. Dickinson, and he defined economic planning as the making of major economic decisions. What and how much is to be produced. Whenever we talk about the economy as a particular domain, we talk about the production levels and what kind of production level must be there. They are an important part of your economic planning. So what and how much is to be produced and to whom it is to be allocated. Everybody knows that the funds allocated or the resources which are being allocated by the government, they are allocated or redirected towards the citizen of the respective countries by the conscious decision of the determinant authority. Who is the determinant authority here? The government, various governments of different countries, on the basis of a comprehensive survey of the economic system as a whole. So Mr. Dickinson, what he wants to state here, he just wants to tell us that the economic planning is not an isolated concept. You must be very clear that what are the fund allocation towards various section of your society or the country as a whole. Along with that, when we redirect the various resources to different entities of our country, we must see that what is the potential of our country, how many resources we have, how much you can say we have made in the past year, and how we will be fulfilling the needs of the people in the future years. At home, the NPC, that is National Planning Committee, set up in 1938 by the Indian National Congress, it defined the planning in India as your planning under the democratic system. So one major difference between the normal definition of economic planning and economic planning, when we talk about the Indian scenario, it will be the social objective. So social objective, how we define the social objective and why it is necessary for our country, because our country deals with various issues, be it the poverty, be it the poor healthcare services, be it the substandard education services, and so on. So we must ensure that the funds which we have, we allocate those funds towards these services as well, and ultimately develop our economy along with the social development. So this particular definition for India was given by NPC, that is National Planning Committee, and it was set up in 1938 under the aegis of your Indian National Congress. So before independence only, we were very clear in our mind that national planning will be the key focus area for our economy. And why we were so clear? Because our one you can say international partner, that is USSR, adopted the national planning. So from there the idea of national planning started in 1938. When we talk about the types of plans, so first country to introduce the regional planning was United States. So United States started the concept of regional planning in 1916, and after that in 1928 the national planning concept was started by USSR, or you can say Russia. The first 5-year plan of Russia or USSR, Soviet Union, was from 1928 to 1933, and India also adopted this particular model. What is the difference between regional planning and national planning? When we talk about regional planning, separate regions are planning their economic resources for their own. No central government's interference is there. But when we talk about national planning, then central government will be disbursing various resources to different states or different regions of a particular country. So when we talk about India, so India from the day one only, it was very sure, very certain that we need the national planning. Okay, so types of plan done. Now let's move on to the objectives of economic planning. What are the basic objectives? That why do we need economic planning for our country? There are 6 major objectives which starts from the first one being your economic growth. Without economic growth, you cannot sustain your economic development, and these two terms will go hand in hand. In upcoming chapters, we will be discussing more about economic growth and economic development, but basically when we talk about economic growth, we talk about the numbers. We are very much interested in the GDP numbers, in the per capita income, in the purchasing power parity, in the employment level. All these numbers will ultimately define the economic growth, and it is one of the major objective of economic planning. Next, poverty alleviation. We must eradicate poverty from our country, otherwise we will be hovering around the vicious cycle of poverty, and we will never be able to come out of the basic poverty level. Employment generation, why it is important? It is very you can say important, because when we talk about the job creation in any country, it will define the asset creation. Ultimately the purpose is creating the asset so that the production level will begin. How? Job creation will give you salary, it will give a stable income, so you will have certain funds, then from those funds you will be saving certain amount on monthly basis. Whatever you have saved on monthly basis, you will be investing that fund, and ultimately that investment, if all the citizens of a country are involved in investing their money, it will do what? Ultimately go into the asset creation, and once the asset is created, production level in the entire country will be rising, and it will lead to what? It will lead to the economic growth. Economic growth, along with that, the funds which are there now revolving in the country, they will define the path for the economic development as well. Public health services and your educational services plus other social services will be ensured only when you have the asset creation, you have a particular production level in your country. So everything starts from the employment generation, that you can say. Social justice and reducing the inequalities, you need to reduce the inequalities, there is no doubt about that. Income inequality is huge in our country, and it can be managed if you manage the economic planning. Self-reliant economy, right now we are sitting as the import-led economy. We must become the export-led economy in order to have that particular orientation that we need to move towards being a developed nation. Once you are importing goods more and your export potential is not that huge, you are spending the money. Fine, you are paying for the bills for those goods and services which you can also produce, and that is the reason why we want to become a self-reliant economy. Last one being modernization of the economy. If the modernization is not at par with the global standards, then nobody will choose your country for the investment purposes. Again, if there is no investment, the funding is not present in your country, you will be having the asset creation at the lowest level. But what we want for the economy to grow, to be at a boom, we want the asset creation to be high. It must achieve the peak if we want to be able to grow as a country. So all these objectives are there when we talk about economic planning. Ultimately, if you are planning your resources as said by Mr. Dickinson, then only you will be able to grow as a country. So basic growth of the country will be ensured via the economic planning. Okay, now next topic which is important to understand, so that while when you will be studying the 12 5-year plans, these terms will not bother you. First of all, the planning commission, the basic structure of planning commission, it was established in 15th of March 1950, and who was the presiding authority there? It was Prime Minister only. In the absence of Prime Minister, Deputy Chairman will be presiding over the meetings. One important you can say entity under the planning commission was NDC, that is your National Development Council. What was the role of this NDC? In order to implement what? Implement the plans, this particular entity was formed, and it was chaired by Prime Minister of our country. You can see here also the erstwhile Prime Minister is heading one of the, you can say, planning commission meetings. Okay, now let's move on to the major objectives of 5-year plan. Actually the initial 5-year plans, I would say. First of all, it was to impart good quality education in our country via establishing the IITs. So 5 IITs were established: Bombay, Delhi, Madras, Kharagpur and Kanpur. Then when we move on to the banking system, for banking, nationalization process was initiated under 2 phases. First phase, the nationalization of 14 banks was done. And what was the deposit amount, deposit threshold under the first phase of nationalization? The deposit amount was 50 CR. That if a particular financial institution is having the deposit potential beyond 50 CR, you will be having what? The nationalization for your particular financial institution. Phase 2, we will be talking about 6 banks. 6 banks were nationalized here. And what was the deposit threshold then? It was 200 crore. So first phase was, you can say, first phase of nationalization happened in 4th 5-year plan. Okay, you must remember this. The year was 1969 and second one in 1980. In the book, it is written that 5th 5-year plan was the plan in which the phase 1 of nationalization of banks occurred. I think it is a misprint, because the right answer will be 4th 5-year plan only. Next, what else you need to remember, because these are the important areas before jumping on to the 12 5-year plans. This particular data right here in front of you, IIBF asked 2 marker questions from these data points only. One question was that out of the following banks, which of the following banks were nationalized in the second phase, of nationalization? And the answer was JAIIB Bank. That was the correct answer. Second, and the 1 mark was from here. Second, you can say the question was that UCO Bank, I think this was the question, that UCO Bank was nationalized in which of the following years, or which of the following 5-year plans? So correct answer will be what? 4th 5-year plan. Okay, so these types of questions were asked in the last exam cycle only. Along with that, this particular threshold of 50 crore and 200 crore was also asked. So various shifts, there were 3 shifts. In one shift, this threshold was asked. In the another shifts, your 5-year plan was asked. Okay, so 6 you can say banks which were nationalized in the second phase. They were Punjab and Sindh Bank, Vijay Bank, then you have the Oriental Bank of Commerce, Corporation Bank, Andhra Bank and your New Bank of India. First phase of nationalization, Dena Bank, then you have United Bank of India, Central Bank, Union Bank, UCO, Canara Bank, Bank of Maharashtra, Syndicate Bank, PNB, Bank of India, BOB, IOB, and then you have Indian Bank and Allahabad Bank. So these banks, you must remember their names, the 14 banks and 6 banks, and the segregation also, because question has already been asked. So it automatically becomes important. Okay. Then the 5-year plans, they talked about one Gadgil formula. What is this Gadgil formula? Like right now in the Niti Aayog, we focus upon the cooperative federalism. We talk about what? That the states must have certain, you can say in the allocation of funds in the economic planning. But earlier, as you know, that national planning includes the allocation of funds by the central government, and there was no say as such of the states. But Mr. Gadgil, Mr. D.Y. Gadgil, he wanted that there must be certain amount of say in the economic planning from the states side as well. That is known as your Gadgil formula, evolved in 1969 for determining the allocation of central assistance for the state plans in India. Then you have Asian financial crisis, AFC. Why it is important? Because after the LPG reforms, liberalization, privatization, globalization, our economy was at boom, fine. And suddenly, after you can say 4 or 5 years, we saw a slump in the economy thanks to this particular crisis. What was the basic reason of AFC? There were 3 reasons. One, the corporate debt in the Southeast Asian economies. Next, credit bubble was there, and lax credit standards or the lending standards were there. Basically what happened that in Thailand, there were no prudential norms which were followed by the banking system, and the loans were disbursed like that only, no documentation, nothing at all. Ultimately, it led to the collapse of their banking system, and the effect spread throughout the Southeast Asian economies. India was also hit by that particular crisis. Rupee tumbled and bad loans began to pile up in the banking sector. We were able to nullify this crisis in our country in 2001, but after that we saw what? Huge influx of FII. So again a new problem crept in. Next we have what is the meaning of BMS, that is basic minimum services, because time and again while you will be studying the 12 5-year plans, you will find this particular term. Basically, the government wants all these 7 services to be delivered to every citizen of our country, starting from safe drinking water, then quality health services or primary health services, you can say, universal primary education, public housing assistance for the shelterless families, homeless families, you can say, nutritional support to the children so that we can curb the mortality rate, the child mortality rate, connectivity of all the villages and habitations, along with that streamlining the PDS, that is public distribution system. These all clubbed together will be known as your basic minimum services. Now let's jump on to the financial resources. Economic planning, we need to do economic planning. How India will be doing the economic planning, we will study separately in the 12 5-year plans. But what is important is the source of funding, how you will be managing the funds so that you can implement the economic plans. There are basically 3 types of financial sources when we talk about India. First one is the domestic budgetary sources, that is the basic taxation. From the taxation, whatever the country is earning or the government is earning, the revenue which is generated, we call it as the domestic budgetary sources. That is a major part. Taxation is a major part. Other parts are also there, but for the examination, for the sake of simplicity, taxation will be the key area. From that, the government will be having some finances so that it can go for the economic plans. Second one, the second important you can say resource in front of government is the deficit financing. You must finance your deficit. And why deficit is being created? Because our country is having huge expenditure, fine, because we have huge population size. The distribution of resources is also huge because of the population size, and we reel under the poverty. So special funds must be disbursed in the form of subsidies, in the form of, you can say, free loans to the poor people, to the poor segment of our society. So how you will be ensuring that this deficit finance, this deficit in the overall economy is not there, which is what? Simply the difference between your revenue, which is low, and expenditure, which is huge. Government will be having 2 or 3 sources from which it will be financing this particular deficit. First one being the public, it will be disbursing the, or you can say issuing the bonds and taking the money from the public. Second one will be the borrowings from the various countries, from the foreign governments. Then we have RBI into the picture, via which government will be having certain resources, direct borrowing from RBI, or for that matter the cash balances of RBI can be utilized by the government. The third one is your again RBI only, fine. These are the 3 basic sources via which government will be financing its deficit. So deficit financing is the second most important source for planning your finances. First one is your domestic budgetary sources, second one is your this one, deficit financing, third one is the foreign assistance. So this is the ranking also, fine. They are in the order of decreasing importance, fine. So, most important domestic budgetary source, then deficit financing, third one is the foreign assistance. And foreign assistance, majorly India is dependent upon the World Bank, and World Bank has 5 institutions under it. Out of that, IBRD and IDA will be providing funding for the Indian government. So these 2 institutions will be providing the maximum funding for your economic plans. Okay. So now let's check our progress, what we have studied in this particular session, and whether we are able to recall whatever we have studied. So the first question in front of you, the dash was the first country to begin the regional planning in 1916. One important thing I want to convey, that do ask the questions in these sessions, because ultimately when you will be asking the questions, when your doubts are clear, only then you will be in a position to start your studies. Leave aside the other things, you must start. Okay. The dash was the first country to begin in the regional planning. Fine. Which country was that? Just now we have studied that it started with USA, and then the next concept was given by USSR. So the correct answer will be what? In 1960 regional planning, your USA, yeah, that is United States of America. Okay, C will be the right answer here. Fine. Next question, which among the following is not a method of deficit financing? We have seen that deficit financing government can do via various mechanisms. One, borrowing from the public, borrowing from the foreign governments, then direct borrowing from RBI, and the cash balances of RBI. Apart from that, we have not seen anything. Here the first option states borrowing from public and foreign governments, borrowing from the RBI, withdrawing the cash balances held with the RBI. Last one is the direct borrowing from private sector. So government of India is not indulged in direct borrowing from the private sector. What is the meaning of privatization then? When we talk about privatization, then if the government supposedly holds a stake of 51% in a particular enterprise, after privatization, it will be shifting all those shares towards the private company or that particular private entity. That is privatization. But direct borrowing, it is not done. So correct answer will be what? Option D, because not a method is being asked in the question. So D is the right answer. Okay. Which among the following sources of funds available for funding economic plans in India contributes the most? So 4 options are given to you. To all of you who are watching this in the recorded format, I want everyone to reply in the comment section that what is your answer, and whether you have any doubt in the theory part or in these questions, do let me know. Okay, which among the following sources of funds available for funding economic plans contribute the most in India? So we have seen there are 3 mechanisms via which government funds its economic planning needs. First one is the domestic budgetary sources, then you have the deficit financing, last one is your foreign assistance. So correct answer will be domestic budgetary sources. Okay, A will be the right answer here. Okay. Now if I ask you one question, in this particular question only, if I shift the options, domestic budgetary sources is there and last option is non-tax revenue. If I just eliminate non-tax revenue and in place of non-tax revenue, I just write this one, tax revenue. Fine. In place of non-tax, let's just have a discussion. If there is written as tax revenue, the last option is tax revenue, then which of the following will be the most important or most relevant, most contribution will be from domestic budgetary sources or tax revenue? That is your homework. Okay. If you ask me, then in module A, it is the most important unit of all of the 11 units which are present in module A. This particular unit has the maximum potential that question can be asked directly. So let's start our discussion. What all priority sectors have been identified in our country? So the first one will be agriculture. Okay, agriculture will be starting with agriculture only. After that, you will have MSME, that is micro, small and medium enterprises, then export credit, social infra, housing and education. Renewable energy is a new entrant thanks to the 2015 MDG expiration and the beginning of the SDGs. India is completely focused towards renewable energy generation. Why? Because we have pledged to go beyond this energy capacity via renewable energy sources. Next we have others category also and weaker section. In weaker sections you will find small and marginal farmers, you will find SHGs, JLGs, Then you will have certain backward classes also. Along with that, certain you can say segments have been created by the RBI which are not having the funding which they require. And why we are studying the priority sector? Why these sectors are known as priority sector? Government wants the banks to ensure lending towards these sectors because it sees the growth potential in these sectors. So growth potential is there in all these sectors. What they lack in? They lack in funding, which will be ensured by the banks. So RBI directly released the master directions, and the updated one was June 21st, 2024, which has been again revised. This particular, you can say, master direction has been revised in March this year only, that is 2025. Now, how things are moving in this particular RBI master direction? We'll be having different classification based on the type of banks. So first of all, there will be banks, that is domestic commercial banks, excluding RRBs and SFBs. Why we have excluded these two? Because they form the separate category in this classification. Along with the domestic commercial banks, you will be studying the foreign banks with 20 or more branches. Second categorization which RBI made was foreign banks with less than 20 branches, then RRBs and small finance banks. So the category here will be total priority sector. Then we will be having agriculture in the next slide. Along with that, your MSME category plus the advances to weaker section. So total priority sector, when we talk about the obligation for the domestic commercial banks, it will be 40% of the ANBC or CEOBE, whichever is higher. What is this ANBC? Adjusted net bank credit. Credit equivalent of off-balance sheet exposure, COBE. So whichever number is higher, that will be earmarked for the total priority sector lending by the domestic commercial banks or foreign banks with more than 20 branches. When we talk about foreign banks with less than 20 branches, they will be having what? 40% of the ANBC or COB, whichever is higher. But one caveat has been added by the RBI, that since you are there with the with less than 20 branches in our country, so your main purpose is the export credit. So you follow your purpose and you can lend up to 32% in export credit segment. But remaining 8% must go towards the remaining 8 priority sectors. Right? Right now we have seen in the previous slide, there are 9 priority sectors, 1 export credit, you have earmarked 32% for that. Remaining 8 priority sectors will be having 8%. Next, RRBs, 75% of ANBC or COB, whichever is higher. Here again, RBI will say to the RRBs that you can lend towards the medium enterprise, social infra and renewable energy up to 15%. In all these 3 sectors, 3 priority sectors, you can lend 15% of your obligation of 75%. The remaining 60% will go towards the remaining 6 priority sectors, like that. Okay. Finally, small finance banks, they will be having the obligation of 75% of ANBC or COBE, whichever is higher. No specific sub-categorization has been defined. So how you will remember for the exam? 40, 40, 75, 75. That is the basic thing, the minimum criteria which you must remember. After that, 32% in your foreign banks with less than 20 branches, 15% in RRBs, that's a different story altogether, but minimum 40, 40, 75, 75 you must remember. Next is the agriculture. Agriculture, the guidelines were revised, fine. March 2025, you will find that RBI added one specific category in the agriculture PSL category. For the domestic commercial banks with along with the foreign banks with 20 or more branches, RRBs and small finance banks, the agricultural part will be applicable. But when we talk about foreign banks with less than 20 branches, no applicability will be there, be it the agriculture, micro enterprise or advances to the weaker sections. Here in agriculture, 18% of ANBC or COB, whichever is higher, was earmarked for your domestic commercial banks along with foreign banks with more than 20 branches, and RRBs and SFBs all have the same percentage when it comes to the agricultural priority sector lending. What is the addition in March 2025? The addition is this: out of 18%, the 14% of 18% basically, it will be to focus towards the NCF category, that is non-corporate farmers. Similar for your RRBs and same is for your SFBs. Now out of this 14%, the 10% will be earmarked for your small and marginal farmers. So remember, in agriculture 18% is the overall target. Out of this 18%, 14% is fixed for your non-corporate farmers. Out of the 14%, the 10% will go towards the SMFs, that is small and marginal farmers. Micro enterprises, all the three verticals will have 7.5% as the obligation. Advances to weaker section, 12% for your first category, domestic commercial banks and foreign banks with more than 20 branches. 12% for your small finance banks, but there is an increase when we talk about the RRBs. So RRBs have the obligation that they must lend minimum 15% of their ANBC or COB, whichever is higher, under the advances to weaker sections. Fine. So how you will remember all these data points? For total priority sector, 40, 40, 75, 75. For agriculture, 18, 18, 18. Micro enterprise, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5. Advances to weaker section, 12 and 12. But for RRBs, since RRBs directly cater towards the weaker section present in the rural areas, so some more, you can say, obligation will be there in the form of 15%. Now let's move on to the definitions of MSME. What is the basic definition or basic classification? How we classify MSME in our country? So when we talk about the manufacturing enterprises and enterprises rendering services, these are the two types of enterprises which are being classified as MSMEs based on the respective investment limit as well as the turnover limit. So when I talk about micro, small and medium enterprise, for micro, your investment should not be more than 1 crore. For small, not more than 10 crore, and for medium, not more than 50 crore. This particular limit was there from 2020 till March 2025. With effect from 1st April 2025, these limits have been revised. Okay. So investment 1, 10 and 50. Annual turnover, just multiply this by 5. You will get 5 crore. Multiply this by 5, 50 crore. Multiply this by 5, 250 crore. These are the limits which you must remember for your examination. This number we have seen 1, 10 and 50 for the investment. For the turnover, the number stands at 5, 50 and 250. But now the revised one, which are with effect from 1st April 2025. How you will arrive at these particular revised limits? Just multiply the old limits for investment by 2.5. So 2.5 times of the old investment limits will give you the revised investment limits. Similarly, for the turnover, just multiply the old limits with 2 and you will get the revised limits. So in a nutshell, if somebody asks you that a particular enterprise will be categorized as the micro enterprise in our country if the investment is not more than dash crore. So it will be 2.5 crore. Small 25 crore investment I'm talking about. Medium 125 crore. Turnover 10 CR for your micro. For small it is 100 crore and for medium it is 500 crore. Why government shifted its focus towards changing or increasing these limits? Because of the growth potential which this particular sector holds. Fine. So more the limits, more are the chances that we will have all the enterprises which are having the growth potential into the net, under the net of MSMEs. And why it is important? So that once they are being classified as MSMEs, now the government initiatives will reach or will be redirected towards those particular enterprises. And once they achieve all those benefits, they acquire all those benefits of the government initiatives, they will be in return giving the growth numbers which government wants. Now let's see one by one some important initiatives for your MSMEs, starting off with the microfinance under Mudra Bank. Now when we talk about Mudra Limited or Mudra Bank or Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, these objectives or these characteristics will remain the same. Full form of Mudra: Micro Units Redevelopment, or you can say Micro Units Development and Refinance Agency. So basically it will be focusing upon the micro units. Fine. Mark this, very, very important. Micro units. Why? Because micro units are having a classification that 2.5 CR for your investment and 10 CR for your turnover. So we are under the Mudra Bank targeting these micro enterprises. So the loan limit will be in between these amounts only, way lower than these amounts, I would say. Launched on 8th April 2015, objective to fund the unfunded. In India, maximum you will find micro and small enterprises. I would say more than 97% of MSMEs are micro and small only. Medium enterprises are very less in our country. So we need to fund the unfunded micro enterprises. Initial corpus 20,000 crore, which was given by the Government of India towards this particular you can say initiative. Credit guarantee which is provided by the government, it was of the amount 3,000 crore. Now whether Mudra Bank is able to do what it was supposed to do, or whether we have achieved the objective which we wanted to achieve via the Mudra Bank. So it has played a pivotal role in empowering the non-corporate, non-farm, small and micro enterprises by providing the loans up to rupees 20 lakh. So you can see that government is very serious about this NCF category, non-corporate farmers category. That is why in the revised RBI master guidelines also you will find a specific category under the agriculture priority sector lending, 14%. We have just seen 14% for the NCF category. Okay. So Mudra Bank or Mudra Yojana, when it was first launched, initially launched, it was for the maximum loan limit was 10 lakh. But last year only in 2024, the government revised the limit. It increased the limit to 20 lakh again because it saw the potential in these particular enterprises. What is the repayment period? When we talk about the repayment period for the term loan or the demand loan, maximum repayment period would be 7 years, or as we call it in banking parlance, that is 84 months. Working capital for 12 months subject to annual review. Now review process is very stringent when we talk about the MSME loans, and there is no doubt that under Mudra Bank scheme or PMMY scheme, these particular loans will be under the review system for a longer period of time, because 7 years is the maximum period. Na? Nil charges are there when we talk about any service charges there or not, inspection charges are there or not, or for that matter, any guarantee fees is there or not. So right now it has nil charges. OD facility, is it available? Yes. What is the amount? Up to 10,000. Now when we talk about the Mudra loan categories, initially there were 3 categories only: Shishu, Kishore and Tarun. This category, Tarun Plus, has been added in 2024. So these categories tell you that up to which amount of loan you can give under various domains. So Shishu category covering the loans up to 50,000, 50,000 till 5 lakh, your Kishore category, Tarun 5 lakh and till 10 lakh. When we talk about Tarun Plus, 10 lakh till 20 lakh will be covered under this particular category. Various categories will be having different characteristics, which is not a part of our syllabus. We need to know all the 4 categories, that's it. Next is your Udyami Mitra portal under the MSME initiatives taken up by the Government of India. It was launched in December 2017 under the regulations of SIDBI, not RBI, I was about to say RBI, regulation of SIDBI. Now you will find n number of schemes related to MSMEs which are being governed or regulated by SIDBI. Why is it so? Because it is the Small Industries Development Bank. And earlier, the small scale industries were there in our country. Later on, the MSME category came into picture. So anyone who wants to start their own business but is afraid of all the expenditure cost can quickly get the financial help as well as the expert guidance. So once you log in to this portal, that is Udyami Mitra, you will find separate ecosystem for the financial help as well as the expert guidance. This screenshot has been taken from the website only, where you can see the knowledge center, SIDBI ecosystem, various schemes are already listed on this particular portal. So if you are a newcomer or you are having no past history of retaining the profits of your business, how you will make a business profitable, then definitely Udyami Mitra portal will help you. If you are falling under the category of MSMEs, if you need the credit for the business expansion, then again Udyami Mitra portal will help you out. What is the address? It is www.udyamimitra.in. Who can apply? Or any individual who wants to kickstart his business, his or her business, or already owns one but comes under the MSMEs. Next important scheme is Pradhan Mantri or Prime Minister Employment Generation Program, that is PMEGP. A very old scheme being implemented by Khadi Village Industries Commission, and you being bankers, you must be knowing about this scheme. Why I am saying this? Because when it was launched way back in 2008, banks were given targets that you must achieve these much targets, 2 loan, 3 loans on daily or weekly basis under PMEGP scheme. So the Government of India approved the introduction of credit linked subsidy. Government will be providing the subsidies if you are availing the loan under this particular scheme, and the year of genesis was 2008. Collateral free loan up to 10 lakh is the limit for your loan. When we talk about the maximum cost of project, it is divided into 2 parts. One, your manufacturing sector, another one your services sector. The maximum limit for the manufacturing sector under this particular scheme is 50 lakh. This is the maximum limit, maximum loan limit which you can avail under the PMEGP scheme. But when we talk about the services sector, it is 20 lakh. These numbers are highly important. Even if these limits are not being asked in the exam, they are highly relevant for you guys being a banker. to generate the employment opportunities in rural as well as urban areas of the country while setting up the new self-employment ventures, projects or micro enterprises. That is the basic aim, to generate the employment. Now, when we talk about the implementing agency, it is KVIC. Already we have discussed that. What is the age limit here? Is there any age criteria? So, above 18 should be the age of all those individuals who want to avail the benefits of this program. When we talk about the educational qualification, whether there is certain educational qualification required to avail this benefit or not, answer is yes, but for a specific limit. If you want to avail the loan beyond 10 lakh, fine, because your project is having the amount of, let's suppose 15 lakh in the manufacturing sector. So beyond 10 lakh in manufacturing sector. And if the project cost is beyond 5 lakh in the business or services sector, then you must fulfill the educational qualification of passing the 8th standard. So 8th standard you must have completed, passed in that. Only then your project cost, if it is beyond 10 lakh in manufacturing sector and beyond 5 lakh in services sector, then you can have the loan under the PMEGP scheme, otherwise not. Next scheme is Spurti scheme. When we talk about scheme of fund for regeneration of traditional industries, simply you need to remember two keywords. One, we will be targeting the traditional industries. What are traditional industries? The old industries, old methods are employed in those industries, be it the small scale industries of post-independence era, or for that matter the tiny industries, plus the cottage industries which are prevalent in various parts of our country. Next, the second keyword which you must remember is the cluster. So the cluster based approach is USP of this particular scheme, clusters. So what government will do here via district administration? Supposingly there is a village V, they will identify 3 or 4 regions in this village V and make various clusters, cluster 1, cluster 2, cluster 3, cluster 4, based on the occupation of the people who are residing in these regions or clusters. Now the government will infuse competition by giving the targets, specific targets to these clusters, that C1 will have the target of making 250 units, C2 300 units, C4 500 units, C3 100 units. And once they will achieve those targets, it will imbibe the feeling of competition in all of them, ultimately leading to the profitability of their business. Yes or no? So that is the main agenda or the crux of cluster based approach in the Spurti scheme. Who is the nodal agency? Again, KVIC, Khadi Village Industries Commission. And there are majorly 2 clusters, one regular cluster and another one is the major cluster, depending upon the number of artisans involved. So if the artisans are within 500, then we will say the cluster will be termed as regular cluster, and the government will be providing you assistance up to 2.5 CR under this regular cluster. For major cluster, the requirement is that the number of artisans involved in those clusters must be 500, beyond 500 in fact. And the government will support you up to a quantum of 5 CR. That is the government's support. 2.5 CR for the regular cluster. For the major cluster, it is 5 CR. Okay. So I hope that you learnt something new via this particular session. As I was telling you earlier also, that unit number 4th is the most important unit in the module A. These are certain important schemes for your unit number 4, but whether these are the only schemes? No. There are n number of initiatives which you must study in unit number 4, and specifically in your book, very small description of all these initiatives is there, but you have to refer to various sources if you want to be in a zone where you have completed the preparation on your own. For comprehensive preparation, you have to refer to various materials, be it the official website of KVIC, official website of Ministry of MSME, official website of Government of India in the planning part. So all these things you have to do on your own. Globalization and what is the meaning of this particular term. A brief history before we jump on to the meaning. History goes like this, that the concept of globalization is an ancient one and it is being there since the 18th century. But in between today's era and the 18th century, there was a pause because of your World War, Great Depression and World War II. It forced a retreat from the globalization and ultimately you were having a kind of deglobalization going across the globe. Trade obstacles were there. But when we talk about the resurrection of this concept of globalization, OECD, that is Organization for Economic Development and Cooperation, it helped to reinstate this concept of globalization again in 1980s. So OECD was sitting at the helm of reinventing this concept of globalization. In India, if we talk about our scenario, then in 1991-92, thanks to the LPG reforms, that is liberalization, privatization and globalization reforms, we were able to see the concept of globalization, and globalization ultimately led to two major things. One, the investments were huge as compared to the 1980s, and secondly, the job opportunities were also created in our country. Now let's move on to the definition of globalization, which is a very simple one. We will keep it very simple for all of you. Globalization is nothing but the interconnectedness of the entire global markets, or for that matter, integration of the globe is known as globalization. Simple. So globalization is defined as a rise in economic integration via the financial markets or the interconnectedness among the nations. But the formal definition, this definition, the globalization which we have just defined, this definition is for your understanding. If you are sitting in the examination hall and you want certain keywords in your mind, then definitely integration, economic integration and interconnectedness among the nations will be the keywords. But when we talk about the formal definition, which was given by the World Trade Organization, it states globalization as the unrestricted cross-border flows of goods and services, capital, technology and labor force. So when we talk about moving the goods and services from one nation to another nation, or for that matter, you are supplying the workforce towards one nation of your, you can say, a friendly state is there, or for that matter, you are supplying the capital or moving the capital as a foreign direct investment. That is also a process of globalization. So next topic, which is again important to understand, what do we mean by fair globalization? So there are 5 components when we talk about the process of fair globalization, starting off with the economic development. So economic development must be ensured via the process of globalization. Only then we will say that it is undergoing a fair measure, that fair measures have been adapted to apply the process of globalization in a country. Next is liberalization. Along with the globalization process, your liberalization process must go hand in hand. How? The rules and regulations which are there governing the process of globalization, they must not limit the process of other players to enter in the country. Fine. So liberalized rules must be there, no red tapeism must be there, then only we will say fair globalization measures have been taken. Next, social development, not only the development of, you can say, the entire country based on the GDP numbers, that is known as economic growth, you must ensure that societal level or the societal groups also reap the benefits of the globalization. Then we have environmental conservation. Rapid construction should not be there. That is just one example. Rapid, you can say, development must not happen in the country, and due to that rapid development of your nation, environment should not take a back seat. So environmental conservation must be there. environmental measures must be seriously taken up by the global players. Inclusion of the society, again social development, along with that the gender inequality must be curbed. All these measures if taken, you will say that fair globalization is going on in your country. Next, the most important point or the most important concept of this particular chapter is deglobalization, which we normally say that globalization is moving in the reverse gear. So deglobalization along with the protectionism. What do we mean by deglobalization? Simply reverse the process of globalization. So in the globalization concept, we have seen interconnectedness of the nations is going on. We are saying that yes, globalization is there. But if we disintegrate that particular interconnectedness, we have entered into deglobalization. You are no longer engaged with the other nations, be it in the form of trade or for that matter workforce supply or your needs, whatever you want for imports as well as exports. If that particular thing is happening, you have entered into the process of deglobalization. Now, once your country has acknowledged that it is undergoing a process of deglobalization and it passes certain laws or reinstates certain laws, acts which back this particular process of deglobalization, now you have the protectionist measures going on in your country. So, if a particular process of deglobalization has the backing of the law with it, then you will say that protectionist measures are there in a particular country and the process of protectionism has started. Next, when we talk about the types of protectionism, there are three major types of protectionism, starting off with the tariffs. Tariff basically means that certain taxes have been imposed to curb the supply from the other country. So your imports, you want to curb your imports via increasing taxes on various goods and services. Next is your import quotas. Import quotas basically they limit the quantity. You are not willing to take, or you can say intake more quantity from the other nations and you want to curb the imports. Two factors determine this import quotas measure. First, you are very sure that your domestic manufacturers will be taking care of whatever demand is being created in your country. So you want your domestic manufacturing hub to be established. Second, you are apprehensive that if the particular curbs are not made in the for your particular country from which you are not interested in supplying the goods and services, then that particular country might reap the benefit, not you. So to promote the domestic manufacturing and reducing the India's dependency on the imported goods, we talk about the import quotas. Next is limiting the quality. Quantity you have limited via import quotas. How you will be limiting the quality? Via the sanitary and phytosanitary measures, that is non-tariff barriers. So non-tariff barriers talk specifically about creating or making the restrictions when it comes to the plant and animal health. So you will be telling XYZ nation that in our country a particular license is required if you want to supply this particular plant based product to us, or for that matter animal based product to us. Okay. So tariff, non-tariff and import quotas, highly important. When we talk about the keywords tariff, you know, tax. When there is a mention of import quotas, you are limiting the quantity. Quantity is getting reduced. Deliberately you are reducing the quantity which you want to import. And when we talk about the non-tariff barriers, you are limiting the quality. You have set a standard that beyond this we won't be encouraging any kind of import based on a particular quality. Next is dispute settlement mechanism, which is there for all the trade disputes, and it is being governed under the World Trade Organization. But what we must know that these types of disputes which are there in the world trade, they are not being encouraged or they are not being taken seriously by this particular mechanism, that is dispute settlement mechanism, for which it has been reinstated. What is the reason we do not have the exact number of judges to take care of the immense number of cases which are going on. The trade disputes between one developing nation and the other developing nation, the trade disputes between one developed nation and the another developing nation. Second most important thing, the timelines. Whatever timelines are there in the WTO which it has prescribed, they are very long. So once supposingly XYZ nation is filing a complaint against the another nation that we have a trade relation, but I am here to complain about the trade practices of this particular nation. So you have submitted your case in front of the judge. Now the judge will give 30 days time to the other party to prove that this particular allegation is false and I am doing whatever was mentioned in the trade agreement. Next, after 30 days, that particular party over which the allegation has been made, they can come to the judge and say we want 15 days extension, and the extension can be up to 45 days. So you can see that the timelines are huge. There is no transparency, no accountability of the judges who are giving the judgments. Because of that only, this dispute settlement mechanism has been redundant since 2019, and WTO has ensured the member countries that by 2024 we will be doing our level best to reinstate this particular mechanism. But till now nothing has been done. Now let's see what will happen in 2026 when the ministerial conference of WTO will happen. Okay, so this was it from my side. Now let's see what are the answers. Now it's your turn to tell me the answers of these questions. Quickly tell me in the chat section. This chapter will have such kind of questions. I would say they are on the easier side when we talk about or when we compare it with the other chapters. Dash is the stage of globalization which involves cutting edge new technologies like AI, artificial intelligence, that powers forward with the explosion of information technology. So we are sitting right now in this particular era only. Just make a guess if you want to. Globalization 4.0, 3.0, 2.0 or none of the above. Artificial intelligence, definitely it is going on right now. Okay, so right now we are in globalization 4.0. So the correct answer will be option A. Next, the process of reducing the globalization, which involves the process of reducing trade dependency and integration amongst particular units throughout the world, is known as what? So you are reducing the trade dependency, whether it is protectionism, deglobalization, tariff barriers or any of the above. Quickly tell me what is the right answer. Protectionism, when we talk about, it is being backed by a law. Okay, deglobalization backed by a law, that is protectionism. Deglobalization as a process, complete reversal of the process of globalization. Tariff barriers, basically you are asking for huge taxes. Any of the above if you feel so, but what will be the right answer? Simple process has been asked, so the correct answer will be deglobalization, that is option B. Okay, which organization popularized the globalization concept in mid 1980s? Whether it was WTO, OECD, IMF or for that matter UNCTAD. Correct answer quickly everyone, as we have just learned that OECD in 1980s again resurrected the concept of globalization. So the correct answer will be again option. When we talk about the unit number 10th, we have the climate action, climate change and SDG as the important topics. Under SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, you must understand that what do we mean by sustainable development. Growth though everybody knows, but what about the sustainable development? Sustainable development, a very simple definition given in the Brundtland Commission. It states that you are indulged in doing the activities in your economy in a manner where your needs, your today's, the present needs are being fulfilled, and you are leaving the resources for the future generation as well. The growth which you are doing today, it is not hampering at all the growth aspects for the future generation. That is the simple definition of sustainable development given by Brundtland Commission in the report of our Common Future 1987. When you talk about the core elements of sustainable development, there are three elements. One, the economic growth. Second, the social inclusion or the social development. Third is the environmental aspect. If you club the growth with the development, you will get a complete package of the economy. But environmental aspects are being completed only when you include them in the sustainable development. Sustainable development, basically it started only after the introduction of your climate change and climate action plan. So environmental protection is one of the core element of your sustainable development, apart from the developmental activities and the growth activities going on in the economy. So when you talk about the SDGs specifically, they are there since 2015. The timeline is from 2016 till 2030. So before 2016, MDGs used to be there, that is Millennium Development Goals, and the expiry of those goals were 2015. So by 2015 they expired, and the UN, that is United Nations General Assembly, it touted the SDGs as the go-to goals for your future years. Till 2030 they will be in line. After that, nobody knows whether the SDG 2.0 will be there or some other model will be introduced by the United Nations. In total, there are 17 SDGs, 17 goals. Along with that, when we talk about the specific goals, they are distributed, or you can say they are being reconstructed via various targets. So in total, there are 169 targets in the SDG model. Plus, when we talk about the difference, the distinguishing factor between the MDGs and the SDGs, how you will be distinguishing them? Basically, your MDGs were less comprehensive as compared to the SDGs. Okay, so that's it for your core elements. Now let's move on to the 17 SDGs, which form the today's discussion. Fine. So first is your no poverty. When we talk about SDG 1, it talks about the no poverty. SDG 2 is for the zero hunger. 3 for good health. 4th is for quality education. So these are for your social inclusion along with the gender equality. SDG 1, 2, 3 and 4, they are very important. Why? Because our chapter number 5 forms important part for eradicating the poverty. Various programs are there. Zero hunger, various initiatives, good health and well-being, and your quality education. Quality education directly you will find in the national education policy of our country, that is NEP 2020. Why gender equality is important for the examination? Because here we are lacking. Out of these 17 goals, we are only lacking here, that is in the gender equality, and our score states that we have only a dismal score of 49 out of 100. When you talk about the next important SDG, it is SDG 7, affordable and clean energy. Again, directly related to the Panchamrits under this chapter only. Climate action, SDG 13, decent work, economic growth, SDG 8, industries, innovation, infrastructure, SDG 9, and the last one which is important is the SDG 17, that is partnership for the goals, because it indirectly talks about the process of globalization. So when we talk about what kind of question can we ask from this chapter, directly IIBF asks you that no poverty is a particular task which has been assigned by UNGA to the entire world, and what is the SDG? So SDG 1 will be the right answer. Like that, for SDG 7 it can ask that it pertains to what? Directly you can say affordable and clean energy. Next, when we talk about the progress of our country, So as I was just telling you that there is a score, a composite score, and the score is based on the index which has been prepared by the Niti Aayog. So when we talk about this particular index, it studies the 16 SDGs. One SDG is not included here. Which one? The goal 14. That is life below water. It is not included in the Niti Aayog's index. Why? Because India is having only 9 coastal states. So if we include goal 14, it will be unfair for all those non-coastal states because their score will be 0. That's why we have not included it altogether. There are 4, you can say, rankings in the Niti Aayog index, SDG index, which are aspirant, performer, front runner and achiever. So these rankings are being clubbed together into categories. Aspirant will be a category where the score is between 0 to 49, performer 50 to 64, 65 to 99 will be front runner category, and for you to belong to or to come into the achiever category, you must score 100 as a state. Okay. So when we talk about the India's progress, how India has progressed over a period of time, India has progressed leaps and bounds in your SDG 7, that is affordable and clean energy, and the score stands at 96. That is the goal wise performance. But when we talk about the dismal performance of our country in the gender equality, so it is reflected with the score of 49 only. Only 49 is the score. So here the improvement should be made. SDG 5 needs improvement, whereas SDG 7 we are excelling in. Okay. Next, when we talk about the Panchamrit commitments which are being made by the Indian government to the United Nations, we have 5 targets clubbed together known as Panchamrits. So when I talk about the first target, it will be net zero emission, that is 0 greenhouse gas emissions by 2070, 500 gigawatt of non-fossil energy capacity by 2030. Next, we have 50% of our energy requirement will be from the renewable energy sources by 2030 again. The carbon emission, they will be reduced by 1 billion tons by 2030. So reduction of carbon emission is there. Along with that, carbon intensity, the localized version of your carbon emissions, they will be reduced by less than 45% by 2030. So one thing which is common across these 5 commitments, or the Panchamrits as we know them, only this, the net zero emission, has the target year as 2070. Rest 4, all these 4, the remaining ones, they have the target year as 2030, which is what? Which is the expiry year of your sustainable development goals. Now next, when we talk about the CSR activities, they are under your unit number 10 only, and one question, or you can say a case study type question, was asked in October 2025 based on the CSR activities. So the obligation, what kind of obligation is there on all the corporates who are falling under this criteria, and if they fail to meet those obligations, what is the penalty? These 2 things are very important. So when we talk about the Companies Act, Section 135 of the Companies Act defines the legal support for corporate social responsibility in our country. Specifically, Schedule 7 explains it at length. So when we talk about what type of company will fall under the purview of corporate social responsibility, a type of company where the net worth is more than 500 crore, or the turnover is more than 1000 crore, or for that matter, the net profit has been more than 5 crore. If you are following this particular pattern, then definitely you have the obligation to meet the CSR. What is the quantum of CSR? Fine, that is also a very pertinent question. So the companies are free to spend more than mandated 2% of their net profit in the last 3 years. So last 3 years, year 3, year 2, year 1, the net profit of these three, 2% of that particular profit is the amount of CSR obligation on you. And whether the companies can go beyond this 2%, yes, now they can. Earlier it was stipulated at 2%, but now they can. If this particular obligation is not met by the companies, then what will happen? Penalties will be there. What kind of penalty? Two types of penalties will be there. One on the company itself, second on the officials of those companies. So when we talk about the quantum of penalty on the company, it will be either 1 crore or twice the obligation. Fine, either it is 1 crore, the amount is rupees 1 crore, or it will be twice the obligation amount. Fine, twice the obligation amount, whichever is lesser. So supposingly this particular amount, the 2% of net profit of the previous 3 years, it comes as 50 lakh. So the penalty to that particular company will be rupees 1 crore, or the obligation is what? 50 lakh, whichever is lesser. Okay, so lesser amount, that is 50 lakh, will be the penalty levied. Okay, not 1 crore. But when I talk about the defaulting officer, for defaulting officer, what will be the penalty amount? It will be rupees 10 lakh, rupees 2 lakh, okay, rupees 2 lakh, or 1/10 of the obligation, 1/10 of the obligation amount. So 2 lakh or 1/10 of the obligation, whichever is lesser, will be your penalty for non-compliance of CSR activities. So now you can see that only penalty has been levied. So it is what? A civil wrong, not a criminal offense if you are not meeting your CSR obligations. But earlier it used to be considered as a criminal offense and imprisonment was there. But now it has been changed since 2019. Okay, now let's switch on to the questions. First question states that India has made 5 Panchamrit commitments to combat the climate change. Which of the following is not one of them? So you have to tell me that which of the following is not a Panchamrit commitment. Okay. So when we talk about Panchamrit commitment, 4 commitments were having the target year as 2030 and 1 commitment was there with the target year as 2070. Okay, long shot, but yes. So right now we are in 2025, from today 45 years, right? Okay, so what is the right answer? Achieving the target of net zero emission by 2040 or 2070? Definitely it was 2070. So this will be the wrong statement and the correct answer, because not correct is being asked in the question. Rest 500 gigawatt non-fossil 2030, 50% energy requirements from renewable energy 2030, reduction of total projected carbon emission by 1 billion ton till 2030. Again, these 3 are correct. Next, MDGs expired in which year? So we know that MDGs expired in 2015, and after that only we had the introduction of your SDGs. Okay, so SDGs came after your MDGs, and these SDGs have a timeline of 2016 till 2030. For this question, the correct answer will be option A. Fine. The issues faced in Indian economy, various issues are there, starting off with the slowdown. So the recent slowdown in the Indian economy happened during the COVID-19, where we saw the negative growth for the Indian economy. But when it comes to the core idea of issue, or you can say the core issue which is there in the Indian economy, it starts from the unemployment or the lack of job creation in the country. So according to the data which we have right now, we are having 2 types of, you can say, job related issues. One, unemployment, where we do not have the opportunity to grab a job. Underemployment, you want a particular job in your domain only, from where you have passed, supposedly you have done the educational qualification for the doctorate, but you are doing some menial job, menial tasks which involve certain low level administration. Fine. So that is a mismatch in your educational qualification and the actual job which you are doing. So underemployment is happening, or it is prevalent in our country. So for the COVID-19, we have one data which is important to highlight, that how the negative growth can impact and how the unemployment rate are interlinked with that particular negative growth. So over 1.8 crore salaried jobs were lost between April to July 2020. When we talk about the unemployment rate in August 2020, it was 7.4%, and the latest data after that states that right now we have somewhere around 6.3% as the growth in employment generation. So 7.4% was the unemployment rate in 2020, but right now the growth in the employment creation is 6.3. When you talk about the NSO's data during that particular time period, it was 4.1% for the unemployment rate. The major part which we must focus on is the primary sector, because huge potential was expected out of the agricultural sector, but ultimately we were unable to gain the momentum in the primary sector, and it led to a failure of the growth story which was expected. So when we talk about the agricultural sector, although more than 50% of India's population is dependent on the agriculture, that is they are being employed in this sector, less than 16% is the contribution of this sector in India's GDP. So despite the recent growth in India's GDP, the agricultural sector has not shown any progress. According to the economic survey, the agricultural and allied activities in India have experienced the average annual growth rate of 4.6%. So if you add on the 6 years growth and do the average of that particular number, you will find the growth as only 4.6%, which is a very low number taking into account the large population which is involved in this particular sector. The agriculture sector's contribution to India's GDP has shrunk over a period of time, and when we talk about 90s, it was approximately 35%. Now it is only 15%. So less than 16% is the contribution towards our GDP when we talk about the agri and allied sectors. See, whenever there is a mismatch between the population involved and the contribution to the GDP, it is an alarming situation. What are the reasons for that? First of all, we do not have the responsibility, or you can say there is no accountability on any of the stakeholders who are involved in the primary sector. Various stakeholders are there, be it the farmers themselves, be it the government, or for that matter some external agencies as well. Nobody is accountable or held accountable for the low growth. That is the reality. Second point, the literacy level are not high. Let's just face the reality. When we talk about the rural areas, today also there are n number of rural areas in our country where education is either not provided or a substandard of education services has been maintained. Ultimately, the people who are not being qualified, well qualified, they will switch to some manual work, some manual laborers will be there, and they will get stuck in the agricultural sector only. They won't be able to surpass the bridge from agricultural sector to the services sector, and this number will keep on growing. That maximum population is involved where? In the agricultural sector, and it is detrimental to the economic growth of our country again. So next point is your poverty elevation. We need to eradicate the poverty from the country. And what is the benchmark when we talk about the poverty? Who defines this particular poverty? So according to World Bank, if you are earning equal to or less than $3 per day, then you are termed as poor or you fall under the poverty line. Here 1.90 has been written deliberately because all of you who are studying from the books, it might be there as 1.90. It is there as 1.90 in your book, but it has been changed twice. Once it has been made 2.5, and now the latest number is 3 US dollar per day. This is the number which you must remember for your November exam. Okay, November 2025. Why? Because updates till June 2025 will be asked, and this amount has been revised in June only, that is last month. Okay, so extreme poverty you are living if you are not earning more than 3 US dollar. According to the data in 2011 in India, we had 268 million people as poor. And when we talk about the data of Planning Commission, which is highly important, question can directly be asked from this particular data, what population or what rural population or urban population falls under the poverty. So rural population, the percentage is 25.7. For urban areas, it is 13.7%. This is highly important, very, very important, along with the limit prescribed by the World Bank, that is 3 US dollar. Next, the programs, various programs are there for poverty alleviation in our country, and it starts from the IRDP, Integrated Rural Development Program is the first one from where we will be so IRDP, Integrated Rural Development Program is there. Integrated Rural Development Program is there, and when we talk about this particular program, it starts with the development of rural areas. Fine. Next, we have the Jawahar Gram Samriddhi Yojana, that is JAGSY. Here you will find one thing, that after the Samriddhi Yojana has lapsed, we have your Narega scheme, that is Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Yojana. Jawahar Rozgar Yojana of 80s was further extended to your Narega scheme. National Food Security Mission, National Rural Urban Livelihood Mission, this is the fourth one, which ensures that the food requirements of our rural as well as semi-urban areas are being met. Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, along with that Garib Kalyan Yojana will be there in the rural areas. For Jan Dhan Yojana, financial inclusion. For Garib Kalyan Yojana, again the nutritional requirements, which was earmarked after the COVID hit our country. Then we have Pradhan Mantri Street Vendors Atmanirbhar Nidhi, that is PM Swanidhi, which will be there for all those street vendors who were hit because of the COVID-19. And the updates are also there, not that important for the examination, just you need to remember that you will be procuring the MC certificate, the Municipal Corporation certificate from the vendors and the KYC, and this particular scheme will be a part of SIDBI's initiative. Fine. Firstly, the issues faced in Indian economy, various issues are there, starting off with the slowdown. So the recent slowdown in the Indian economy happened during the COVID-19, where we saw the negative growth for the Indian economy. But when it comes to the core idea of issue, or you can say the core issue which is there in the Indian economy, it starts from the unemployment or the lack of job creation in the country. So according to the data which we have right now, we are having two types of, you can say, job related issues. One, unemployment, where we do not have the opportunity to grab a job. Underemployment, you want a particular job in your domain only, from where you have passed, supposedly you have done the educational qualification for the doctorate, but you are doing some menial job, menial tasks which involve certain low level administration. Fine. So that is a mismatch in your educational qualification and the actual job which you are doing. So underemployment is happening, or it is prevalent in our country. So for the COVID-19, we have one data which is important to highlight, that how the negative growth can impact and how the unemployment rate are interlinked with that particular negative growth. So over 1.8 crore salaried jobs were lost between April to July 2020. When we talk about the unemployment rate in August 2020, it was 7.4%, and the latest data after that states that right now we have somewhere around 6.3% as the growth in employment generation. So 7.4% was the unemployment rate in 2020, but right now the growth in the employment creation is 6.3. When you talk about the NSO's data during that particular time period, it was 4.1% for the unemployment rate. The major part which we must focus on is the primary sector, because huge potential was expected out of the agricultural sector, but ultimately we were unable to gain the momentum in the primary sector, and it led to a failure of the growth story which was expected. So when we talk about the agricultural sector, although more than 50% of India's population is dependent on the agriculture, that is they are being employed in this sector, less than 16% is the contribution of this sector in India's GDP. So despite the recent growth in India's GDP, the agricultural sector has not shown any progress. According to the economic survey, the agricultural and allied activities in India have experienced the average annual growth rate of 4.6%. So if you add on the 6 years growth and do the average of that particular number, you will find the growth as only 4.6%, which is a very low number taking into account the large population which is involved in this particular sector. The agriculture sector's contribution to India's GDP has shrunk over a period of time, and when we talk about 90s, it was approximately 35%. Now it is only 15%. So less than 16% is the contribution towards our GDP when we talk about the agri and allied sectors. See, whenever there is a mismatch between the population involved and the contribution to the GDP, it is an alarming situation. What are the reasons for that? First of all, we do not have the responsibility, or you can say there is no accountability on any of the stakeholders who are involved in the primary sector. Various stakeholders are there, be it the farmers themselves, be it the government, or for that matter some external agencies as well. Nobody is accountable or held accountable for the low growth. That is the reality. Second point, the literacy level are not high. Let's just face the reality. When we talk about the rural areas, today also there are n number of rural areas in our country where education is either not provided or a substandard of education services has been maintained. Ultimately, the people who are not being qualified, well qualified, they will switch to some manual work, some manual laborers will be there, and they will get stuck in the agricultural sector only. They won't be able to surpass the bridge from agricultural sector to the services sector, and this number will keep on growing. That maximum population is involved where? In the agricultural sector, and it is detrimental to the economic growth of our country again. So next point is your poverty elevation. We need to eradicate the poverty from the country. And what is the benchmark when we talk about the poverty? Who defines this particular poverty? So according to World Bank, if you are earning equal to or less than $3 per day, then you are termed as poor or you fall under the poverty line. Here 1.90 has been written deliberately because all of you who are studying from the books, it might be there as 1.90. It is there as 1.90 in your book, but it has been changed twice. Once it has been made 2.5, and now the latest number is $3 per day. This is the number which you must remember for your November exam. Okay, November 2025. Why? Because updates till June 2025 will be asked, and this amount has been revised in June only, that is last month. Okay, so extreme poverty you are living if you are not earning more than $3. According to the data in 2011, in India we had 268 million people as poor. And when we talk about the data of Planning Commission, which is highly important, question can directly be asked from this particular data, what population or what rural population or urban population falls under the poverty. So rural population, the percentage is 25.7. For urban areas, it is 13.7%. This is highly important, very, very important, along with the limit prescribed by the World Bank, that is $3. Next, the programs, various programs are there for poverty alleviation in our country, and it starts from the IRDP, Integrated Rural Development Program is the first one from where we will be So IRDP, Integrated Rural Development Program is there. Integrated Rural Development Program is there, and when we talk about this particular program, it starts with the development of rural areas. Fine. Next, we have the Jawahar Gram Samriddhi Yojana, that is JAGSY. Here you will find one thing, that after the Samriddhi Yojana has lapsed, we have your Narega scheme, that is Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Yojana. Jawahar Rozgar Yojana of 80s was further extended to your Narega scheme. National Food Security Mission, National Rural Urban Livelihood Mission, this is the fourth one, which ensures that the food requirements of our rural as well as semi-urban areas are being met. Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, along with that Garib Kalyan Yojana will be there in the rural areas. For Jan Dhan Yojana, financial inclusion. For Garib Kalyan Yojana, again the nutritional requirements, which was earmarked after the COVID hit our country. Then we have Pradhan Mantri Street Vendors Atmanirbhar Nidhi, that is PM Swanidhi, which will be there for all those street vendors who were hit because of the COVID-19. And the updates are also there, not that important for the examination, just you need to remember that you will be procuring the MC certificate, the Municipal Corporation certificate from the vendors and the KYC, and this particular scheme will be a part of SIDBI's initiative. Fine. We'll be talking about price levels, along with that quantity demanded or quantity supplied. So two type of quantity will be studied, that is quantity demanded or quantity supplied. From here you will find the reference of this particular chapter, that is demand and supply. In case you want to have a direct correlation between the price level and the quantity demanded, you must think like a consumer, because demand will be created by the consumers. Okay, so consumers will be creating this particular demand, and the supply will be ensured by the business entities. Okay, business entities will be supplying whatever demand has been made by the consumers or the market forces. So when we talk about the relation between quantity demanded and the price, so as the price will rise for a particular commodity, the corresponding quantity demanded will be lesser, right? You yourself can assume as a customer, if a particular commodity is at higher prices, you won't be considering buying that particular commodity at least today. You will either delay or postpone your consumption, or for that matter, what you will do, you will not buy at all. Okay, so there is an indirect correlation between the price level of a commodity and the demand which will be created by the customer. So in effect, if I plot the graph between price and quantity demanded, you will find what? Inverse correlation. So the graph will be downward sloping. Fine. Similarly, for supply, which will be ensured by the business entities, just pause for a while, think about it, that a particular commodity is there in the market and it's a hot selling product. Okay, it is a very hot selling product right now. Consumers are buying it like anything. So as a supplier, you want what? Maximizing the profit, right? That is the motto of running a business. So since it's a hot selling product, first instinct of yours will be to increase the supply so that the product which is already being procured by the customers at high price, they will buy it more and the profit will come to you in huge number. So in effect, we can say that the relation between prices or the price level is directly proportional to the supply. So increasing the price or a pricey item will be sold more by the suppliers. Okay. So direct relationship between the price and quantity supplied. So upward sloping graph will be plotted. These are the basics when we talk about supply and demand. If you have understood this, I do not see any point that why you cannot comprehend with whatever we will be studying now. Still, if you have doubt, you can just ask me in the comment section. So here you can see for yourself price and quantity. So when we talk about the demand curve, or for that matter the slope of the demand curve, it will be downward sloping. The blue one represents the demand. The upward sloping or the direct relationship between supply or the quantity supplied and the price, the red one. And the intersection of these two graphs will be known as equilibrium point, where the suppliers as well as customers have no specific reason to change the price or to ask for the change. No modification is required neither from your customer end nor from your supplier side. Okay, that is the equilibrium point. So in introduction, if you are through with this concept, directly what is the aim of studying supply and demand, so that you can forecast the price levels, forecast the market demand, forecast the market supply, overall the market mechanism in the future dates. How you will do that? Via price and quantity demanded or quantity supplied. Okay, now one basic concept is there about the market demand. What do we mean by market demand? Simply stated, let's take the example of your hometown. You have n number of shops. Okay, let's suppose shop 1 is for the apparels. Okay, it is selling the apparels along with accessories. So high demand is there, and the demand is being created by various individuals who are buying the items from this particular shop. So I1, the individual one, will be buying, let's suppose, clothing item 1. Then trousers will be bought by individual 2. Individual 3 will buy supposedly a fancy hat, so on till individual N, who is interested in accessories, or for that matter you can say wallet. Next in your vicinity is shop 2, which is specifically for medicines, right? So based on the weather of your state, you can assume that individual one will be having, let's suppose, cough. So the demand of the cough syrup will be there in the shop to buy individual one. Individual two will buy certain other products, maybe some product which will enhance the wellness, overall wellness. Individual three for, let's suppose, some medicine prescribed by the ortho, and so on till individual n who is buying the food product for his or her baby. So overall the individuals are having different demands in different shops. Shop 3 has all the products related to your sports, okay, related to sports, and individual one requires a hockey stick for playing hockey, right? Individual 2 is a cricket fan, and he or she is influenced by the recent knock of Indian captain on English land, so they want to buy a cricket bat. Along with that, you have so on till individual n who is a professional TT, table tennis player. So what I am trying to say is there are 3 shops here, and like that you have n number of shops in your local area wherever you are residing. If I combine all these shops, I will have what? I will have one market. Okay. So these individual demands, whatever demands are there, if I club them using the shops, you will have what? The demand of that particular market, and directly it corresponds to the market demand. Okay. So fundamental building block for the demand is individual preference, whatever the individuals have preferred. And as we have seen in the initial discussion, the market demand is directly proportional to the price, fine. So whenever we are plotting the demand with the price, the quantity demanded with the price, we will have a downward slope. So indirectly related to the price, as the prices are rising, demand will fall. So you will have the downward slope. Okay. Next, when we talk about the another concept, that is demand schedule and curve, it is nothing but the representation. Whenever you are representing the price against the quantity demanded in a tabular form, in the form of a table, then you will say that this representation entails to the demand schedule. Okay. As the prices are rising, quantity demanded is reducing, 20, then 15, 15, then 12, then 10, and then 9. As the prices are moving up, the demand is less. Now once you have this particular data with you and plot these data points on a particular graph, that is the graphical representation of this particular table, you will get what? A curve which is downward sloping. So this particular graphical representation of demand schedule will be known as demand curve. Okay. So for demand, it will be downward sloping. When you talk about supply schedule, it will be upward sloping like this, the red one being the supply curve. Now one more concept is there when we talk about demand, that is the law of demand. Simply stated, what we have studied, as the price will rise, the demand will be lower. That is the simple premise for your law of demand. Okay. Rising price leads to lesser demand of any kind of commodity. That's a general law. But when we talk about some exceptions here, you will find 2 kind of exceptions derived by 2 economists. One, Robert Giffen, another by the economist Thorstein Veblen. So Robert Giffen will say that law of demand, I agree that when the prices will rise, demand will be lower. But In my country, in Ireland, Mr. Giffen was from Ireland. What I have observed that whenever there is a price rise of potatoes, it being the staple diet of my native people, there is no reduction in the quantity demanded despite of whatever price level has been increased. So he in turn tries to comprehend the situation and came or arrived at one conclusion that for all those household items where we do not have any other alternate, or for that matter they are necessary to run our livelihood, no matter what the price hike is there for that particular commodity, demand will not be slow or low, it will remain the same. So for all those common items, household items, when we talk about the exception to the law of demand, we are talking about the Giffen goods, also known as the inferior goods. Why inferior? Because the other category which has been defined by Mr. Thorsten Veblen, it talks about the luxury items, be it the luxury bags, the Hermes bag, the Aldo bag, iPhone, or for that matter Ferrari or whatever supercar you can imagine. So according to Thorsten Veblen, if a particular consumer is spending XYZ amount on these luxury items, they will spend again on that particular item if some updation is happening in that particular luxurious item. Why? Because it is a status symbol for them, and no matter what is the price hike for those particular items, they will spend the amount from their pocket time and again. Even if the prices will rise, demand will not fall at all. Instead, sometimes we have seen the demand will rise so that you can have that status in your society. So when we talk about the inferior goods, Giffen goods, exceptions to the law of demand. When you talk about the luxury items, it is the Veblen goods. Okay. On 4th of May, the IFS exam was held, May 2025, I am telling you. There, one direct question was asked from the Veblen goods that a pattern has been observed while buying the luxury items, and the consumption is being described as the conspicuous consumption. So who has given a particular concept based on this conspicuous consumption? Correct answer was Thorsten Veblen. Now what is this conspicuous consumption? When I talk about conspicuous, it is noticeable. You can easily notice and distinguish between that particular item and the rest. If you are driving a supercar, do you think that it will be in your city with everyone? Nobody. Mostly the chances are there that nobody will be having that particular supercar what you are owning right now. So that particular car, that particular commodity will be noticeable, and the consumption of that particular commodity or item is the conspicuous consumption. Okay. So this was it from my side. If you have any kind of doubt, you can just ask me. The question, the simple question, when the price of commodity is raised, buyers tend to buy less of the commodity. This is known as what? Law of diminishing marginal utility, law of supply, law of demand, none of the above. We have just seen with the rise of price, the demand will fall, known as the law of demand. So correct answer will be option B. What do we mean by money supply? So simply stated, if we are talking about a particular time duration, for that particular time interval only, we can define the money supply. It's not a concept which you can define holistically for entire, you can say 1950s till today. You have to add up for a particular time duration. That's the first and the foremost thing which you need to understand. Secondly, when we talk about the publication of the money supply, then it depends upon the fortnightly basis. Why? Because RBI publishes the data fortnightly basis. That is, after every 15 days, you will be able to know the actual level of money supply in our country. So the basic definition refers to the stock of all the type of money available with the public at a given point of time. Time is of essence here when we talk about the definition of money supply. Stock refers to what? The currency in the form of notes as well as coins plus the deposits. That is also very, very important. So in the definition of a particular measure of money supply, you will find two things. One, where you only consider the demand deposit. Secondly, you will be considering both the demand deposit as well as the time deposit, and where you are having a holistic picture of the deposits in a country, you will say that this is known as the broad money. For us it is M3, and for maximum countries also it is M3 only. You might see one or two components here and there for other countries, but yes, more or less the measure will remain the same, that is M3. So starting off our discussion with M0, why do we define a particular measure of supply, that is money supply, as M0? Because it is a buffer. Always remember, it acts as a buffer for the unforeseen circumstances. If a particular economy is having a negative growth and for a long duration of time it is projected that the economic scenario will remain like that only, then you must have certain buffer in order to sustain your economy, and this particular M0 will be providing you with that reserve. That is why it is also known as reserve money or high powered money. So M0, what all components are there? These components are important for all the measures of money supply, be it M0, M1, M2, M3 or M4. Question in the examination will hover around these measures of money supply only, and they will be giving you, the examiner will provide you with the information about, let's suppose, one component, two components, you have to calculate the third one, like that. So M0, it includes the currency in circulation. It is the entire currency which is in circulation, including the currency with the public as well as in the banks. When you talk about the bankers deposit with the RBI, the reserves, fine, SLR, CRR, whatever being held by the RBI. So quick question for you here, whether CRR is being held by the RBI or not, do let me know in the comment section, or is it just SLR or vice versa. Next we have other deposits with the RBI, wherein you will find three components. First of all those deposits done by the financial institutions, when we talk about the transactions which are being done using a third party or a financial intermediary like primary dealer. Then the balances in the accounts of foreign central governments or the foreign central banks. Next, we have the accounts of international agencies which are providing funding to our country, be it IMF or for that matter any other financial organization. So these three clubbed together form the third part, that is other deposits with the RBI. Next we have M1, wherein you will find 100% liquid money. Why? Because this particular component entails every amount of money which is in circulation, be it the currency with public. We have seen currency in circulation. How you will arrive at currency with the public? By subtracting the bank's deposits in the particular currency which has been held in the entire economy. So currency in circulation minus the cash held by the banks will give you currency with the public. Demand deposit with the banking system, you will be adding that also along with the other deposits with the RBI. So from here you will find a reference of demand deposit. It is also known as narrow money. Why? Because of the opposite nature as compared to the broad money. That is why it is known as narrow money. Nothing else is the reason. What is broad money? Simply you are adding the time deposits also in the M1. Okay, M1 plus time deposits, you will get the broad money, that is M3. Next, when we talk about the other types of measure of money supply, it will be your M2, where M1, the narrow money, will be one of the component, but along with that, post offices, the saving deposits in the post offices will also be considered. So M2 will be equal to M1 plus the post office savings. Okay, so M2 here, what you can remember or what kind of question can be asked. That is also one of the common doubt which students have. Mostly for M2, the type of question revolves around the saving deposits, and there will be two or three components given in the question where they will ask you demand deposit with the banking system, then term deposit will also be given to you, plus they will give you the saving deposit with the post offices, and you have to decide whether to include the time deposit or not, because time deposit is a component in M3. Like that, confusing question can be asked in the exam. Next, when we talk about the money supply, that is the broad money M3. Why it is known as the money supply? Because ultimately RBI implements the policy related to the money supply using this particular measure of money supply. So broad money will include M1, which has everything except for your time deposit, and you will be adding this time deposit in order to achieve at your figure for M3, that is broad money. Now when we talk about time deposit, mostly we also know that FD and RD are the two major components for your time deposits, but along with that you must remember that the time liabilities portion of saving bank deposits is also one of the criteria while we define the time deposits. And in the question, in the examination, the examiner can ask you, or they can give a particular component based on the saving banks component for the time deposit, so you have to add that as well. Next, when we talk about M4, so M3, along with that you will be adding up the post offices component, and the component will not only be including the time deposit saving but entire deposits of your post offices, except for two things: one, NSC, that is National Savings Certificate; secondly, the Kisan Vikas Patra. Only these two will be excluded. What is the reason of the exclusion? Because they have the maturity date beyond 6 years. So till 7 years, 8, 9, 10 years, you have the maturity date, and they do not reflect the actual figure for the money supply of the country. Fine. So this was it for the measures of money supply. When we talk about various parameters which are important for the examinations, and for your reference, what I have done is given you a quick chart. From here you can just revise like the important ones. M0 is not given because mostly question is not asked from there. Quick revision: M1 will be what? Currency with the public plus net demand deposit. So currency with public plus demand deposits plus other deposits held by the RBI, PDR, like that. Try to learn via mnemonics. Try to retain the formulas for any kind of formulas using mnemonics. So PDR is M1. When I talk about M2, so in PDR I will be adding the component of savings for post office. Okay, for post office. Then M3, for M1, whatever the component was, you will be adding only one thing, that is the time deposit. So PDR plus T will be the M3. For M4, you will be adding what? You will be adding M3, along with that the entire deposits of your post offices. And what will be the exclusion here? NSC and your Kisan Vikas Patra. Okay. So what do we mean by interest? Everybody is either paying certain kind of interest to a particular financial institution, or they are enjoying the benefits of the rate of interest. You are paying when you have a particular loan, but you are enjoying the rate of interest when you have certain deposit account with the bank. So how to calculate this interest is the major issue which will be addressed by this particular chapter of theories of interest. When I talk about the basics of interest, we'll be starting off with that, and then in this particular video we will be switching on to chapter's most important discussion, that is classical economists point of view of attaining a particular rate of interest. So what do we mean by interest? It is basically a payment made by a borrower for the use of a
sum of money for a particular period of time. It is one of the four types of income. When we talk about the factor of production, it produces four type of income, including rent, wages, and profit. And one of the factor is your, or you can say income is your interest. Whenever we are calculating the rate of interest, we must factor in the inflation as well. Otherwise, we won't be able to get either the benefit of the rate of interest, or for that matter, won't be able to enjoy whatever we have deposited. Just imagine the FD, which is having a rate of interest, let's suppose 7% right now, and over a period of time, the government says that okay, only 3% will be the rate of interest of the FD. Do you think that anybody will be investing such instruments? Answer will be no. So three elements that can be distinguished in interest. What are these? First of all, the risk involved. You must acknowledge the fact that the banks are providing certain amount via loans, and they are having certain risk that whether the money will be back in the banking system or not. So a risk is involved. For that, interest is legitimate. Payment for the trouble involved, trouble in the sense if the recovery is there, you have to manage. As a bank, you need to manage some other things as well. So that is the trouble which is involved, and you deserve the rate of interest, some kind of perk. Next, pure interest, that is a payment for the use of money. You are not, you know, the money with the RBI. I'm talking about the banks, right? The banks are not keeping the money with the RBI and not earning an interest. What they are doing, they are providing with money so that you can use, and they must have certain basic interest that is known as the pure interest. When we talk about the pure interest, it is payment for the use of funds. No additional, you can say, fee, or for that matter, any charges are being in. Once we add these fees and charges, we arrive at the gross interest. Okay. So gross interest includes the net interest. Along with that, you have the insurance against the risk involved of lending, plus reward for the inconvenience of that particular amount. Along with that, we also have expenses over management services. So how you are managing the entire amount which you have provided to a particular customer, that also entails to certain, you can say, expenses as well, and you will be recovering all these via charging a gross or market interest rate by the customer. So it includes pure interest plus premium and admin expenses, all the fee and charges. When I talk about factors of production, here you must focus on four factor of production, that is capital, entrepreneurship, labor, and land. But for our chapter, focusing here only. That is for establishing a particular factory so that you can produce certain goods and services. You need bare minimum four components. Land you require to establish an industrial unit, labor you require for working in that unit, capital you require so that you can have the investment there, plus entrepreneurship, the idea, a distinguishing factor as compared to the other, you can say, industries in your area. So for land, when we talk about it, will what rent, labor entails wages, capital provides us with the income of interest, and entrepreneurship will give profit as the income. So when we talk about interest, it is an outcome of capital. What is capital? Capital is nothing but an investment. Fine. One investment is there, and this particular investment either in the form of loan, or for that matter, already have certain amount of money. When you are providing it via loan, then it is what rate of interest will be charged by this particular entity, that is bank. If you have money with you and you are providing it as a capital to some other businessman, then you will say that particular money I will be charging some rate of interest. Fine. So interest is a particular income via capital. And one more additional information for all of you. If you club all these incomes, rent, wage, interest, and profit, you will arrive at one of the approaches to define the GDP of a country via income method. Nothing but income method. We are talking about income method in unit number 18, but yes, this will be again discussed when we will be doing the unit 18. Fine. So now let's move on to the actual topic, that is rate of interest. So these are two, classical and economics theory. In the classical economics, you will find that the classical economists were of a view that no government interference must be there. Let it be whatever is there, laissez-faire. Laissez-faire means not to change anything, not to have any kind of interference from government or for that matter any other agency except for the market. So the market force will be determining your rate of trust. Okay, that is main, you can say, finding from the study classical economists have conducted. On the other hand, Keynes, the well-known or the most renowned economist of our 20th century, he will say that government spending increases the aggregate demand in the economy, and that is why there must be a role of government in our economy. When we talk about the unemployment and inflation, so classical economists are more towards inflation. They think that there is no unemployment. Everybody has a job, so there is no need to create new jobs. There is no need to create new resources. All we have to do is talk about inflation and manage that. But J.M. Keynes will say we must create jobs because under an idealistic situation only everybody has a job. But in the real world, unemployment is going on and it is having huge numbers. After that, once we have addressed this issue, you can move to inflation. Price and market influence. So, as the classical economists do not want any government interference, what they will be saying that market is free and demand and supply itself will create whatever their demand is or whatever the supply is and ultimately determine the rate of interest. When we talk about Keynes, he will say that government must maintain price stability and it must not be done by the market forces. Now let's talk about classical. This particular theory has been developed and modified by Alfred Marshall, Irving Fisher, and Arthur Cecil Pigou. So the name of these economists is important. IIBF has this habit of asking the questions based on name, year, plus along with that it also has the full form. So you must remember the most important ones when we talk about classical theory of economists by gentlemen. So Alfred Marshall, Irving Fisher, and your Arthur Cecil Go. So what does this theory tell us? Simply stated, this theory will be showing us the mechanism via which rate of interest is determined. It will talk about two things: one demand, another supply. We have studied in the previous. So demand will be done by those who want to have the investment. Fine, they want some investment for their business. So they'll be demanding the money. We are talking about money. Fine, money. But the classical economists will say not money. Always they will say savings. Okay. But from where the savings is coming, how this is being spent, nobody will be talking. And that is the major criticism of the classical theory. So demand will be there for the savings by the investors. Supply will be done by the individuals or the business entities who have saved the funds. So supply of savings will be ensured by these individuals or the business entities, and demand will be done for the savings, whatever they have saved by the investors. Okay, so demand and supply theory simply that only. When you talk about the capital theory under this classical theory only, you have various theories. So one is demand and supply, which is this the simple one. Then capital theory, how, what is the productivity of capital? How productive is your capital? When I talk about the productivity, if you are supposingly having an investment of let's say 100 crore from the bank, and you will be paying certain interest also on this particular amount, so you have a capital of let's suppose 100 crore plus this additional interest will also be paid. After investing this much amount in your business, what kind of profits you are making. If your business is profitable and meets your expectation, you will say that the productivity of capital is high. Otherwise, it is not. So capital be having certain you can say components. So capital supply is regulated by the thrift, that is savings, or the time preferences, whereas capital demand is determined by the productivity of capital. How productive is the capital once you utilize it? Only then you tell whether it is productive or not. The investment theory of interest here, the simple funda will be that real factors will be determining your savings as well as the further investment. What are the real factors you are saving and investment only? When we talk about in the real world, in the real economy, you will have only two factors. One, savings will be done, and these savings will be invested. Simply stated, you need not to see for the source of the savings. Nobody is talking about the level of income, but when specifically talk about the level of income. For classical theory, what you have to remember, savings and investment are the only parameters. The real theory of interest, as interest is real phenomena based on your real factors, that is saving and investment, that is solely determined by the real factors of supply and demand for capital under the perfect competition. So only the demand and supply will be at play. And when we talk about the crux of all the have discussed and ultimately form the classical theory of rate of interest, you have to remember only two things. One, supply of savings, fine, supply of savings. Another one, demand of savings. That is it. The question can be asked from either of the components. So when we talk about supply of savings, it is directly proportional to the rate of interest, because as the rate of interest will be increasing, people more inclined towards saving more. Like suppose the government announces today that the rate of interest will be high for the upcoming 2 years. So you start saving. That's the natural instinct. But whether entire economy will be doing that, that's a different story altogether. And JM will criticize this particular theory of classical economists on this basis also, that nobody will be saving the amount if they do not have the income. How they will be saving? But according to classical economists, as soon as rate of interest is high, savings will increase. Okay, so we have to read everything, whatever mentioned by the classical economists. That is why when we talk about the relationship between interest rate and savings, so as the real interest rate increases, you will see the increase in the volume of savings as well. And when we talk about savings, they entail to what? Certain sacrifice. You have not spent some amount, you have saved that, you have sacrificed something, performed abstinence. Abstinence in the form of not shopping for anything would have if you are not having this instinct, or patience which you have shown. You delayed your requirements, you delayed your purchases. Instead, what you are doing, you are. So when we talk about the interest, it will be reward for your waiting or abstinence. And the graph between the interest rate and savings will be sloping upwards. Always remember the direct relationship between the rate of interest and supply of savings will be there. That's why the graph will be sloping upwards. When we talk about the demand for savings, so when the demand will be high, when the rate of interest charged on that particular amount is lower. So lower the rate of interest, higher the demand. And that's why we say demand of savings have what? A, an inverse relationship rate of interest. That is why your graph is downward sloping. So demand of savings, find a downward sloping curve. It will be from where? The demand will be from the producer or the investors who want to invest in their business. And when we talk about the demand for saving, what is the most important point here? That the capital demand curve will be sloping downwards towards right. And when the equilibrium will be attained, as we have seen in demand and supply, the equilibrium will be that point where the demand for saving and the supply of saving So this rate of interest, where the suppliers are also happy with the rate of interest, and the people who are demanding the investment, they are also happy with the rate of interest. Have what? Your equilibrium interest rate. For this case, it is what? 15%. Fine.
When I talk about the overall agenda in this particular unit, that is unit 19th, if you are following the IIBF Macmillan publication book, you will find four topics, more or less four elaborately discussed topics, starting off with the objectives of fiscal policy in India. You must be knowing that in India we have two types of major economic policies, one being the monetary policy being governed by the RBI. Second one is your fiscal policy, which is governed by the government policies, all those policies which the government takes so that our country can have the economic growth as well as development. So what are the objectives of fiscal policy? Mind it, union budget is a part of fiscal policy only. Revenue and capital account, how we distinguish between these two accounts and how they are related to the union budget. Then we have receipts and expenditure. Obviously, when we talk about the government, it has two sources from which the expenditure will happen, two sources from which revenue will be coming, and when we discuss elaborately the components, you will be able to understand how things will pan out. Receipt will be what? Added to the government's account. Expenditure will be subtracted from the government's account. That is the basic thing which everybody must be knowing. Last topic will be FRBM Act, that is Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act. Why do we need this act? What was the reason for this act being enacted in the parliament way back in 2002-2003? That is the major area where you must focus on if you are studying on your own. Today we will be highlighting the basics of fiscal policy, that how the fiscal policy is different from the monetary policy. Along with that, certain basics of union budget, the date when it is presented, how it is different from the scenario which was prevailing till 2016. And lastly, we'll be looking into the receipts portion of union budget. So let's start our discussion with the fundamental difference between monetary and fiscal policy. So in the previous units, that is unit number 17th, you must have learnt this part, that is the monetary policy, a basic, a fundamental economic policy via which RBI tends to monitor and manage inflation levels in our country. So when I talk about monetary policy, it is governed by the actions of central bank of a country. In our case, it will be Reserve Bank of India. On the other hand, when we discuss the fiscal policy, you must be very clear that Government of India via the Finance Ministry will be governing all those actions which are taken for the economic policy for growth and development of our country via fiscal policy. Then what is the basic aim? Why do we need an economic policy known as monetary policy? To curb the inflation levels which are there. Right now, when we talk about the latest trend, retail inflation stands at 2.1% according to the latest data. For economic growth along with development, fiscal policy is the one which will be targeted by the government. How the monetary policy will be taking care of this particular level of inflation, whether it is rising or not. So RBI says that 4 plus minus 2% will be the benchmark beyond which if the inflation is falling, then it is a cause of concern, and we will manage that using the financial management. And what is exactly the financial management when we talk about the fiscal policy? It is nothing but the tools of monetary policy, like the interest rates, how we manage the interest rates, how we manage the repo rate, reverse repo rate, liquidity adjustment facility overall, plus along with that CRR, SLR, all these things clubbed together will be known as the financial management tools for the RBI via which it will be controlling the inflation. When I talk about fiscal policy, more or less it will talk about the government's earnings in the form of revenue and the spending of government in the form of expenditure. Clubbed together, they will form what? This is also a very simple definition for union budget. So the most important part of the fiscal policy is union budget, which is an overall chapter in our syllabus, unit number 19 for JAIIB. Okay, so before dwelling deep into the union budget, let's see what are the objectives of fiscal policy. Simple objective is to have a particular number in the mind, that is GDP, fine. GDP growth must be there. Along with that, some social objectives must also be met via various you can say subsidies which the government will be disbursing, and they will form the part of expenditure of the government. So primary and additional objectives, two types of objectives, you can bifurcate them into. Primary is promoting the economic growth, basically having the GDP numbers in mind and trying to achieve these numbers. When we talk about the GDP calculation, we have seen that in unit number 18th, but the projections which we right now have, they are somewhere between 6.2 to 6.4, which includes the World Bank as well as IMF projections also. What is the exact number for the financial year? We will be looking into that also in upcoming months. But right now you can assume the level of GDP to be somewhere around 6.2 to 6.4%. Maintaining the price stability in the economy. Now you will say that price stability more or less it entails to the monetary policy also, because inflation is what? You are managing the price rise. But once RBI has managed the price rise, you need to give it stability, and that particular stability will be given via the fiscal policy. How it is implemented? Via various components. Additional objectives are mobilizing the resources. This is consistent with the social objective of the government, that is you can say social welfare, giving the resources to all the people, to all the citizens, and especially the people who are living in the backward areas or the remote areas of our country. Promoting allocative efficiency. You are allocating the resources, which is the fundamental objective of studying economics. Why? Because economics is what? It is a particular study which we make so that we can manage the scarce resources. So allocating those resources is one of the objective of fiscal policy. Reducing inequality in income and wealth, again social welfare. The data states that 10% of our population, it holds 57% of the entire nation's wealth. So this inequality must be curbed by the fiscal policy. Promoting private sector investment is also an objective under the fiscal policy. How the government will be promoting the private sector investment? Via liberalization. In 1991, everybody knows that the economic reforms happened, and ultimately it led to liberalized laws so that the foreign investors can directly invest in our country. So overall, these are the objectives of fiscal policy. Now let's see what is particularly a union budget and why it is known as union budget. Why not budget? Because in India we have state budget also. For the respective states we will be having different state budgets, but we are here concentrating only on the center's budget because some aspects are there in the state's budget which are not included in union budget and vice versa. And when I talk about the overall components, they will more or less remain the same, but the specific components pertaining to a specific state might differ. So we'll be focusing on union budget only. And when we talk about union budget, what has changed over a period of time? Since 2016, some changes have been made, some fundamental changes like presentation of the budget. Although earlier also it was made in the parliament, but now the date has been changed. Earlier rail budget was presented separately on the same day when the union budget was presented. Now it has been clubbed and it has become a part of union budget only. So what is union budget? Annual budget of the country is known as union budget, presented by Union Finance Minister. It was being presented on the last working day of February. Earlier till 2016 it was presented on 28th or 29th Feb. If it is a leap year, then the date will change. So like that it used to happen, but now it will be presented always, remember, on 1st of February. That is the shift, the number one shift, or you can say the initial push which the government wanted to give to all the states in the country so that the resources can be more efficiently allocated, since we have more time now. If we look into the time gap, 27-28 days, we do not feel that it is too much. but when it comes to the ground reality, it might create a huge difference. Then that was the only reason why it was shifted to 1st of Feb. The rationale behind this change is that it provides time to the government to implement it from the 1st April when the new financial year starts. So entire Feb is there, March is there, implementation will be done from the April. Another change which has been introduced from the year 2017 is that rail budget, which was earlier presented separately by the Union Railway Minister, has now been merged with the Union budget. All of you, I hope, being a banker or aspiring bankers for DBF candidates, I am saying, you must be well versed with the Union budget which was presented this year. What are the major changes which have been done? Everybody knows about the salary part, that yes, the exemptions have been made, they have been lifted to a particular limit. But when it comes to the banks, what is there specifically for the banks in this year's budget? Do let me know in the comment section. One important, very important aspect is there for the banking sector. I want everybody to comment, whosoever is watching this video, in the comment section, that what is that important component which was presented by the finance minister in this year's budget. Okay, so enough of the introduction, I think, of Union budget. Now let's move on to the actual thing which will create the difference, which will enhance your knowledge about the Union budget. In front of you, you can see a particular flow chart which talks about various type of accounts, various type of receipts, expenditure, further classification of receipts, or you can say revenue has also been done. Now what are these? Let's see one by one. Whenever I talk about the budget, always remember or try to correlate it with a particular wallet that the government holds. Okay, I always give this example to my students, that let's suppose government has a particular wallet, that is W, in which it will be having what? It will be having various, you can say, sum of money from various sources. So a particular wallet of government, let's assume this to be the budget. Okay, this is the budget of the government. In this wallet, there are two sources from where the funds will be flowing, in as well as out. So we can assume that a particular person, individual, is having a wallet, and the person is having two accounts in two different banks. One particular account is known as the revenue account. Another account will be known as the capital account. Okay, so there are two types of accounts which the government holds. And why it holds two different or separate accounts? Revenue account specifically talks about the spending or the earnings of government for the time period less than 1 year. So within 1 year, if the government is spending some money from an account, or the government is earning something in that account, it will be reflected in the revenue account. Always remember, it is revenue account. And when I talk about the capital account, all those earnings, all those spendings which the government will be doing beyond 1 year, it will be covered under the capital account. Now what are the examples? By examples you can understand better. When I talk about the revenue account, the government being one of the employer also of the government employees, it will be disbursing salaries on monthly basis via revenue account. When we talk about the investments which the government is making for a longer period of time, let's say 10 years, it will disburse the funds from the capital account, like that. Okay, now revenue account has two heads. One will be the revenue, another one will be the expenditure. Similarly, capital account also, it will have one head as the revenue, from where the money will be earned, so the money will be added in the account, and expenditure, that the money will be gone or spent via this particular head. Revenue plus expenditure minus. Now next scenario which you have to understand, it is for understanding only, is that revenue part entails to two subsections or subcategories when I talk about the revenue account. You can call the revenue as receipts also if you are getting confused between the revenue account and the revenue expenditure. This is the name of the account. This is what? This is the earning. So when I talk about the revenue account, in this particular account, some receipt will be there, some revenue will be earned by the government via taxes, and the remaining portion of this particular receipt or the revenue of the revenue account will be from the non-tax sources. So both these club together, tax sources, non-tax sources, you will get the revenue or receipt part of the revenue account. But when I talk about the capital account, here there are again two categories. One, if you are earning some kind of capital which is creating a debt on you, like Government of India has taken advances, fine, from the IMF during COVID era, that particular amount will be credited on a particular date, supposedly in you can say 2021, that particular amount was credited to the account of Government of India, where it will be reflected in capital account, since it is a lending given to India for a longer term. So capital account. Where in capital account? In the revenue part, because it has been added. So try to understand and tell me whether the loan which India has taken from the IMF, it will be returned ultimately to the IMF along with the interest payments or not. So today, if the IMF has credited some amount in the capital account of the government, will it be there only for a longer duration of time and no obligation is there? Or for that matter, do you think that it has created a debt? So definitely it will be a debt creating revenue for the Government of India. On the flip side, when we talk about a scenario where India provided loan to Sri Lanka, I hope that everybody remembers 2-3 years back, economic crisis hit the neighboring country of ours, that is Sri Lanka, and the Indian government lent a helping hand to the government, and it lent huge amount of money. Now after 3 or 4 years, if the Sri Lankan government is repaying the loan to our country back to the account, that is the capital account of Government of India, it will be reflected in capital account. It will be in which head? Revenue head, because the amount has been added. But since it is a payback from the Sri Lankan government, it will be directly reflected into the non-debt category, because it is not creating any debt. It is the India's money. The Indian government will be the sole owner of that particular money. That is why it will be included in the non-debt category. I hope that this particular entire chart is clear to you, because ultimately if this is clear, then only cramming is left. This was the part which you need to understand in order to get the feel of budget, the union budget, for that matter state budget also, but yes, specifically we are talking about the Government of India's budget here. Fine. Okay, so if you have any kind of doubt, don't hesitate, just ask me in the comment section. So when we talk about the formulas which are important for the examination, there are 2 or 3 formulas which will be asked in the exam, because regularly IRBF has this habit of asking such questions. When I talk about such 2 formulas, one being the formula for revenue deficit, another being the formula for fiscal deficit. Although revenue deficit has been terminated from the Indian economy's parlance, because now we use the fiscal deficit as the benchmark for undertaking various scenarios for the economic growth of our country, but still IRBF can ask you the revenue deficits formula as well. So revenue deficit formula simply includes what? It will be including the revenue part of the budget, the revenue account. So when we talk about the revenue receipts from the revenue account, so total revenue expenditure minus total revenue receipt, only this portion, the upper one, which is included in the revenue account only. It will not talk about the capital account. Fine. This is the portion which is specifically for what? For calculating the revenue deficit. Okay. So revenue receipts minus expenditure will give you what? The revenue deficit. But since capital account is an integral part of the entire union budget, we have a specific formula for that, which is the fiscal deficit. It is the overall excess of the revenue, if any, as compared to the expenditure of the government of India. Formula will be total expenditure minus total revenue excluding the borrowings. So when I talk about these two accounts, the entire amount of revenue, that is total revenue, will be calculated from these accounts. It will be subtracted from the expenditure which you are doing as a country. And this particular expenditure is having a part which is known as the borrowings. Or to state it simply, you can reverse this particular formula also so that you can easily understand what we are talking about. Let's write it in a better manner, which will be, in the revenue and the capital account, you will have certain part of revenue which includes the borrowings. So first of all, from your overall revenue, you exclude the borrowings. Then only you will get the exact picture, because these borrowings will be reversed back to the sourcing country. So it cannot be held for a long time period. It will be returned to the respective country. So first of all, remove or exclude the borrowings from the revenue portion. You will get the exact or the effective revenue for our country, and then simply subtract it from the expenditure. Okay, I hope that now it makes more sense, or now it is much more easier. What you have to exclude in the entire revenue? The borrowings. Always remember, otherwise you will be having wrong answers in the actual exam. Fine. History of banking in India. How the banks evolved in our country. What about the regulator of the banks, that is RBI, and what all types of banks are there, be it the scheduled banks. What do we mean by scheduled banks and how they are different from the non-scheduled banks? What is the basic difference between public and private sector banks? All these things we'll be covering today. This part, that is the important legislations, it is not being covered in this lecture. Why? Because the RBI Act along with the Banking Regulation Act will be covered in a separate unit, and that is the most important these are the two most important legislations when we talk about Indian banking structure. So let's begin our discussion with the history of banking in India. Although the history goes way back in 1700s, specifically the Bank of Hindustan in 1770. But when we talk about the core institutional credit, which was started by Imperial Bank of India, from there only you will find the specific importance of Indian banking system growing up till today. So formal banking, it started with the establishment of Bank of Hindustan in 1770. When we talk about the Imperial Bank of India, which was ultimately named as State Bank of India, its, you can say, establishment story is a different one. All those banks which were established by the foreign invaders, they were in the metropolitan cities like Mumbai or Bombay. At that time it was known as Bombay. Then we had one particular bank in Madras. Along with that, one bank was there in Calcutta. These three banks were ultimately merged into one, that is known as the Imperial Bank of India. Now when I talk about the Imperial Bank of India, it not only served as the largest bank of its time, but along with that it has certain regulatory roles. So at that time there was no RBI. So till the RBI was there, your Imperial Bank of India was the regulator, or it was performing the regulatory role for the entire banking structure in India. So the earliest precursor of the present State Bank of India was Bank of Calcutta. In 1806, it was established, the Bank of Calcutta, and later on it was renamed as Bank of Bengal. In 1923, the merger happened between Bank of Calcutta, Bank of Madras, and Bank of Bombay, and it was termed as Imperial Bank of India. When I specifically talk about SBI after independence in 1955, that is 1st July 1955, we have the SBI. So recently, State Bank of India celebrated its Bank Day also, that is 1st of July. So what is important from this particular slide? Bank of Hindustan 1770, Imperial Bank of India was formed by the merger of which all banks, and SBI started its operation from which date? So 1st July 1955. All these things are very important for the examination. Next, when we talk about some more aspects of the history of Indian banking structure, we must know that at the rural level, or you can say, in order to institutionalize the credit disbursement in rural areas, we had a cooperative movement, not only for the rural credit, but to in general uplift the lifestyle of the rural people. And this rural cooperative movement, or cooperative movement as we know it, was pioneered by Sri Vitthal L. Kavthekar. So you must remember the name, it is important. Question can be asked by the IIBF that the cooperative movement was started or pioneered by which of the following? So Vitthal L. Kavthekar, and it started in the state of Baroda. When we talk about the focus was on village credit, and which specific act was enacted thanks to this particular movement? The Act of Cooperative Societies Act 1904. And what was the aim? The core aim was same: cooperation among the agriculturalists, artisans, and persons of limited means. Now these persons of limited means, they used to reside in the remote areas, not only in the rural areas but also certain semi-urban areas as well. So when we talk about the rural credit, the birth of rural credit in India was an outcome of the cooperative movement. That is so true. Next, the major banks in our country, what year was there for all these banks, the establishment year? You will find certain banks like Allahabad Bank, then you have these only Allahabad Bank is there in this particular picture, which was ultimately merged with another bank. But yes, it was one of the old bank that was established in 1865. PNB in 1894, BOI, that is Bank of India, and Canara Bank in 1906. 1908 we had Bank of Baroda. In 1911 we have the Central Bank of India. Being a banker, you must know the establishment year of these banks if you are a part of these financial institutions. When we talk about the regulator, that is the RBI. So it started its operation from 1935 only. But what led to the foundation of this regulator? It was Hilton Young Commission. So it recommended the establishment of banking regulator, which was known as RBI, Reserve Bank of India. It was nationalized in 1948, although started its operation as a regulator in 1935, but post independence we nationalized it in 1948. And after that we had one nationalization of SBI in 1955. The Imperial Bank of India was transformed into a nationalized bank, which became the first nationalized bank of our country, and that is the independent India in 1955. In 1956, you will find a reference of more than 200 private insurance companies being merged together and known as the LIC. So these three landmark events happened within a time span of 7 to 8 years. The government also nationalized 14 private banks, and when we talk about, there were two phases of nationalization, one in 1969 and the another one in 1980. What you have to remember from these, you can say, cycles or phases of nationalization of banks, two things. First, how many banks were nationalized in both the phases? 14 in the first phase, and in the second phase 6 were nationalized. Second thing is, what about the deposits? Was there any criteria pertaining to the deposits? So answer is yes. In the first phase, all those banks with deposits over 50 crores were nationalized, and in the second phase with 200 crores they were nationalized. RBI also launched one lead bank scheme. Ultimately, right now we know it thoroughly, because being a banker, you must be having some messages from the lead bank manager, and they will be trying to push you towards implementing all the government schemes. But it was obviously started by the regulator in 1969. The lead bank for each district was responsible that time for the credit needs, and still in 2025 also it is performing the same function. When I talk about one more important financial institution in our country, that is the RRB, the Regional Rural Banks. They were established via one act which was passed in the parliament in 1974, and ultimately regional rural banks started their operation. As a part of liberalization and the recommendation of Narsimham Committee, private banks also entered after the economic reforms in 1991. And thanks to this LPG reform, we had the entrance of major private banks like ICICI Bank in 1994. Then we have the entry of HDFC Bank and so on. The licensing of the banks, they were also once again opened up. Now the private banks imbibed the competition within the Indian banking system, and it led to the great amount of, you can say, restructuring in the balance sheet for public sector banks as well. When we talk about the recent institutionalization or reshuffling of our banking structure, so IDFC and Bandhan Financial Services, they were given license to set up the universal banks. Along with that, differentiated banks. What is a differentiated bank? Which has a specific role to perform. Not everything which is being performed by the commercial banks normally, but some specific role is given. Like in the payments bank, they are to provide the payments. That is the deposit. No credit will be disbursed. Likewise, in the local area banks, the local credit will be ensured. Along with that, small finance banks also, which perform a specific role to provide the rural credit for the weaker sections. So when we talk about the timeline, it was in 2015 when the differentiated banks were also established, that is payment bank and small finance banks. One thing which you must keep in mind, that not only the cooperatives, or for that matter your RRBs, but the PSL guidelines also are very important for the restructuring of rural credit. And RBI along with Government of India, they have identified certain sectors, namely 9 sectors are there right now in our country, which are categorized as the priority sector lending sectors. If you have not watched the video of unit number 4th, in which we have covered the PSL norms, it is highly recommended to revisit once if you have, and if you have not, then revisit it again. So now let's move on to the types of banks. As in the initial lecture, we were telling that we have 4 types of banks majorly: scheduled, non-scheduled, private and public sector banks. When I talk about the scheduled banks and non-scheduled banks, what is the difference? Scheduled banks are those banks which are mentioned in the RBI Act, and in which schedule? In Schedule 2. Non-scheduled banks, some examples in front of you: Andaman and Nicobar State Cooperative, Manipur State Cooperative Bank and Sikkim State Cooperative Bank. All these 3 are the example of non-scheduled banks. The scheduled banks include in the second schedule of the RBI Act 1934. When I talk about the paid up capital, is there any limit to these scheduled commercial to these scheduled banks? Commercial banks will be looking into the next discussion, but right now let's focus on the scheduled banks. So in terms of the RBI Act, the bank's paid up capital and the raised funds must be at least how much? Rupees 5 lakh. That you must remember. Question has been asked once, that what about the paid up capital? So the answer was 5 lakh. Eligible to borrow from the RBI at bank rate and obtain membership in the clearing houses. The clearing houses, the CCIL, which we covered in unit number 17th, the monetary policy. They must meet the reserve requirements also, the scheduled banks, which is to maintain the CRR with the RBI and to maintain SLR on their own. Further divided into scheduled commercial banks and scheduled cooperative banks. So normally we talk about these, that is scheduled commercial banks, in our discussion, which are in total 6. Starting off with the various normal banks, like your nationalized banks, you have the private banks, then public sector banks are there. Along with that, we also have a specific category for the foreign banks. And these foreign banks, what functions do they perform? Again, I would redirect your attention towards the unit number 4th. There, specifically the RBI master guidelines we have discussed, and for the various foreign banks in accordance with their number of branches. In terms of ownership and function, commercial banks can be classified into 6 categories. We'll be looking into that also. Public sector banks have the largest share of business as well as branches right now. So when we talk about the profitability and everything, you must refer to the RBI circular, which was just now published in, I think, 1st of July only or 30th of June. It was there. A report was published by the RBI, and it contains everything which you need to know, the points of difference between the private and the public sector banks. So the 6 banks in under the scheduled banks, the scheduled commercial banks, they are public sector, private sector, foreign, labs, that is the local area bank, RRBs, payment bank, and your small finance banks. In total, you will find them as 7. Why? Because small finance banks have been added later on. Cooperatives, they are 6, they are 3: state cooperative, and then we have the urban cooperative. Along with that, we also have the district cooperative bank. So DCBs, they are the most important in the cooperative bank structure. If you have to pinpoint towards one particular category which has immense potential and which has already helped disbursing the credit requirements of the backward area people, then yes, it has done very good work here. Now let's move on to the merger. From here, one question is expected. Every year IIBF asks one question based on the merger of banks, and it is very simple. Being a banker, you must be knowing most of these mergers, but let's revise it for all of you. Starting off with the merger between Dena and Vijay Bank. So Dena Bank, Vijay Bank merged into Bank of Baroda. Oriental Bank of Commerce and United Bank of India merged into your Punjab National Bank, that is PNB. Andhra Bank and Corporation Bank, they were merged into Union Bank of India. And when we talk about the Syndicate Bank, it was merged with the Canara Bank, and Allahabad Bank merged into Indian Bank. So one question is expected this time also. So do make sure after the lecture you note down all these mergers in one note and keep on revising them if you do not know. Now let's see some important points, some important factoids about the public sector banks. Why only public sector banks? Because they form the largest chunk of business activities in our country. So they comprise of SBI, along with that 11 nationalized banks. So SBI, right now we see it as one bank. Earlier it had subsidiaries also. Nationalization of banks held in 69 and 80. When we talk about total nationalized banks, they were 27. Right now we have 11 plus 1 only. However, when we talk about new Bank of India 1993, this question can also be asked, that in 1993 which bank was merged with the PNB? So the correct answer will be New Bank of India. There were no mergers till 2008, and after 2008 till 2017 there were spree of mergers, including the merger of 7 subsidiaries of SBI into the parent bank. So in 2008 the State Bank of Saurashtra and Indore were merged, and the remaining 5, that is your State Bank of Hyderabad, Patiala, Travancore, Mysore, and Bikaner and Jaipur were merged in 2017. The public sector banks have a number of offices in the overseas as well. So all these important points you must know while studying for the unit number 21. Okay, so this was it for the discussion. Now let's solve some questions based on these. The first question in front of you: the government nationalized 14 private banks with the deposits over 50 crores on 19 July 1969. That is, we are talking about the first phase of nationalization. And 6 more with deposits exceeding dash on 16th April 1980. So what will be the right answer for the second phase? Second phase was for the 200 crore. All those banks exceeding this amount of 200 crore, they were nationalized. And how many banks were they? There were 6 banks. So correct answer is option B. Next, Dash was taken over by the PNB in 1993. Just now we have discussed that New Bank of India was the right answer. So A will be the correct answer. Introduction, role of DFIs and major DFIs in India. These three will form the part of discussion for today's video. When I talk about the introduction, when you have the commercial banks, why do we need a development finance institution? Reason is very simple. Earlier when the topic was in the news back in 1970s, 1960s, we had limited amount of purview in the commercial banks. We are talking about entire era which was before 1990. So back then commercial banks used to provide only short-term resources. Short-term funding was being ensured. Why long-term funding was not there? Because it involved risk. And at that time, the risk appetite of Indian banks, it was not that high. Their ability to lend for longer periods as required for the infrastructure projects is limited. DFIs are also known as the development banks, and they do not develop only a particular segment. Fine. They are right now developing the entire gamut of, you can say, Indian economy. When we say that entire gamut of services are being provided by DFIs right now, whether it was the same scenario in the beginning, answer is no. Earlier they were very focused on either the industrial growth or for that matter the investment in a particular domain, but now they have n number of services to offer. They play significant role in provision of long-term credit, contributing in capital formation for sustained growth. Most DFIs, they extend the direct finance. Most, this is the keyword, because there are certain DFIs like NABARD, they provide refinancing to other institutes as well. So a brief history of DFIs in India. When you talk about the first DFI, it was IFCI, that is Industrial Finance Corporation of India. And when I talk about the chronology, that is very, very important. Fine, entire chronology is important. Like question can be asked that IFCI, then you have the state FCs, then ICICI, and then you will be supposedly asked SIDBI. Whether this particular arrangement of DFIs is in chronological order or not, or you have to arrange it in the chronological order. Such kind of questions have been asked earlier and are expected to be asked from this chapter. So when I talk about 1948 IFCI, then in 1951 we have the State Finance Corporations, ICICI in 1955, LIC 1956. All these are very important. See, these are the most important ones. That's why I have listed here. NABARD 1981, EXIM 1982, NHB 1988, then SIDBI was carved out from the IDBI in 1989, and we have the IDFC Limited also again for the industrial development in 1997. The present, you can say in present 2025, what is the latest one? Out of these, which is the latest entrant here? It is NABFID. National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development. So infrastructural developments, you need finance for that, and it is provided directly by the NABFID. When I talk about the direct finance from the DFIs, mostly they provide direct financing, but indirect finance and refinance activities are being carried out by NABARD, by SIDBI and National Housing Bank as well, because they not only provide the refinance, plus they have some supervisory role and regulatory role also over the other financial institutions. Okay. Next, when I talk about the role of DFIs, this particular discussion will be more relatable if we start from why DFIs. Fine. Why do we need DFIs, or what was the need back in 1950s post independence that government felt that yes, now we must have DFIs. So DFIs for industrial development, extended term loan for setting up of new units, also for expansion modernization, and thus had a well diverse asset portfolio. So diversification of portfolio was not there initially when we got independence, and DFIs played that role in a longer run. The tenure of financial assistance was usually up to 10 years with sustainable initial moratorium periods as well. So moratorium period, and if we club the moratorium period in the repayment period, it might go beyond 10 years also, which was not at all feasible for the you can say yester era commercial banks. DFIs were funded by government provided equity capital and preferential market access, like channelizing the multilateral funding lines, fund flow from the National Industrial Credit, long-term operations of RBI, SLR, tax saving bonds, all these, the security markets also, they were engaged by the government so that we have a particular infrastructural units for various domains, for various sectors of economy. So the entire, you can say, focus was on either the industrial growth or the infrastructural growth activities and providing the investment opportunities to the various institutions, the financial institution in our country. Next, when we talk about why DFIs were preferred over the commercial banks, so DFIs borrowed medium and long term fund at fixed interest rate for lending for medium and long term projects. Again, medium and long term projects. Back then in 1950s, 60s, 70s, they were not sponsored by the banks. The commercial banks I am talking about. Government, definitely it will push them to disburse loans, but it was a risky venture. Then we have the CAS, that is Credit Authorization Scheme. It restricted the commercial banks in going for large ticket long term lending. RBI has stipulated a particular limit beyond which the commercial banks cannot lend back then in 50s and 60s. Also, access to the external commercial borrowings by corporates was not permitted at all. So external commercial borrowings are not permitted, then the financial institutions are left with a limited option, and DFIs played that role. The capital market was narrow and shallow with fewer participants. Activity in debt market was absent, and it created good platform for DFIs to have an entry into the Indian economic setup. When we talk about the changing role of DFIs, you will find n number of examples where some DFIs, they were established as DFIs, now they are running as a bank, as a commercial bank, be it a private bank. Or for that matter, when we talk about the reverse of change, you will find certain banks like IDBI, they have been bifurcated into a particular domain like SIDBI. It came out of these IDBI, and now we see it as the SIDBI, which will provide direct finance to the MSMEs. And why this particular role has been performed by SIDBI? Right now, we have the specific ministry, that is Ministry of MSME for the MSME sector in our country. But back then, in 1999, the robust system was not there. When I talk about the changing role, it starts from the universal banking, a particular phenomena where you will find the reference of n number of services, n number of products which are being offered by the financial institutions to the customers, and these customers do not require any kind of credit. Keep this thing in mind, they do not require any kind of credit. All they need is to have a particular institutionalized way of having these services. So universal banking, although recommended back in 1998, but the DFIs were there since 1950s only. Based on the recommendation of Narsimham Committee of 1998, we saw a shift, a paradigm shift from the role of being a development finance institution to the commercial banks. IDBI, ICICI, these are the prime examples of this particular shift. DFIs to have option to transform as the banks. That is what we were just discussing. Then we have some regulatory framework which was strengthened by the RBI, and the need for this for DFIs was felt if they were to be given greater access to short-term resources. Always remember, whenever we have a shortage of funds and we want to avail the entire services from banking system, we must open some other gateways, and RBI via its regulatory framework, via the regulatory mechanism, it is doing its job since 1955. So when we talk about the recommendations, universal banking recommendation were implemented, and ultimately we saw some good amount of DFIs transforming themselves into a bank. One of them is ICICI. Government also recognized that in the longer run, we won't have many DFIs sustaining their business activities. Why? Because they were focused only on either the industrial growth or investment growth or infrastructural growth. And when you talk about the demand for these services, these are very, very limited. So in turn, you will see that government in 2002 along with RBI, they felt that now we must focus on the commercialization of banks rather than expanding the services of DFIs. So you will find many DFIs like ICICI and IDBI converting themselves into the banks. So ICICI, when you talk about the history, it is Industrial Credit and Investment Corporation of India. It was established as an initiative of World Bank, Government of India and the representatives of Indian industry in 1955. In 1955, you can imagine a scenario, an economy where things are not going really well for the Indian government. They wanted what? They wanted to resurrect the industrial growth. So industrial credit was required. Along with that, investment was also required for our industrial growth. So investment as well as the credit was ensured by ICICI. Along with the government, World Bank was also one of the major stakeholder of this project. Main objective was to provide medium and long-term project financing to the Indian businesses. Long-term project financing, always remember, it means that you are having a type of setup where you will be repaying certain loans, certain obligations based on whatever you have made profits in the entire cycle. If your business is growing, you are making some money out of that business. The money will be first utilized for repaying the obligations and then in the expansion activities. Until late 1980s, ICICI focused on project finance, providing long-term funds. But after 1990s, what happened after 1990s to Indian economy? The LPG reforms came in. So after that, it with its subsidiaries and group companies offered many products and services to the customers. After globalization, it provided many products and services to broader spectrum of the clients. ICICI Bank was incorporated in 1994 and it is now one of the part of ICICI group. We have securities market also under this group. Then when you talk about more ICICI, in 1999, ICICI became the first Indian company and the first bank or financial institution from non-Japan Asia. So it got the recognition in the Asian region also to be listed on the NY Stock Exchange, New York Stock Exchange. It got listed in 1999. Always remember, if the question is asked that which company or which bank in India was the first one to be listed on NY Stock Exchange, it was ICICI. Conversion of DFI into bank, also called as universal banking, offered ICICI the ability to accept the low cost demand deposits. Now it is no longer in the domain of granting medium and long term funding. It can accept low cost demand deposits as well, including the opportunities to earn non-fund based income as banking fee as well as commission. So see, whenever we talk about DFIs, they have a particular motive. They must follow that path. But for the commercial banks, sky is the limit. You can offer n number of services, and while offering those services, you can charge some nominal service charges as well. And from there only profit maximization happens, and the expansion is the ultimate outcome. In March 2002, ICICI was merged with ICICI Bank to create the first universal bank in India to offer n number of products and services to the Indian customers. Following this merger, ICICI Limited ceased to exist as DFI. Why? Because once you expand your products, your services in the market, you won't find any role in the DFIs. DFIs are there for a specific purpose, only to perform either the infrastructural purpose or investment purpose, or for that matter institutionalized credit for the long term funding. Fine. Next, when I talk about the IDBI in the DFIs only, IDBI is there for one or two reasons which we have to know. First of all, it started its business in India as Industrial Development Bank. Back in 1950s, when the industries in India, they were not faring well, the government felt need of institutionalized credit for the industries. And this was the first step taken by the government to establish what? IDBI. In IDBI, you will find two important things. First of all, it was established back in 1964 as the wholly owned subsidiary of RBI. Then afterwards, the government had the majority stake there, and from wholly owned subsidiary, its modus operandi shifted towards a commercial bank. Fine. So IDBI Act was amended in 1994 to permit the public ownership up to 49%. Then in 1995, it raised more than 2000 crore in the first IPO, and after that, the ultimate, you can say, method via which the IDBI sustained its business was giving on the stakes which the government held. And right now we see it as one of the private banks, but do remember that IDBI not only provided a bank to our country, but also one of the important refinancer in the form of SIDBI. SIDBI is there for what? For refinancing the activities or providing the robust credit mechanism for the MSME sector. Okay. When I talk about a basic introduction of microfinance, you must microfinance. But before jumping on to the formal definition, let's have a brief discussion about microfinance. We have the commercial banks with us. We also have some NBFCs. Some private money lenders are also there in the economy. Then why do we need such institutions which are providing small amount of loans, very micro amount of loan, not even small, micro amount? When we talk about the credit profile, you will categorize them into micro loans. The reason is very simple. Not only that, the private money lenders, they exploit the customers by levying more, or you can say higher rate of interest, charging them with huge rate of interest, I would say. But for those people who are not having any kind of credit accessibility, small amount of credit will also help them. That is the first reason why microfinance. Second most important reason is the rate of interest which is being charged by these MFIs, microfinance institutions. It is relatively lower as compared to the commercial banks. Reason? Because the government wants to improve the living standard of our you can say underprivileged people, the citizens who are underprivileged, or for that matter they are living in a backward area. These two reasons clubbed together, from here the need or you can say the want of microcredit will arise, microfinance will arise. Second question which comes in our mind, that whether the microfinance institutions, they are providing credit only? Answer is again no. They are here for providing the deposit services, the savings services, along with that credit, plus some pension services also, plus they also have a particular domain where you will be offered some miscellaneous services like the saving module of a particular derivative. So when I talk about all these wide array of services clubbed together for a smaller amount, smallest amount with a nominal amount of rate of interest will provide us with the microfinance. The definition which is there in the book, that what do we mean by microfinance? It is a financial service which provides small loans, financial services to poor and low income households. Low income households. Again, the people, the individuals, they are residing in backward areas. They are not having the accessibility to credit. Even if they are having the accessibility, the rate of interest which is being charged by the money lenders, it is huge. So we want these people to come out of poverty. That is the core aim, and have a good or decent lifestyle. Next, it helps in financial inclusion, which enables the poor and low income households to come out of poverty, increase their income level and improve the living standards. Fine. So next, when we talk about the wide array of services which we were just discussing, not only includes the savings, credit, but also includes the insurance, so micro insurance and micro pensions as well. All these four clubbed together will come under the domain of microfinance. Next, when we talk about the genesis of microfinance sector in our country, the development happened in majorly four phases. Back in 1970s, the need, the want for microcredit arose in the country because the agricultural sector was reeling under stress, industrial sector was in doldrums, services sector was almost non-existent. So government thought that let's try to resurrect the small scale industries and try to provide loan to those people who want to start their small businesses, micro jobs they want to do. So in effect, from 1974, with the establishment of Shri Mahila Seva Sahakari Bank, we saw a genesis in the microfinance sector for our country. So 1974, Shri Mahila Seva Sahakari Bank was established to provide financial services to women in the unorganized sector. And this particular bank is treated as the foundation, as the keystone of our MFI development in the country. Next, in 1984, NABARD advocated self-help group linkage as a tool for poverty alleviation. See, NABARD has always supported the SHG model. Since 1984, back then NABARD was having the particular role in RBI only, fine, because one of the part of RBI was agri credit back then. So from that time only, NABARD gave a particular emphasis on the SHG, and in 1984 it was finally done by the NABARD using the SBLP, the self-help group bank linkage program. Upcoming years in 1910s for MFIs or the microfinance sector in our country. What was the reason? There were two reasons again. First, that the government was more keen to take our country out of the poverty, because poverty was surrounding every sector, every segment of society. We were reeling under huge inflation. The inflation levels were high. Investment was not there, ultimately leading to economic reforms of 91. And from 91 till 2000, you will find n number of financial activities going on thanks to the investment from the foreign investors. And somewhere down the line, the idea of microfinance took a backstage. But again, it was resurrected in the change period as we know it between 2002 and 2006. You will find specific reference for the secured and unsecured loans. Whenever we have a particular case in the bank pertaining to microfinance, one thing is for sure, either it will be backed by the subsidies or it will be an unsecured loan. Fine. So in 2002, norms for unsecured lending to SHGs were aligned with other secured loans. So whatever practices were followed for those secured loans back in 2002 were replicated for the SHGs as well, even when it was an unsecured one. But the landmark event of this phase was 2004, where RBI recognized the microfinance sector as one of the priority sector. And with the categorization as a priority sector, what happened? The priority of the commercial banks shifted towards the MF, that is microfinance. So when I talk about RBI included microfinance within the priority sector in 2004, recognizing MFIs as tool for financial inclusion. Financial inclusion, again a very important topic. In PPB also you will find its reference. In IFS also, in the later chapters of module A, when we talk about poverty, issues faced by Indian economy. So there you must know what do we mean by financial inclusion, and you can add this point there also in your notes that 2004 RBI, the major aim of recognizing microfinance as a priority sector by the RBI was to elevate the poverty and provide financial inclusion. In 2006, the nail in the coffin as we know it, fine, for the microfinance institutions, because from 2000 till 2005 this sector was reeling under huge corruption. Everybody who was involved, maximum, I would say, not everybody, maximum stakeholders who were involved in the microfinance sector, they were having corrupt practices, and that forced the government to shut down certain branches as well of certain MFIs, microfinance institutions. So allegations of high interest rate, unethical recovery practices led the government to shut down some branches of the MFIs in 2006. But in the third phase, we will see the growth, fine, growth as well as crisis. Started off with the growth story, ultimately culminating into a crisis, fine. That's a very interesting one, but yeah, that's true. In 2007, you will find private equity players entered the market, leading to rapid growth in the microfinance institution loan book. So when we talk about the economic reforms, as we were just discussing, that investment happened, huge volume of investment were inflowing in the country. And similar was the case for the microfinance institutions also. There also you found numerous private equity players, and they supported the sector back then with 35 billion rupees. That was the approximate number, but yes. In 2009, you will find that MFIN was established. Now, what is this MFIN? Microfinance Institutions Network. It was formed and it allowed the NBFCs, the non-banking financial companies, to become the member. Fine. So NBFCs also chipped in this particular sector. They also started functioning. Operational activities started from NBFC side also. Next, again in 2010, it will be facing crisis as it faced in the previous phase. So the Andhra crisis unfolded, involving coercive debt collection practices that led to borrower suicides. Public awareness, the lack of public awareness which must be provided by the financial institutions was termed as one of the major reasons of these suicides. The government issued an ordinance that significantly again curbed the MFI activities, again closing certain branches. Fine. So started off with the growth 2007. Ultimately in 2010 you will have the crisis. Next, consolidation and maturity 2012 till 2015. When I talk about the consolidation, it means that you try to define the functioning of a particular financial institution. Here it is the microfinance institutions. So in 2012, Malegaon committee, the most important committee for the MFIs, it recommended certain changes and RBI implemented the new regulations. Why? Because of the crisis here as well as the previous crisis, where exorbitant rate of interest was levied. So RBI had to intervene in 2012 and try to regulate the lending practices for the microfinance sector. 2014, RBI issued universal banking license to Bandhan Bank. So 2014 is a landmark in itself for the Bandhan Bank, the largest micro lender. MFIN was recognized as a self-regulatory organization as well. So ultimately, when we talk about MFIN, it is what? Self-regulatory organization, so that you can easily promote the lending activities, the services which are provided under the insurance sector, pension sector and the deposits for the microfinance. The latest, or you can say the most important right now, which most of the bankers are also knowing, was formation of your Mudra Bank in 2015. So this particular event ultimately led, or we can say it was termed as a flag bearer of the microfinance sector, that the establishment has been done in India, but the growth story of the microfinance sector will be started when we are implementing the Mudra scheme, the Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana. There were 3 categories of loan: Shishu, Kishore and Tarun. Right now we have 4. What is the 4th category? Do let me know in the comment section. Fine, I want everyone who is watching this session to comment in the comment section what is the 4th category, or who is the latest entrant in case of Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, and what is the amount of maximum loan which can be offered under the Mudra Yojana. Fine. So now let's have a brief discussion about the Grameen Bank model. In this particular model, you will find 2 or 3 good references, good examples that how lending activities should be popularized, how they must be done. Although this model is not from our country, fine, the Grameen Bank model is not from India but from Bangladesh. Fine, Bangladesh also one of the developing nation. Back in 1970s, from 1970s only, concrete year will be 1976, but from 1970s only the story will start. One major scholar of Bangladesh, Mr. Yunus, he will see that there are n number of villages in the vicinity where he was living, the Jobra village, where private money lenders were charging exorbitant amount from those people who are already underprivileged. They are unable to meet their day-to-day expenses. That is why they have taken loan from the private money lenders, and in return what they are getting? Exploitation. Money obviously they got, but along with that the complementary thing was exploitation because of the high rate of interest. So Mr. Yunus thought that let's try to lower down the baggage of these people, and he started to lend certain amount of money to 40 odd houses, and that too without any rate of interest. Ultimately he found out that such kind of collaboration between the lender and the person who is seeking the credit will ultimately lead to greater benefit for the society and will serve the purpose, will eradicate the poverty. Because ultimately in the backward areas, when we talk about the microfinance sector also, what is the major aim? It is to curb the poverty, to raise the living standard of the people who are underprivileged. Fine. So when we talk about the theory, how it works, the global pioneer of microfinance sector was Professor Mohammed Yunus, who experimented with the concept in 1976 and established the Grameen Bank in 1983 in Jobra village, Bangladesh. And for this particular Grameen Bank model, he was also awarded with the Nobel Prize. That is why he is known as a Nobel laureate. Fine, in 2006. He was surprised to know that people were not able to manage even 5 takas, approximately 22 cents, when we talk about the US currency, to buy the raw materials, and that local money lenders charge 10% per week and more, and this would make them poorer. Leave aside the renunciation of their income level. In fact, it is depleting. He lent 856 takas to 42 people of the village, told them to repay without interest. This emotional support was institutionalized by establishing the Grameen Bank. And when we talk about today's Bangladesh, so right now the Grameen Bank model, it has about 2600 branches and has 9 million borrowers with repayment rate of over 99%. So the loyalty of the customers was high thanks to the emotional support which was lent by Mr. Yunus. In this model, the members of the group are also the owners of the bank. So ownership is also being resurrected by Professor Yunus, and he was the opinion that if we instill the management in the lending practices, and the management comprises of those people who actually require certain amount of credit, then the payment failure can be curbed to a certain amount. Fine. So the group, normally it used to consist of 5 members, and fine, and the SHGs specifically when we talk about the specific scheme of NABARD. Okay, so this was it from my side. I hope that now you know that how you can approach this unit. What is the basic of microfinance we have discussed. Insurance is a type of contract. A contract between two individuals or the two parties, where one particular party will be the beneficiary who is paying a certain amount on regular basis. Surprised to know that once you are paying certain amount, how you can be the beneficiary. Ultimately, the ultimate beneficiary will be you only. For that matter, all the risks which are involved in that particular contract will be covered by the another party, and whatever losses have been incurred by the person who is paying a premium on regular basis will be covered by the insurer. Fine. So a particular contract where insurer will be protecting you against any kind of loss, and moreover not protecting, but you can say providing for your losses once they have occurred. Protecting, so it will be that it is not occurring at all, but the better definition would be after those losses have occurred, the insurers are providing you with the funds to recover certain assets. So it can be defined as a contract between two parties where one, the insurer, promises the other to indemnify or make good any financial loss suffered by the latter in the consideration for any amount received by the way of premium. So 2 or 3 things are there when we talk about this type of contract, the insurance contract. You will be paying some regular amount of money in the form of premium, fine, plus in case of the loss, what kind of loss is there, it will be written in the insurance policy what all is covered, and if that particular loss which has been incurred by you is a component of whatever is written in the policy, then you will be having the money in your account. You will be disbursed that same amount of loss which has been occurred, whether in the business or for that matter in the life. Okay. The contract of insurance is referred to as the insurance policy. When you talk about insurance policy, It is that contract between the insurer and the beneficiary. The beneficiary is doing what? Paying regular payments in the form of premium. The insurer, on the other hand, is providing a type of security to the customer or the person who is paying the premium. Now, when we talk about the important thing for our examination, it is the development of this particular sector in our country. So, insurance sector, how it developed, that is the area of interest for our examination. And not only we will start from the very beginning, but also we'll try to see what are the important acts in between this particular era. So, the oldest mention of insurance in Indian texts were found in Manusmriti by Manu, Dharma Shastra by Yagnavalkya, Arthashastra by Kautilya. Here some reference was there for the insurance. Some reference in the sense indirectly. You can say that the meaning, whatever is written here, can be deciphered to be the insurance contract, not directly that Manusmriti talks about insurance, no, nothing like that. The major, you can say, event which happened in the modern setup was back in 1818 in India, when the life insurance business began in our country. And it started off with the establishment of OLIC, that is Oriental Life Insurance Company, having the headquarter in Calcutta. This company, however, failed in 1834, but when we talk about the length, 16 years more or less, it was there in the insurance sector. And ultimately, when we talk about the failure also, it was one of the major disasters in the financial sector, because first, it was a new company. The sector itself was new to India. The people were unaware. The business model was not created. Ultimately, culminated into the goodbye of this particular company. Then we had in 1874 and 1897 two more companies, Oriental and Empire of India. They were started in Bombay Presidency. This era, however, was dominated by the foreign insurance offices because of the advent of Europeans also, which did good business in India, named Albert Life Assurance Royal Insurance. So, Albert Life Assurance or the Royal Insurance, you can ask your you can say grandparents, they might be knowing about the Royal Insurance for sure. That is one thing. In 1914, the government of India started publishing returns of insurance companies in India. And why the publication of these returns started? In order to create awareness that yes, the money which you are paying as premium is not in a lost cause. You are providing the premium only to be utilized in future losses. The Indian Life Assurance Companies Act 1912 was the first statutory measure to regulate this life business. So when we talk about the act, the major events, they are very important for the examination. And one such act is this act of 1912, Indian Life Assurance Companies, ILAC, because this was the first statutory setup to regulate the life business, fine, life insurance. In 1928, after 1914, directly in 1928, the Indian Insurance Companies Act was enacted to enable the government to collect statistical information about both life and the non-life business transacted in our country. So, life plus non-life clubbed together, you have a particular setup thanks to this act, Indian Insurance Companies Act. Do remember, this act will be discussed again in the upcoming slide. Indian Insurance Companies Act. When I talk about 1938, with a view to protect the interest of public, the earlier legislation was consolidated. That is the Indian Insurance Companies Act and the Indian Life Assurance Companies Act. They were consolidated into one Insurance Act 1938. This 1938 Act will remain for a very longer duration, not only during the establishment of LIC, but also during the establishment of the regulator, that is IRDAI, which with comprehensive provisions for effective control over the activities of insurers. Ordinance was issued on 19th January 1956, nationalizing the life insurance sector, and Life Insurance Corporation came into existence. So LIC was formed in 1956 after the government nationalized the life insurance sector. The LIC absorbed 154 Indian, 16 non-Indian, also 75 provident societies, 245 Indian as well as foreign insurers in all. So every company pertaining to the life insurance was absorbed by LIC, and it had the monopoly. LIC had the monopoly in the life insurance sector till late 90s, because till 1989 nothing happened majorly in the economic setup of our country, but from 1991 the economic policy, the new economic policy came into effect, and it led to the liberalization of the economy. Privatization was also allowed along with the globalization, when the insurance sector was reopened to the private sector. So all in all, you can say that in the history of insurance sector in our country, earlier foreign companies were there, then nationalization happened, then again denationalization, or you can say the opening up of the insurance sector happened. Next, when I talk about the general insurance, that was about the life insurance. Now let's see the general insurance. 1972, with the passing of General Insurance Business, that is the Nationalization Act, general insurance business was nationalized with effect from 1st January 1973. So when I talk about the nationalization of life insurance, 1956, general insurance 1973, and now in 2025 what is happening? Again we want to privatize some insurance companies. Even if not privatizing, but merger is also there in the mind of the government of one of these general insurance companies or two general insurance companies. 107 insurers were amalgamated and grouped into 4 companies, namely your National Insurance Company Limited NICL, National India Assurance Company Limited NIACL, Oriental Insurance Company Limited OICL, and United India Insurance Company Limited UIICL. All these 4 clubbed together back in 1973. They were the companies which were formed after the amalgamation of 107 insurers. The GIC, General Insurance Corporation of India, was incorporated as a company in 1971, and it commenced the business from 1st January 1973. Why from 1st January 1973? Because these national insurers started their operation from that particular date only. Now when we talk about a particular setup where you will find a reference of the regulator also, till now, till 1990s also, the early 90s, we are not having the regulator. It is a strange thing, because for banking we had a regulator since independence, that is RBI. But when I talk about insurance or securities market, or for that matter pension sector, no regulator as such was there, and that is the reason why these sectors were not having that much growth as banking did. They are part of what? Financial setup only, na? But still they were not having that operational capacity as compared to the banking sector. So when we talk about the reopening of insurance sector, it began in early 90s and the last 2 decades witnessed substantial development owing to the liberalization measures. Liberalization led to what? More foreign companies were attracted to India, that yes, now the Indian government is not levying much taxes on us, on our company, so we can have the subsidiary here, we can move to the joint venture as well, and likewise we find n number of examples which are there present right now in our country pertaining to the insurance sector, which was reopened back in 90s. 1993, the government set up a committee under the chairmanship of Sri R.N. Malhotra, former governor of RBI. So when we talk about the committees, IIBF has this habit of asking at least 2 or 3 questions every year from the committees, minimum 2 or 3. Chances are there that 5, 6, 7 questions can also be asked from the committees. The name of the committee can be asked, or for that matter, who led that committee, who was the chairman of that committee. Fine, such kind of questions are fairly common in IIBF examination. So when I talk about this committee headed by Sri R.N. Malhotra, so what was the objective? Objective given by the government to this committee was simple, that frame certain reforms for the insurance sector. How we can increase the insurance penetration in our country. How the customers who are using the insurance products, they can be satisfied. How we can decrease the premium amount. All these things. Committee submitted report in 1994. So 93, the committee was set up. Within 1 year, it submitted the report, wherein it recommended that private sector be permitted to enter the insurance industry. So first recommendation was private sector must be there in the insurance industry of our country. Similar to the Narasimham committee, where Mr. Narasimham headed the entire committee and recommended that we must have privatization of the banks. We must have more private banks in our country so that competition is imbibed in the entire sector, and once the competition is there, we will have the ultimate beneficiaries as the customers. They stated that foreign companies be allowed to India by floating Indian companies, preferably a joint venture with the Indian partners. So once you know for sure that yes, a particular foreign company is interested to invest in India, in Indian insurance sector, then you have 3 choices. First, act like a greenfield project where you will be having a subsidiary in the country. Second, you have some stakes in the already running company. You buy certain stocks of that particular company and run your business in India. Third, the joint venture, share the profits. So that was the second recommendation, second major recommendation of R.N. Malhotra committee. Following the recommendations of the Malhotra committee report, in 1999, the IRDA will be formed. So Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority, IRDA, was established. So after 5 years, the recommendations were given in what? 94. In 1999, IRDA was constituted as the regulator of insurance sector as autonomous and statutory body, April 2000, to regulate and development the insurance industry. Now, what are the important points pertaining to IRDA, fine, for our economy? The key objective of IRDA included promotion of competition so as to enhance the customer satisfaction through increased customer choices for customers will increase, lower premiums will be there, while ensuring the financial security of the insurance market. Financial security will also be ensured because you are having a wide array of business activities pertaining to insurance sector now after the, you can say, establishment of IRDA. It opened up the market in August 2000 with the invitation for the application for registrations. Foreign companies allowed to have the ownership up to 26%. This limit has been increased gradually to 74% now in this particular union budget. we found one reference where government said ultimately by the end of this year we will have 100% via automatic route for the FDIs in insurance sector. The authority has the power to frame regulations under section 114A of the Insurance Act 1938. So when we talk about the regulations for that, the regulatory power, it absorbs the regulatory power from which act? Insurance Act 1938, and has framed various regulations ranging from registration of companies for carrying out the business of insurance business to the protection of policyholders' interests. So how a particular company will be set up, insurance company will be set up in our country, how the registration will happen, till the customer satisfaction, everything pertaining to insurance sector has been done by the IRDA starting from 2000. In December 2000, the subsidiaries of General Insurance Corporation of India, the GIC, were restructured again as independent companies. Fine, in 2000 only you will see them as independent companies. Earlier they were under the General Insurance Corporation of India, and this GIC, which was there in 1973 also, it will be converted into national reinsurer. The parliament passed a bill for delinking these four subsidiaries from GIC, the NICL, NIACL, OICL and UIICL in July 2002. Insurance sector right now is a major sector. Together with banking services, the insurance sector has added about 7%. So the contribution to the GDP of our country by the banking as well as insurance sector clubbed together, it stands at 7%. What do we mean by ease? So ease of access and service excellence. The full form I expect all of you to remember. Question can be asked from here as well. IIBF can ask question from anywhere. So ease of access and the service excellence. So ease of access is okay, everybody knows what does accessibility means, but whose accessibility we are talking about? We are discussing the accessibility of the banking services and not the entire banking sector, but specifically for the public sector banks. Okay, accessibility must be there, but along with that, whatever services they are providing, it should be in the excellent format. So they must ensure excellence in whatever services they are providing, right? So ease of access and service excellence, that is the full form of ease. And when we talk about the need of these ease reforms, why only public sector banks? Because they form the largest chunk of the banking system in our country. So public sector banks, along with that, if we club the RRBs, the sponsored RRBs, regional rural banks, they form the backbone of the Indian banking system. And this particular ease reform pertains to the public sector banks and indirectly to the RRBs as well, because they are being sponsored by these public sector banks only. So when I talk about a brief background from where this ease reform emerged, so the reforms emerged from a conclave back in 2017. PSBs, that is public sector banks, reform agenda known as the ease of access and service excellence, that is ease, is based on recommendations government in the PSB Manthan November 2017. So the conclave was PSB Manthan, and here government emphasized the need of reforms to be introduced in the banking industry, and not only for the banking services but also somewhat for the insurance sector also. In a later stage it was implemented, but we will be sticking to the topic, that is ease for the public sector banks. Ease agenda is aimed at institutionalizing clean and smart banking, and the ease banking reforms index, it measures the performance of each public sector banks on 120 plus objective metrics. So when it started back in 2018, you will find not only the themes but the underlying action plans also. So you will be having some themes like in E 6.0 we have certain 4 themes and underlying we have some action plans. Similar is the pattern followed for EASE 5.0 also and ultimately for 7.0 as well. So sequential version of EASE which is there since 2018 started off with EASE 1.0 for the FY financial year 2018-19, then EASE 2.0 for 2019-20, 3.0 for 2021, then 21-22 we had EASE 4.0 and this is the latest one mentioned in the book. Since the book has not been updated after 2023, you will find EASE 5.0 as the latest version. But what if in the exam somebody asks us, IIBF asks this question that EASE 5.0 EASE 5.0 is there for the benefits of public sector banks, whether it is the latest version or not. So answer will be no. The latest version pertains to EASE 7.0. Right? Just because it is not mentioned in the book, you cannot say that EASE 7.0 is not existing. Right now it is there. So for our exam, we must focus on the initial 4 versions. Along with that 5.0, 6.0 as well as 7.0. Fine. Now when we talk about the most important one, see, always remember if you are preparing for any kind of exam, what is the most important topic that you must cover in the initial phase only. Only then you will have the confidence and the chances of qualifying the exam will multifold. And when I talk about this topic, EASE 5.0, chances are really high that question can be asked, if at all, from unit number 28, this particular topic will be touched by the IIBF. Fine. Why I am saying that? Because according to the book, this is the latest one. And when we talk about in journal also, after 5.0, only 6.0 and 7.0 has happened. Okay. So what you need to remember for EASE 5.0 agenda? Always remember how many themes are there. So number of themes you must remember. Along with that, how many action points are there. So action points along with the number of themes. So when I talk about EASE 5.0, you have total 5 themes and the action points are total 22. So 22 action points with 5 themes. Fine. These basics you must know, the bare minimum. Now when I talk about the themes, do you have to remember the name of these themes? Answer is yes. You cannot just ignore the nomenclature here because directly question can be asked. So what is the first theme? The first theme pertains to the digitally enabled customer offerings. How you are ensuring that the customer services are aligned with the digital banking. So for your MSMEs, you have a comprehensive policy, that is the first action plan. Banking solution for agri value chain. So AVCs, as we know, the agri value chain. We always consider majorly 4 agri value chains prescribed by NABARD. So that must also have a digital form when we are providing those services to the customers. Digital only products and services. So there will be certain products and services only offered to the customer in a digital format. Digital marketing, along with that service excellence through digitally driven customer advocacy as well as feedback. And when you talk about the customer feedback, it has already been implemented in the banks. I know in one of the public sector bank it has been implemented, and the employees are receiving some ratings from the customers regarding their service. Next we have big data analytics. So most of you might have heard this term, big data analytics, machine learning. So when I talk about this analytics, what does it pertains to with regard to banking? So in banking, all the data which is out there in your server, it must be protected first of all, because security breach, the data breach will hamper not only the customer's privacy but also your image, the bank's image. And secondly, when we talk about the analysis, what kind of analysis must be done for the customer's data? You must pick and choose those parameters which will tell you that how you can grow your business, how you can serve the customers better. If a particular customer is trying to go for the home loan, whether you can divert his or her attention towards some additional products based on the requirements. And how you will be knowing the requirements of a particular customer? If you analyze their data in a much more efficient manner. Next, we have the third theme, that is your modern technology capabilities. Here more or less you will be building cross-functional teams for faster implementation. Faster implementation of what? Faster implementation of those services which you are offering to your customers. Earlier we used to see that a particular branch is responsible for all type of loans. Now in 2025 or since 2020 only, we have dedicated branches for dedicated loans also. There are loan cells, and in those loan cells not only the loan services are provided but also the awareness is created at the bank's end. The customers will be informed to make a better choice. The fourth theme, it pertains to the collaborative and development focused banking. So collaborative banking, development focused banking, it refers to what? The customers who are residing in the urban areas, if you are providing them top-notch services, top-notch banking services, you should not ignore the customers of your semi-urban or rural branches. The integration of service must be there. It must be promoted across all those channels via which you are providing your services. So when we talk about deepening the financial inclusion in rural as well as semi-urban areas. Fine. Last one, the last theme is employee development and governance. So if a particular employee is having a particular inhibition regarding the service that he or she is offering to the customer, that particular product will not reach the mandated penetration which it should be. What is the reason? The employee is not aware that what kind of products to offer to which individual, and if that particular individual is frustrated for a time period, a prolonged time period, chances are there that he or she will move to some other bank as well, because right now we have n number of options in the market. So employee development, that is training of employees so that they can provide the best option to the customers, and as well as the governance. So you should promote the gender diversity. The policies which are governing your particular bank, they must be focused towards the gender diversity as well. Last one, leadership grooming and development. So when we talk about leadership grooming, you should not be just a branch manager in your branch. You must be a leader. How you can become a leader? If you know in and out of the services which you are providing, and the customers are also happy with your services, as well as it gives you immense satisfaction while interacting with them. So all these things, all these themes clubbed together, you will find a way where you can serve the customers in a better way. And that is the sole aim of these reforms. Ease reforms. Ease of accessibility as well as service excellence. Next, we have a particular timeline where major themes of each ease reforms have been covered. Starting off with ease 1.0, where the theme, the core theme was responsive and responsible public sector banks. This was the first ease reforms, the first version of the ease reforms we can say. It was launched to build a firm foundation addressing the key operational and capability gaps to recapitalize the public sector banks. When I talk about the ease reforms, always remember one thing, you will have a particular base, like here we have a base 1.0, over this base ease 2.0 will be built. So whatever action plans are there in 1.0, if they are important in a longer run, they will be included in the subsequent ease reforms version. So ease 2.0 will have the clean and smart banking. It continued to systematically address the root cause of weakness in public sector bank to drive the smart banking. So why the public is so frustrated while availing services from public sector banks? What is the reason? Do ask yourself. The common reason will be one only, the delay in the services provided. The timelines, they are not matching to the demand or what is being offered in the private sector banks. Then we have ease 3.0, where smart tech enabled banking for aspiring India was the main theme. So smart tech enabled means what? You have to inculcate digital as well as data driven next gen banks. The services must be provided digitally, fully digital services, be it the account opening, loan sanctioning, or for that matter FD creation, all these things. Ease 4.0, again tech enabled, simplified and collaborative banking, where you will be using the banking technology, fine, banking technology, so that the institutional changes which are being recommended by 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, they will be implemented in the fourth version as well. Next, when I talk about 5.0, we have discussed this in detail. For 6.0, you have one particular agenda of customer friendly banking enabled by modern capabilities. So the banking should be customer friendly. Okay, you want to enhance your profits, but do not forget the customers in that particular process. Whatever the demand is there, you must meet it via optimum supply. Ease 7.0, the most important one right now, because this is the latest one. And when I talk about Viksit Bharat, that is one theme under the Ease 7.0. But overall, we talk about the economic development. We also talk about the customer delight as well as the resilient banking. So all these three are the major themes, or you can say the core, the crux of your Ease 7.0. But when we talk about the elaborated themes, out of that, most important one is this Viksit Bharat theme. And why I am saying this? Because in May 2025, in IFS only, there were 3 questions pertaining to this indirect topic of Viksit Bharat. Questions like, what is the major aim in the insurance products to be provided to the customers by dash year under the Viksit Bharat program? So always remember, the year will remain the same, that is 2047. That is the year by which our government has a target of making India a developed nation. Now let's see 6.0. What are the major themes here in 6.0 also? So first theme is delivering excellence in customer service and digital enablement. Second theme is digital and analytics driven business improvement. Now as we have discussed 5.0, if you want that everything is being discussed, all the action plans are being discussed in detail, then directly you can enroll for the paid classes. There you will find in greater detail all these action plans will be discussed, and the entire chapter, or for that matter the entire subject of IFS as well. When we talk about the third theme, tech and data enabled capacity building, so not only for the regular services but also for the debt recovery services, the NPA management must be done via using the technology. The fourth theme, developing people and enhancing the human resource operations. Here the most important part is again promoting the gender diversity, which is mentioned in the EASE 5.0 as well. So 4 themes and again 22 action plans are there in the EASE 6.0. So EASE 6.0 also has same number of action plans, but when I talk about the themes, they are 4 in number. Fine. And lastly, when we talk about the themes of 7.0, EASE 7.0, you must remember the first one, very important, banking towards Viksit Bharat, and by which year? 2047. Second is excellence in customer service, adoption of new age technology and other advanced capabilities like using machine learning, AI, effective risk or fraud management, collections and recovery. So you can say from EASE 6.0 only we have inculcated the fourth theme of EASE 7.0. Developing employees for emerging banking priorities. So the priorities must be set in a particular format and must be inculcated by the respective bank's board. The policy must mention this. So financial market, the bookish language when we talk about, it is a broad term referring to any center or arrangement where buyers and sellers participate in the trade of financial claims such as equities, bonds, currencies as well as derivatives. So currencies, yes, but mostly in this entire module you will find equities, bonds as well as derivatives, their buying, that is their purchasing as well as their selling will be going on or will be talked about. So when I talk about the two types of financial market, they are capital market and the money market. This particular category, that is the money market, that forms our unit number 30th. And what is the major distinction between these two markets? They are having one common difference, which is the duration. The short term we call money market, long term we have the capital market. So market for trading short term financial assets with the maturity of up to 1 year and deals with highly liquid market is known as the money market. It caters to the small to the short term borrowing needs of the working capital. If you want quick funds for sustaining your business, then definitely money market is one of the best alternate available to you. Because of the short maturity period, it offers highly liquid security, so liquidity of securities will be high. Hence money market investments are also known as the cash investment. Always remember this, question can be asked from here also, that what do we mean by cash instruments? Very simple questions are also asked in IFS. So do make sure that you read the definition in and out. Money market definition, if we talk about what are the market investments, money market investments, they are having another term. Why? Because they are liquid enough, and the term is cash investments. Next, capital market, the market for borrowings and lending of medium as well as long term funds above 1 year duration. The duration will be more than 1 year. That is the major difference between money market and the capital market. And when I talk about the money market, all those components which are included in the money market, they are very important for our exam. Be it the treasury bills, be it the CDs, the certificate of deposit, or the commercial papers. For that matter, what do we mean by call money market, what is a notice money market and the term money market, how we distinguish them? Let's see. So money market you have majorly categorized into 3 forms. First one being the call market, call money market, with the duration of 1 day only. The transactions are happening within 1 day. Notice money market for 1 to 14 days. That is the minimum time duration, 1 to 14. For the term money, what is the maximum limit? It will be what? Less than 1 year, because we are talking about money market, but the minimum is 14 days. Fine. Beyond 14 days, till you can say 1 year the term money market is there. So the categorization you must remember. But when we talk about the most important point from this entire money market, you will find the prudential norms as the most important one. Why? Because one table is there in the book also, the Macmillan publication book, and IIBF has this habit of asking questions from the tables. So we'll be looking into that as well. So when I talk about the participants in the market, you will have the participants as being suggested by the RBI, as has been finalized by the Reserve Bank of India. So this market is supervised by the Reserve Bank of India, which issue guidelines for various participants in the call or notice money market as well as for the term money market also. So participants in call or notice money market, which are for less than or equal to 14 days only. Currently, they include banks, scheduled commercial banks, primary dealers, DFIs, that is development finance institutions, insurance companies, and some mutual funds. What are the, you can say, specific names of these mutual funds? It is none of our concern right now. Of these, banks as well as the primary dealers, they can operate both as the borrower as well as lender in these markets. So always remember, your PDs and banks will be having the function of borrowers as well as the lenders. But when I talk about the non-bank institutions, what about them? The non-bank institutions which have been given specific permission to operate in call or notice money market can, however, operate as only lenders. Fine. So a particular distinction has been made here based on the category of the participants. If you are falling under the banks and primary dealers, you can act as a borrower as well as lender. But for the non-bank institutions, you can only act as a lender. Fine. And we have seen that IIBF has this habit of asking questions from such distinctions. So mark this very, very important. Direct question can be asked. Now let's move on to the major topic, that is the prudential lending limits. So when we talk about the prudential norms of RBI, they are not there since the independence. They were not there since the independence. Majorly, the shift happened after the Asian financial crisis of 1995, and right now we see updation on regular basis for these prudential norms. And these prudential norms not only takes care for the general business activities, for the regular business activities of a branch of a bank, but also for the money markets. So when I talk about the prudential limits, what are they for the call money market, notice money market, term money market? Along with that, we must also know what is the benchmark for various participants. The benchmark is very important. If you remember the benchmark, then things will become very easy and you will not get confused between the options while sitting in the examination. So prudential lending limits in respect of outstanding lending transaction in call, notice, term, money market shall be decided by the participants with the approval of their board. So RBI will be laying the foundation of the prudential norms, but different participants, as we have seen, they will be having a particular board of directors. They will formulate a policy for that particular financial institution. Whatever is written in that board's policy will be implemented by the participants within the regulatory framework, the exposure norms prescribed by the Department of Regulation, DOR of RBI. Fine. It is Department of Regulation. Do remember, not the Department of Supervision. Fine. So IIBF can ask this question also, and students might get confused. But if you are attending the session, you will be knowing that it is DOR. Fine. Department of Regulation. Now let's see the prudential limits. One by one, we have 4 participant categories. First of all, the scheduled commercial banks, then we'll be talking about the payment bank and RRBs. After that, cooperative banks and the primary dealers. So when I talk about the first category, scheduled commercial banks, it includes the SFBs as well, small finance banks. So what about the prudential limits here? Let's have a look. Always remember the prudential limits prescribed by the RBI for the scheduled commercial banks. It has been categorized into two types. The first one for the call money market and the notice money market. The second one for the term money market. So for call and notice market, you will have 100% of the capital funds on daily basis, on daily average basis in reporting fortnight. Fine. Whatever fortnight you are reporting in, the fortnight refers to what? Within 15 days, and these call and notice money clubbed together, the maximum limit is 14 days only. So what is the benchmark? Benchmark is the capital funds. Based on that, a particular limit has been assigned 100% of capital funds. The next limit is 125% of the capital funds on any given day. So if you are calculating the prudential limit for a particular day, that is supposedly today is what, Thursday. For Thursday, how you will be calculating? 125% of the capital funds. Whatever funds your scheduled commercial bank is holding, the capital funds, you will do what? The mathematics, 1.25 times of that particular fund, and you will have the prudential limit. Fine. For the fortnight, if you are managing the entire fortnight, you have the data, then 100% of the capital funds on daily average basis. Fine. So do remember these two things, they are very, very important for the examination, and direct questions can be asked. When I talk about the term money, here things will get interesting. Why I am saying this? The internal board approved limit within the prudential limits for interbank liabilities. Whatever interbank liabilities are there, which are being defined by your bank, the prudential norms which are being set by the RBI, and the final board policy, whatever it says for those prudential norms, it will govern the term money market for the scheduled commercial banks as well as the small finance banks. Right? So term money and call notice money, they are different. Do remember the limits will be determined by different benchmarks. Capital funds here in the call and notice, and the board policy for the term money. Then we have second category as payment bank and RRBs. Here for the three, call, notice and term, only single prudential limit has been mentioned, and the particular benchmark is capital funds. Fine. If you are calculating based on the daily average for the reporting fortnight, then 100%. If you are calculating using a particular day's capital funds, then 125% of that particular capital fund, whatever you are holding for Thursday, supposing today is Thursday. Cooperative banks, so call, notice and term money, here you won't be having the capital funds. Fine. Like in the first two categories, capital funds served as the benchmark for the calculation. For cooperative banks, it is not the benchmark. Then what is the benchmark? It will be the ADs, the aggregate deposits. So aggregate deposits, you must know for a particular cooperative bank as at the end of the previous financial year, whatever financial year has ended. And what is the limit up to which this benchmark will be calculated? 2% of this benchmark. What is the benchmark? It is the aggregate deposits pertaining to the previous financial year. Fine. Last category is the primary dealers. Now in the primary dealers, you will again find two sub-categorization, one for the call and notice money market and the another one for the term money markets. Here again the benchmark will change, and for primary dealers, do remember the benchmark is net owned funds. Okay, NOF. Fine. So for call and notice money, 225% of the NOF as at the end of the previous financial year on daily average basis. If you are calculating for a fortnight, So 2 to 5% for fortnightly basis and 2 to 5% of net own fund as at the end of the financial year, the previous financial year. Fine. So the benchmark will remain the same as well as the limit will also remain the same. Whether you are calculating on the daily average basis in the reporting fortnight or for that matter for the end of the financial year, both will have 225% of the net own fund as the answer for primary dealers. Okay, if you do not have the access of this particular chart, this particular table, I would highly recommend that just take a screenshot out of this particular video and save it somewhere, because one question is expected for sure from here. Okay, just take a screenshot. I will minimize everything. Fine. Now, when we talk about this trade which is happening in the money market, how it is conducted, who is conducting it? Obviously RBI, Department of Regulation. But how exactly the mode of operation is working here? Let's see. The trades are conducted on NDS call system, and this system is an electronic system, an electronic screen based system set up by RBI for negotiating the money market deals between entities permitted to operate in the money market. All those participants which we have seen in the previous slide, they can conduct their trade using the NDS call system. So always remember, NDS call system is there for you to promote the trade activities in the money market. Fine. So that is the platform. But how the money market will deal with the money, with the security, with the equity, with the derivatives? The settlement of the money market is by electronic fund transfer, again using the real time gross settlement system, that is the RTGS. Fine, again operated by the RBI. Now the repayment of borrowed fund also takes place through the RTGS system on the due date of repayment. Always remember, the RTGS system is there not only for the settlement of the money market deals, but also the repayment of the borrowed funds. If you want to repay the amount which is there in the borrowed funds, you will be having the option to settle that particular due on the due date of repayment via the RTGS. Fine. So NDS call system, RBI, RTGS for the general operation under the settlement mechanism of money market, as well as for the repayment of the borrowed funds. Apart from the call, notice and term money market, we have treasury bills, which are very important for our examination. Time and again you will find reference in unit number I think 17th, yes, in unit number 17th also T-bills have been discussed shortly, very briefly, thanks to the EBLR, the external benchmark lending rate. Then we have commercial papers and CDs, certificate of deposits. The difference between these two, it is very important. One question is expected from here as well, and students are often confused between these two. Call notice money we have discussed. Interbank term market, although an important mechanism, but directly not that important for our exam. Repo agreements, very important, highly important I would say. We have discussed briefly in the unit 17th also. Bankers acceptance, again it is the another mechanism for the money markets, but in the examination questions are not asked from here. Mostly T-bill, commercial paper and certificate of deposits. And if you want to complete the entire gamut of money market, all these products with us, I would highly recommend you the batches which are ongoing right now. You will have simplified form, like here you can see the CPs and CDs, they have been simplified for you.
So first of all, when I am talking about the sectors of Indian economy, when I am talking about the sectors of Indian economy, So there are three sectors of Indian economy, and these three sectors have been divided by CSO. So I guess you guys have heard about the CSO, Central Statistical Organization. So what's the history says here? Once we got the independence, from the Britishers, Indian government have started calculating the statistical data of our country, and they have taken first official attempt to calculate the national income of our country in 1949-50. Then they have created one organization that have been called as a Central Statistical Organization to calculate all the statistical data of our country. And at that time, CSO have divided Indian economy in three sectors, which right now is called as a sector of Indian economy, to calculate the national income of the country. So who have done this? CSO have converted, or CSO have divided Indian economy into three sectors, that is called as a sectors of Indian economy. When I talk about the sectors of Indian economy, the first sector we have a primary sector, which is also called as a agriculture sector. Second sector we have that is called as a secondary sector, which also have the other names like industrial sector and manufacturing sector. And the third sector we have a service sector, that is your tertiary sector. So primary, secondary and tertiary, these three sectors have been divided by the CSO to calculate the statistical data of our country, or to mainly calculate the national income of our country. Now when it comes to the CSO, right now CSO is not present because in 2019 Government of India merged the Central Statistical Organization with National Sample Survey Organization. And after these two merger, the new entity have been created, that is right now is called as a National Statistical Organization. So CSO is not working anymore after 2019, but the CSO is the organization which divided the Indian economy into three sectors, which are written in front of you. Now, first if I talk about the primary sector, as I have told you, this is also called as an agriculture sector. This is the sector where we collect the natural resources. Okay, this is the sector where we collect the natural resources, and those natural resources are simply, those natural resources are what? They are simply those resources which are helping us out to produce the goods. To do what? To produce the goods. So when it comes to the primary sector or agriculture sector, this is the sector which collects the natural resources like a wood or iron or etc. Now the second sector of the economy is called as a secondary sector, that is also called as an industrial sector or a manufacturing sector. So this industrial sector and manufacturing sector, when we are talking about, they are those sectors which actually covers, they are those sectors which actually covers our processing of natural resources. They cover what? They cover the processing of natural resources, and the processing of natural resources will be converting these natural resources into the finished goods or the final goods. Finished goods or final goods are what? They are the goods which can be directly used, directly consumed. So you can see, for example, from the wood or iron, we have created the furniture, we have created chair or table. Chair or table is what? They are the direct goods. They are the finished goods or final goods which can be directly used. Okay. Now next we have a tertiary sector. Tertiary sector is also called as a service sector. This is the sector which provides the services in all the other sectors of our economy. Like for example, if something happens to this furniture, we can repair and replace that furniture. So repairing and replacing the furniture is actually the service we are providing to our primary and secondary sectors of the economy. Okay, so whenever we talk about the primary sector, secondary sector or a tertiary sector, these are the three sectors of Indian economy which gives us the idea of how the sector is going to work. Okay, now let's move. So when we have discussed the primary, secondary and tertiary sector, we can see that these three sectors are the contributor of Indian economy. And in the national income of our economy, the maximum proportion of income comes from the tertiary sector. Like maximum income in the national income comes from the tertiary sector, then secondary and then primary. But when it comes to the employment generation, when it comes to the livelihood opportunities, The maximum employment generation comes from the primary sector, then secondary, and then tertiary. So this is the contribution of these three sectors of our economy in the national income and the employment generation of our country. Okay, so this is how these sectors are actually helping us out in the growth and development of the economy. Now, if we want to call any economy as an agriculture based economy or service based economy or industry based economy, there is a criteria. Like, I guess you all have heard about this statement that India is an agriculture based economy. Like Bharat ek Krashi Pradhan Desh, India is an agriculture based economy. I guess everybody have heard this term. So can we say that still India is an agriculture based economy, or agriculture based economy can also be called as an agrarian economy? So can we say that India is an agriculture based economy? Depends on the criteria. The criteria says if any economy wants to be called as a particular type of economy, then the two criteria they have to fulfill. If any economy wants to be called as an agrarian economy or agriculture based economy, the 50% part of their national income should come from the agriculture, and the 50% part of the employment generation should come from the agriculture sector. If these two requirements or these 2 points have been completed, or eligibility criteria have been completed, then it will be called as an agriculture economy or agrarian economy. Okay, if we want to call the Indian economy as an agriculture economy or an agrarian economy, definitely the 50% income and 50% employment generation of the country should come from the agriculture sector. And if any economy wants to be called as an industrial based economy, then the 50% income and 50% employment generation should come from the secondary sector or industrial sector. And if any economy want to be called as a service based economy, the 50% of national income and 50% of employment generation should come from that service sector of our country. Okay, so this is the criteria that will be required to be called as a agrarian economy, service based economy or industry based economy. Okay, so now you can see the definitions here. So first, when we talk about the economic activities in the economy, they are what? They are classified into three major sectors of the economy. And the economies achieve development via their dominance in such area. So there are three sectors of Indian economy. Now in which sector, which economy have a dominance, that defines that this economy is developing economy, developed economy or a underdeveloped economy. Okay, on the basis of that it will be decided. Clear? So when we talk about the sectors of Indian economy, there are three sectors. Let's say, for example, if I say that if any country have a more dominance of agriculture sector like India have, then that country will be a developing country. If any country have a dominance of tertiary sector of service sector, that means that country is a developed country. So on the basis of the dominance of the sectors, we define which type of country we are talking about. Now first we have a primary sector. This sector includes all those economic activities where there is a direct use of natural resources. That can be your agriculture, your forestry, your fishing, your fuels, your metals, your minerals and etc. Okay, so the economy in which the direct use of natural resources will be done or the collection of natural resources will be done is called as a primary sector. And an agrarian economy, it exists when the agriculture sector, that is the one of the key sector, provides at least 50% of a country's national income and the livelihood. Livelihood means employment generation. If we want to call an economy an agrarian economy, it will be called as an agrarian economy if the 50% of the country's national income and the livelihood, that means employment generation, comes from that sector. So primary sector constitutes your agriculture, your forestry, your fishing, because they all covers the collection of natural resources. Okay, now second, we have a secondary sector that is also called as a manufacturing or industrial sector. It includes all those economic activities which involves the processing of the raw material, which is also called as a natural resources extracted from the primary sector. Okay, that sector is called as the industrial sector. So in the secondary sector, we are processing the raw material to convert them into the finished goods. So this manufacturing is one of the subsector that have proven to be the largest employer in the Western developed country. Okay, and an industrial economy is simply the one in which the secondary sector have at least half of your country's national GDP and employment, then that economy will be called as a secondary sector economy. Then you can see the secondary sector also have a 4 subsectors. So the industrial sector is equally important to the economy because the secondary sector promotes the economic growth. Secondary sector provides the self-sufficiency. Secondary sector provides employment. It generates the demand for agricultural commodities and it also produces the ripple effect. Okay, ripple effect means contagious effect. It's a contagion effect. It will keep growing with the other sectors or other parts of the economy. So simply we are saying here that industrial sector is a sector which is equally important to the economy like agriculture. Why? Because in the secondary sector, it helps the economy to grow. It provides the self-sufficiency to the economy. It gives employment to the country. It creates the demand for the agriculture commodity. That means the natural resources demand is created in this sector. Okay, and it covers 4 subsectors that have manufacturing, construction, mining and quarrying, power, gas, water supply and other utility services. These are the subsectors of the industrial sector, which is also called as a secondary or manufacturing sector. Okay. Now, the third type of or the third sectors of economy is tertiary sector, which is also called as a service sector. So you can see this sector includes all economic activities that produce services like agriculture, like education, like healthcare, like banking, like communication, etc. They all are the part of the service sector. Education, banking, communication, healthcare, transportation, they all are the part of the service sector because we produce the services here. So a service-based economy is what? It is the economy which covers at least half of country's national income and half of the country's livelihood. That economy will be called as the tertiary sector economy. Okay, now if we talk about the tertiary sector's subsector, so tertiary sector also have 2 subsectors. The first one is quaternary sector and second is quinary sector. They both are the subsector of the tertiary sector. Okay, so first is quaternary sector. The quaternary sector is also called as a knowledge sector. The another name of this sector is knowledge sector. Why? Because it studies the intellectual capacity of the human resource. It studies the intellectual aspect of the human resource of the country. So definitely that's a knowledge sector. So this category includes activities like teaching, like research and development. So the sector is by far the most important in assessing the strength of an economy's human resource. Okay, so the strength of economy will be taken from the human resource intellectuality, and that's what is studied under the quaternary sector. So the intellectual aspect of economy is represented by the quaternary sector, and this group includes employees in office building, in elementary schools, in university classroom, in hospitals and physicians office, theaters, accountancy, brokerage business and so on. Okay, that's what the quaternary sector is. It covers the intellectual aspect of human resource of the country. That's why it is called as a knowledge sector. The second subsector of the tertiary sector is quinary sector. The quinary sector have a very limited number of people involved, but it is the brain behind the idea. So let's say, for example, a lot of rules, regulations, code of conducts are there that the banks are following. So let's say any person comes to your bank and asking to create any contractual relationship with your bank. So you will be allowing that person to have a contractual relationship with the bank only if the customer goes through the all rules and regulations. So first you will go for the KYC, you will perform customer due diligence, you will go with the customer identification procedure. So why all of these procedures we go through? Because RBI said us to do so. And why RBI said us to do so? Because RBI know if we perform these activities, we will be reducing the chances of default and fraud in the banking sector. We will be reducing the chances of using the banking sector by the people for the criminal activities, and that's why we are performing this transaction. So lakhs of bankers are performing this activity. But why? Who have created this activity? The certain 21 central board of directors who are working in RBI, they have made this idea. They have created this guidelines. So we are just following that. So those central board of directors of RBI, they are actually the brain behind the idea how to reduce the chances of financial crime, the chances of frauds and defaults in the banking, and they are called as a quinary sector part. So you can see it includes activity which key choices are made. Hana, in this activity, the key choices have to be taken. It means the decision have to be taken. So it includes the highest level of decision makers in government and in the private corporate sector. Also, the number of people participating in this sector is quite small, yet they are regarded as the brain behind an economy's socio-economic performance. So this group includes occupation like a senior company executive, like the government officials, like the research scientists, like the financial and legal advisor and others. They are the participants of this group. Okay, they are what? They are the participants of this group. Clear? Next. So this is the primary, secondary and tertiary sector we have. Now next we have a sunrise sector. Next we have a sunrise sector. Now what is a sunrise sector? Sunrise sector is that sector which is right now infancy, but it have a potential to grow. The sector which is not famous right now, the sector which is not achieved the growth till now, but it have a potential to grow in the future. It have a potential to create jobs for the people. So you can see a sunrise sector is the one that is still in its infancy, but has the potential for a significant growth. Right? It have what? It have a potential for a significant growth, but it is what? Right now having a infancy sector. So the sector is often characterized by the strong growth rates, high degree of innovation, high level of public awareness, with investors attracted to its long-term growth prospects. Okay, so what we are saying, a sunrise sector is what? Simply it is the sector which is right now in infancy, but it have a potential to grow. And the sector is what? It is characterized by the strong growth rate, which covers high degree of innovation, high level of public awareness, investment, with investors attracted to the long-term growth prospect. So existing Indian industry that may be categorized as the sunrise sector, they are likely to benefit the economy by doing what? By creating jobs and by helping the business to grow in the country. That's what the sunrise sector is. An example you can see here, the green energy, financial technology, fintech, IT, electronics, pharmaceutical, automobiles, healthcare, infrastructure sector, retail sector, processing plants, other emerging sectors of the Indian economy, they all are the part of our sunrise sector. Right? They all are what? They are the part of the sunrise sector. Clear? So we have seen primary sector, secondary sector, tertiary sector and the sunrise sector. So the three basic sectors of economy is primary, secondary and tertiary, and sunrise sector, which defines that there is some sectors of the economy which are going to be perform better in the future, and they are going to help us out to create the jobs to business development as well. Now, there are two other sectors in the economy which defines the job profiling of the people. It defines how the actual working in the country is happening. Okay, like one is organized and another one is unorganized. When I talk about organized sector or anything, like we have an organized financial institution as well. So when I talk about the organized word, it means it is backed by some rules, regulation, restriction. That's why it's organized. That's why it's called as what? It is called as a organized. So organized simply means what? It simply means the sector which have a proper defined rules, regulation, restriction, everything. That's called as a organized sector. Okay, that's called as what? That's called as a organized sector. Like the one in which rules, regulation, restriction, everything is there, that's organized. Unorganized means there is nobody to take care of the transaction. There is nobody to gives you the direction how to work and how not to work. That's called as the unorganized sector. Okay, so you can see here what is organized sector. It is a sector where the employment terms are fixed and regular. In the organized sector, you will find there are terms and conditions which are regular and fixed. Also, the employees get assured work here. Then, the unorganized sector is categorized by the small and scattered unit, which largely not registered with the government. Right? They are not registered with whom? They are not registered with the government. Also, if we talk about organized sector is registered and governed by the government, definitely it follow the Factories Act, Bonus Act, PF Act, Minimum Wages Act, Maternity Act. A lot of types of government acts will be followed here. When it comes to unorganized sector, it is not governed by any act of government. Okay, then we have government rules. Or in organized sector, it is strictly followed. Unorganized sector, it is not strictly followed. Okay, salary remuneration, here the person will get the regular monthly salary, here the daily wages will be provided. Okay, next we have, you can see here the job security. Organized sector definitely have a job security. Okay, and the workers are enjoying the security of employment. When in the unorganized sector, employees is not secure, employment is not secure. Hana, in the unorganized sector, the employment is not secure, and definitely we can say people can be asked to leave without any reason. That you have to go without any reason, they will be firing you. Right? Okay, so this is what we're talking about in the job security. Workers are enjoying the security of employment, and in unorganized sector, their employment is not secure. They can be asked to leave anytime. Now, when it comes to working hours, the working hours are fixed in organized sector, and in unorganized sector, it is not fixed. Okay, apart from that, salary of workers are what? It is prescribed by the government, but in case of unorganized sector, it will be less than the salary prescribed by the government. Then if we talk about the contribution in the PF, definitely organized sector, the employer will have a contribution in the PF, and the unorganized sector, it won't be available. Okay. Now, when we talk about the salary increment, definitely in organized sector, once in a while that salary increment will be there, but in unorganized sector, it will be rarely available. Like rarely there will be any increment in the salary. Also, the other benefits, add-on benefits will be there in case of organized sector. Like what? Like we have medical facilities, pension, leave travel compensation. They are the organized sector benefits. In unorganized, they will not be provided. If you go with the example, the government employees, the registered industrial worker, the bankers, the officers, the chartered accountants, they all are the organized. And unorganized, you can see shopkeeping, farming, domestic workers, the house help, they all are the part of unorganized sector. Okay, so this is how we define the organized and unorganized sector of our economy. Okay, that will be the organized and unorganized sector of our economy. So organized and unorganized simply represents us that the one which is regulated, the one which have a code of conduct, and the another one which do not regulate, which are not regulated, not simply get rules, regulations defined by somebody. Okay, that's what the organized and unorganized is. So that was the whole content of the sectors of Indian economy. But apart from all of this, the certain part of this chapter is still remaining. That we will be covering in the comprehensive batches of ours, in the detailed paid batches of ours. And for that, you have to go and enroll for it. But before moving to that, let's practice some questions here on the content that we have just covered in this class. So first question is talking about here that industrial sector. Okay, first question is talking about here that says that the industrial sector is considered important or vital for the Indian economy. That's the statement given to us. Question is saying which of the following is not a reason for its importance. Which of the following is not a reason for its importance. So read it once and let me know which statement is correct here. Which option is correct here? A, B, C or D? Which statement is correct here? The right answer of the question is Okay, done. So first is saying it promotes the economic growth, that's true. It supports the self-sufficiency, that's true. It creates employment, that's true. It reduces the population, definitely no. The industrial sector, the manufacturing sector is actually produces the goods and services for us. So definitely it will enhance the growth of our country. Hana, definitely it will be providing us the self-sufficiency, it will be creating the employment for us, but not reducing the population. So right answer is C option. Okay, right answer we have is a C option. Now the next question we have, that is talking about, one second. Okay, the next question we have, and it is talking about a sunrise sector is in its early stage but shows the strong potential. It is in the early stage but it shows the strong potential. So which of the following best describes a sunrise sector? First is saying a declining industry with the reduced innovation. Second is saying an emerging industry with the high growth and innovation. Third is saying a well-established sector with the low public interest. Which one is correct? A, B, C or D? So definitely declining industry, reduced innovation, no, definitely the innovation will be inclined. And low public interest, no, we have studied the high public awareness is there, that's also wrong. So right answer is B option. Hana, it's saying the B, an emerging industry with the high growth and innovation. So you can see the right answer is B option. Okay, next question we have. Next question is talking about a quaternary sector. Hana, next question is talking about a quaternary sector. So first is saying which of the following best reflects the nature and importance of the quaternary sector in the economy. First is saying it involves the extraction of natural resources. So quaternary sector we have discussed, it is also named as a knowledge sector, and this quaternary sector is a part of a tertiary sector. So definitely extracting the natural resource is not a part of it. Second, it includes industrial activities like the manufacturing, construction, etc. Definitely it's not a part of this because it's a part of service sector. Third is saying it represents the intellectual and informational aspect of the economy which involve highly skilled professionals like the researchers, like educators, doctors, financial analysts, etc. So definitely this is the right answer. Okay, it's the knowledge sector which talks about the intellectuality aspect of a human resource. So right answer will be your C option. Okay, and the next question we have about the quaternary sector, and the statement we have given here, that is asking, first is saying that which of the following best describe the quaternary sector and its importance in the economic structure. So quaternary sectors are the brains behind the ideas. Hana, they are those who have given us the idea. They are those who have given us the way how to work. Hana. So it involves labor intensive work? No, definitely not. They are the brain behind the idea. It is centered around the processing of information and intellectual services? Definitely not. That's a quaternary sector. Hana, so you can easily find out the words which definitely tells you that this is wrong. So finding the wrong option is very easy. Hana, that's what the elimination method is. Second is saying it is the top level decision makers, strategic leaders who guide the national and corporate policies, playing a critical role in economy, long-term planning and performance, and that's true. So right answer we have is a B option. They are the brain behind the idea, they are the policy maker, they are the strategist who tells us what to do and how to do it. So when we talk about the unit number 5, the unit number 5 is actually about your infrastructure including social infrastructure. This infrastructure including social infrastructure tells us about what is the importance of infrastructure in the economy, as well as it talks about how the social infrastructure works. So first, when we go with the infrastructure, infrastructure can be anything which includes roads, building, bridge, like anything which provides us the physical network, that will be called as an infrastructure, right? Like basically whenever we heard the term infrastructure, the first thing comes in our mind, we are talking about roads, we are talking about bridge, we are talking about buildings, right? So that's what infrastructure we relate to, and that's what actually the infrastructure is. Now, social infrastructure simply means the type of infrastructure which performs the social welfare, which is actually the infrastructure which help the people and to survive in the economy and to be capable of having a better living standard. That's what the social infrastructure is. Okay, so now let's start with the very first statement of this chapter, that is saying infrastructure investment increases the capital stock required for economic development. So whenever we talk about infrastructure, infrastructure requires a large scale capital. Okay, infrastructure development always requires a large scale capital, and this large scale capital is required for the long term period. For a long term period with a large amount of capital, we perform the infrastructure development in the economy. So infrastructure investment simply does what? It increases the capital stock requirement for the economic development. So without having a large scale capital, without having capital for the long term period, we won't be able to perform the infrastructure development in the country. So infrastructure development requires large scale capital, it requires a long term capital. Okay, so now you can see here, historically we can say, we are simply saying here, historically infrastructure in India has always been funded by the government. So we have seen in India the funding of infrastructure always been a burden for the government, because India is a developing country, and when we talk about the developing country always have a deficit budget. Deficit budget means the budget that is in loss. Every year the government earns a limited amount of money, but the expenditure of the government will always be higher. Okay, and that's why we're saying that government have a deficit budget, that's a loss budget. Expenditure is more than the revenue of the government. And at that time when we're talking about infrastructure in India always been funded by government, and it was a very big burden on the government to develop the infrastructure in the economy, because it requires a large scale capital, and not every institution is capable of arranging that capital. Like commercial banks cannot, or the commercial banks are not capable of providing funding to the infrastructure. Why? Because commercial banks receives deposit from the public, and that deposit will be for the short term period or medium term period, and the infrastructure sectors require the capital for long term period. Long term means it can be 20 years, 25 years, it can be even 40 years as well. So now the commercial bank do not have a such fixed amount available with them that they can provide as a loan for the 40 years period, because commercial banks raise fund by the deposit of a public, and the public deposit can be withdrawn by public at any time. So commercial banks have to maintain asset liability. There should not any asset liability mismatch, because if any asset liability mismatch comes, the commercial banks won't be able to survive, right? So definitely the government used to have a lot of burden to manage this capital. So considering the paucity of public resources and the necessity to redirect the precious public resources to the health and education sector, attempts have been made to encourage the private sector investment in the development of this infrastructure. So government had a very limited amount of funding, very limited amount of revenue, and that revenue was required to develop the health and education sector infrastructure, because health and education is a part of social infrastructure, and social welfare is one of the objective of our economy. Because India is a mixed economy focuses on both the profit maximization and social welfare. This is the motto of the mixed economy. So social welfare is also important for the country, and education and health sector is a part of social welfare. So that have been seen that the government required to put resources to the health sector and education sector. So at the same time, we have encouraged the private sector to come forward and invest in the infrastructure sector. That's how the burden of government have been reduced by introducing the public-private partnership. P full form stand for public-private partnership. This is a partnership between the government and the private company in which they both invest a certain amount of money and develop the infrastructure in the country. Okay, so you can see here P, that is called as a public-private partnership. It has becoming the preferred model for the infrastructure development. And it is in this spirit the National Investment and Infrastructure Fund was introduced by the Government of India to improve the infrastructure finance in the country. So this P, public-private partnership, have a BOT model. The BOT model stands for build, operate and transfer. I guess everybody of you have seen this kind of public-private partnership in our country, in which government gives the contract to the private company to develop the infrastructure. Okay, that is called as build. Okay, after developing that infrastructure, government allow that private company to operate that infrastructure for a certain period of time. That is called as a operate. And after operating that, after a certain period that have been discussed, the private company returns the government their proper infrastructure. That's the build, operate, transfer model. Okay, that's called as a build, operate, transfer model. So build means simply they have given the contract, they have given the tender that you are going to make this highway. So private company is building the highway. Now private company will get the permission from the government that you can perform the management of this highway for the next 5 years. And in that next 5 years, the private company will collect the toll collection to cover up their costing. Okay, and after that 5-year period ends, the money will be given back to the government. That means the transfer. So build, operate, transfer is the model in which public-private partnership is actually working on the infrastructure development. That's a very successful model. The ownership always remains with the government. The rules and regulations will always be of the government, and the government do not have to spend a huge amount of money for the development, and the private company will also get a job, and they will also be able to earn the profit that they were thinking about earning. The private company always have a one motto, that is profit maximization. So they will be able to earn the profit. Okay, government will be able to make sure that the infrastructure development will be there. So this is a very successful model for the infrastructure development. Okay, now you can see here the infrastructure is the foundation of economic growth. Hana, we are saying that infrastructure is what? It is the foundation for the economic growth. Now, how it can be a foundation? So let's understand that first. So when we talk about that there is a lot of goods and services are producing in the country, it means the production of goods and services is rising in the country. That represents that the GDP in the country is rising. Okay, production is rising means the GDP is rising. And the GDP increase is definitely shows us the growth of economy. So production, increase in production of goods and services is called as a GDP. GDP means goods, gross domestic product. Gross domestic product simply means the money value of all final goods and services produced within the geographical boundary of a country during a financial year. So in one financial year, whatever goods and services we are producing in one financial year, that money value of that goods and services will be called as a GDP. That's a gross domestic product. Okay, and the GDP directly represents the economic growth, because economic growth means increase in the national output of a country. That's the production. So this is how the production increases the GDP and GDP increases the economic growth. Now let's say you have produced the goods because there was a demand. The production have been done because there was the demand of the people. But now you are not able to make sure that the demand will be fulfilled by available of supply. So now because you do not have proper infrastructure, road connectivity, railways connectivity, seaways connectivity or airways connectivity, no such kind of connectivity is there in the country, then you won't be able to make sure that these goods will reach to their end user, the people who are demanding these goods. Because there are 4 P's of marketing. I guess everybody have heard about the 4 P's of marketing, that is product, price, promotion and place. So these are the 4 P's of marketing. So let's say you have created a very good product. It's a very useful product. It's a very it's a kind of good that will be very useful for the people, and then you have done a proper price discovery and a very good price you have created for this particular product which consumer are ready to buy, and you have done a promotion, a lot of promotion, advertisement, everything you have done. So now people are also aware about this goods and services. So you have done these 3 works at a very finest work of yours. But now you are not able to make that product reach to the right place at the right time. It means what? You have produced the goods, you have done the price discovery, you have promoted the goods, everything have been done. But because you were not having the infrastructure, there was no connectivity of road, rail or anything else. So you were not able to deliver the goods to Himachal Pradesh. Let's say, for example, the manufacturing unit is in the Maharashtra, and you have to make the product available to the Himachal Pradesh, but there is no connectivity between these 2 states. So definitely you won't be able to make sure that the goods reach to the end user or the people who are demanding this, and there is no infrastructure, definitely you won't be able to supply the goods, then no demands will be there. Definitely people will think that whatever the locally available product is there, we will survive with that only. Then there is no demand, no production, no GDP, no economic growth will be there. And that's why we say that infrastructure is actually the foundation for economic growth, because it encompasses the physical, natural and organizational structure which is required for the long-term economic development. Okay, so infrastructure is the foundation for economic growth, and it also helps for the economic development of the country. So economic infrastructure facilitates labor and capital mobility within and between the economy. So if you have an infrastructure, you can make the labor available to at the different locations. You will be able to transfer the capital, you will be able to transfer the raw material as well, but you need an infrastructure for that. So infrastructure provides a large number of job creation also and possibilities. Definitely it's a long-term project, and the long-term project have a long-term capital, large scale capital as well. So to build the infrastructure, to build the road, to build the building or bridge or anything else, dams or anything, you need a lot of people to do that work, and definitely that creates a job. Okay, and if we have a high quality infrastructure available, it will ensure there will be a rise in output and productivity as well. Okay, so what we are saying, that if we are focusing on having a high quality infrastructure, the productivity of their employees and the output from them will be increasing. Because if you have a better infrastructure, let's say you are going a bank and your bank have a better infrastructure like for example a proper electricity is available, 24/7 electricity facilities available. In the summer season, you have a air condition in your branches, you have a clean sanitation facility, you have a clean drinking water available in the branch. So you can easily focus on your work. Your efficiency will automatically increase because you are sitting in an air conditioned branch. But if let's say there is no air condition and there is no fans are not working properly and it's a 40-degree temperature out there, and in that case definitely you won't be focusing on your work, you will be very irritated because of the summer and you won't be able to give your 100% there. But if you have a very good infrastructure around you, you will be working in a very good environment that creates your productivity, efficiency and gives the better results as well. Okay, so infrastructure, what are the infrastructure? Infrastructure include roads, ports, airports, bridges, railways, water supply. Okay, one second. Water supply, sewage, power, telecommunication, irrigation and so on. They all are the types of infrastructure we have. Okay, they all are what? They all are the types of infrastructure we have. Now, the infrastructure have been divided into certain types. The first one we have is a solid infrastructure. Solid infrastructure, as the name suggests, it's the infrastructure that provides the facility to produce the high quality goods and services. It provides the facility to transport the finished goods to the marketplaces where the buyers are available. It facilitates the essential social institution, that will be schools and hospitals, that is required for the social welfare of the people. So solid infrastructure means what? It's a kind of infrastructure which is making available everything in front of us, which help us to build a better quality product and services. It helps us to make the goods reach to the consumer, to the end user, and we are also focusing on the social institutions will be there in the country that will be helping the people to grow. Okay, now the solid infrastructure can be divided into hard or soft infrastructure. So what is a hard infrastructure? The infrastructure which gives the physical network. If I want to go office from my home, so I need a road by which I can reach to that particular office, and the roadways will be available there. So that's a physical network. It refers to the major physical networks like the roads, ports, airports, pipeline. They are the physical network that help us to reach from one location to another, and they all are required for the operations of a modern industrial nation. Okay, we are focusing on the modern industrial nation in which we will be capable of reaching to the locations from one to another. Okay, then we have a soft infrastructure. Soft infrastructure simply means the kind of institutions which are required to run the economy. If we want to that economy will keep running, then this type of infrastructure is essential for the economy. So social infrastructure refers to the institutions that are essential to keep the economy running, like the financial, educational, healthcare, and law enforcement organization. Like imagine if we don't have a law and order in the country, then what will be the situation of the economy? After having a law and order, we are finding inhuman activities are happening in the world. So if you don't have law enforcement organization, you won't survive in the economy. And this soft infrastructure is saturated as the physical infrastructure and social infrastructure both, because the soft infrastructure provides you the physical network, like the school, education places are there, healthcare places are there, law enforcement organizations are there, and at the same time they are helping the people to survive. That's why they are also a part of social infrastructure. Okay, now the other types of infrastructure we have: energy, renewable energy, water management infrastructure, communication, critical infrastructure, transport infrastructure, urban infrastructure, and green infrastructure. These are the other types of infrastructure we have that we will be covering in the detail, but in the comprehensive classes. Today we will be only seeing the name, what are the other types of infrastructure we have. These are the other types of infrastructure we have that we will be covering in the comprehensive classes. Okay, now, so a basic I will tell you here: green infrastructure simply means the infrastructure that help us to understand the benefits of the environment. Urban infrastructure, which makes the places available to the people, to the migrant to survive in the city. Transport infrastructure, definitely roadways, airways, seaways, railways, etc. Critical infrastructure, that includes the broader part of the economy, depends on the critical infrastructure. Like the broader population of your economy depends on this infrastructure, that's a critical, like electricity, roadways, etc. Communication, definitely telecom and all will be a part of communication. Water management, how to make sure that the water will reach to the people. Renewable energy, like we are saying biogas, apart from that we can say solar power, wind power, they will be covered. Energy infrastructure is there. Gas, oil, and all of this will be covered in the energy infrastructure. So these are the other type of infrastructure we have. Okay, now next, when we talk about the green infrastructure, as I have told you, it tells us, or it helps us to understand what are the benefits of the environment, what are the benefits of the nature, that what the green infrastructure tells us. So at the same time, ESG comes, that is a modern dimension of the corporate social responsibility. So CSR is corporate social responsibility. Every corporate who is working in the country or world, they have some kind of responsibility towards the society. Okay, now why we are saying so? Let's say Array 24/7 is a company, it's a edtech company, it's doing a very good job, it's providing education to the people, it's helping the people to get job, it's helping the people to get promotion, to get increment and everything. But at the same time, Array 24/7 is using a lot of those things that actually cause global warming, that actually harms the environment. Like we are using a lot of laptops for providing online education. We are using a lot of computers, laptops, electricity. We are using air condition. A lot of these kind of things we are using. So that actually harm the environment. But now the company have their social responsibility, that if you are taking something from the earth, you have to return it to the earth. And that's why they are performing corporate social responsibility of their, in which they are actually spreading greenery, they are helping the orphanage child, they are actually donating certain funds for the education of the children, poor children, and a lot of things are there that the company will be doing. And that's all a part of your corporate social responsibility, that the corporate have some social responsibility toward the society, that's the CSR. And the modern dimension of the CSR is called as a ESG. So ESG stands for environmental, social, and governance. So it refers to the three most essential factors which determine the long-term and ethical impact of a business or a company investment. So what we are saying, ESG is what? Environmental, social, governance. It refers to what? It refers to the three most essential factors. What are these three most essential factors? Simply environmentally, socially, and governance. We are checking all the three things. Like whatever business you are doing, is it good for the environment? Is it good for the society? And whatever decision you are taking, is it actually for the welfare or not? So all of these three will be covered. So after having ESG screening, we will be finding out that this business or this company actually have ethical impact on the society in the long term or not. Okay, so that's how ESG help us to focus on the corporate social responsibility of ours. So the majority of socially responsible investor, they use the ESG criteria to screen investment. So whatever investment they are going to do, first they screen their investment through the ESG criteria. Okay, so that's how we are focusing on the environmentally, socially, and governance. Focus should be for the people who are living in the country, their welfare, and we should be making sure that the environment won't be harmed because of the business or the company. Okay, so that's what the ESG actually is. That's same, the CSR is doing the same activity for the economy, for the society. Now let's talk about the social infrastructure. Social infrastructure actually covers your health, education, and family welfare. So health, education, and family welfare, this is for the benefit of the society. It is for the people to survive in the economy, to have a better living standard in the economy. So health and education is there as a social infrastructure. Now we will be discussing the family welfare. Health and education we will be covering in detail in our comprehensive classes. Okay. So now what is family welfare? The primary goal of family welfare program is to stabilize the population and offer high quality health services, including immunization of pregnant women and children. So family welfare program was introduced first in the world by our country, that is India. So you can see in 1952, when our first 5-year plan was going on of planning commission, India became the first country in the world to implement a national program for family planning. And the major objective behind doing family planning is to control the population, to stabilize the population. So you can see since its inception in 1952, the family planning program has experienced significant policy and programmatic development in the economy. Okay, and you can see the population management we are talking about. It is the core and fundamental goal of family welfare program. So why government is doing family welfare program? Simply to achieve their core and fundamental goal. That is population management. So India started population management in first 5-year plan because the population was growing at a very large number and we wanted to control the population. That's why this was introduced. Okay, so this is all for today. I hope you understood the topic, you understood the concept behind infrastructure and social infrastructure. Now we will be practicing a certain number of questions that will help you out to understand what actually the infrastructure and social infrastructure chapter was. Okay, so now let's practice the questions. You have to answer the question in the comment section. I will check your comment. So first question is talking about the primary goal of the family welfare program is to dash. What is the primary goal of family welfare program? The first is saying increase the population, second is saying stabilize the population, third is saying decrease the quality of health services, fourth is saying focus solely on the adult health. So the family welfare program, the first country to introduce family welfare program was India, and what is the primary goal, the fundamental goal or primary goal behind it? Simply to stabilize the population. So right answer will be your B option. The fundamental goal or primary goal to introduce the family welfare program to stabilize the population. Next. Which among the following is not a green infrastructure? Which among the following is not a green infrastructure? So green infrastructure simply means what? The infrastructure which tells us about the benefit of environment. Wild sanctuaries are there, that is green infrastructure. Bird sanctuaries are there, tiger reserves are there. They all are the part of environment. Environmental benefits. But the national highway, this is a hard infrastructure which gives us the physical network to go from one place to another. Okay, so the right answer will be B, that is national highway is not a green infrastructure. Then we have next question we have, which of the following statement best describes the difference between hard and soft infrastructure? Question is saying which of the following statement best describes the difference between the hard and soft infrastructure. So first is saying here hard infrastructure includes institutions like a banks and schools. So definitely not. This is definitely wrong. Whenever you are reading the statement, first find out the wrong option. Like if we are talking about the question, that first we have to find out which option is wrong. That's how we will find the right answer with the right time. Okay, within a minimum time, we will be able to find the right answer. So first is saying hard infrastructure includes institutions like banks, social and schools. No. Hard infrastructure is more important than soft. No, definitely no. Soft infrastructure is required to run the economy continue. Hard infrastructure is only related to transportation. No, that's also not true. Hard infrastructure consists of physical network like roads and ports, whereas soft infrastructure encompasses institutions like financial organization and healthcare system. That's true. So right answer is D. Very good, Shivam sir. Right answer will be your D option. Okay, right answer will be your D option, as you can see here. Now, next question we have here, that's talking about which of the following statement best describe the concept of ESG. ESG stand for environmental, social and governance in the context of corporate social responsibility. So which of the following statement defines the ESG here? First is saying ESG is a regulatory framework that mandates companies to adhere to specific environmental standards without considering social and governance factor. Second is saying ESG, what is wrong in the first statement? Because it's saying ESG is a regulatory framework. It's not. Okay. And without considering social and governance factor, definitely not. ESG refers to the three essential factors, that is environmental, social and governance, that determine the long-term and ethical impact of a business or investment, and it becomes a critical criterion for socially responsible investor when screening the potential investment. And that's true. No, nothing is wrong in the statement number B. Statement 3 is saying ESG is primarily focused on maximizing short-term profit. Definitely not. ESG is a marketing strategy used by a company to enhance their public image. No, that's also not correct. So right answer will be B option. ESG is actually focusing on making the long-term impact should be ethical impact on the society. That's what the objective of the ESG. Okay, so right answer will be your B option. Very good. Economic reform, it is actually refers to the process whereby a government specifies a declining role for the state and an expanding one for the private sector. So in the economic reform, we are actually allowing to remove the rules, regulations, restrictions from the market. So Government of India have a lot of rules, regulations and restriction in the Indian market. It had a lot of rules and regulations, and the country used to be a socialistic economy, and that's why all the rules, regulation, it was a planned economy, it was a command economy, and the command of Government of India was followed in the country. So to remove such kind of things, we have introduced the economic reform, we have introduced the LPG policy. So we were trying to remove, or I can say we were trying to reduce the control of government on our activities or economic policies. Or we can simply say, this type of act is called as a privatization. When we are transferring the ownership, management or the control of public sector to the private sector. As you can see, it says that we are declining the role of whom? The government in a specific sectors, in a specific industry. When we are doing this, definitely we are focusing on making sure that the private sector will grow in the economy, and that's the privatization. Okay, so economic reforms usually refers to deregulation, or at the time shrinking the size of the government to remove distortion caused by regulations or the presence of government. So rather than new or enhanced regulation or the government program to alleviate the distortion caused by the market failures. So simply what we are saying, that we are trying to make sure that the process that is called as economic reforms will help us out to decline the role of a government in a specific sector, in a specific area, and promote the private sector to perform more better roles in the economy. When it comes to the economic reform, as you can see, it usually refers to deregulation. Deregulation means removing the rules and regulations. And we are trying to shrink the size of the government. We are trying to remove distortions which was caused because of the regulation of the government or because of the presence of the government. Okay, we are introducing new or enhanced regulations. We are making sure that the government programs will be there which will alleviate the distortion caused by the market failure in our country. So we are trying to control or we are trying to reduce or eliminate the government rules, regulations, and we are trying that the private sector will be working here. So when you are promoting more to the private sector, that's a privatization. When you are removing the rules, regulation, restrictions, that is called as the liberalization. And that's why economic reforms is also called as a LPG. Okay, so you can see the economic changes introduced in India in 1991. It were the result of a severe economic crisis that India faced, caused by rising external debt. So India in the 1991 was facing the economic crisis situation, and it was because our external debt was increased. External debt means the country have taken a loan from the foreign source that we were not capable of repaying. Foreign source like a foreign country from the international organization, that loan have been taken by the government that we were not capable at that time to repay. And that's why the economic crisis were there. It is not only the reason, but this is one of the reason of introducing the economic reform. So the crisis occurred mostly as a consequences of the poor economic management done in 1980s. And the reforms were broadly known as the LPG reform. Now, what is LPG stands for? When we talk about LPG reforms, this LPG stands for liberalization. P stands for privatization. And G stands for globalization. Okay. So liberalization, privatization, globalization is actually what the LPG stand for. Liberalization simply means to remove rules, regulations, and restrictions. Okay. Liberalization means rules, regulations, and restrictions is the actual liberalization. Or we can say in the liberalization, license, permit, and quota Raj was also abolished. It was also removed. So license, permit, quota Raj used to happen in our country, in which the government used to decide to whom to give the license, permit, and quota. Like after getting the license and permit, even there was a condition that how much production you can do, how much export, import you can perform. Okay, that was there. But now when we talk about this LPQ, it stands for what? License, permit, quota Raj have been removed by the government, and the liberalization actually means to remove the rules, regulations, and the restrictions to make the trade easy. Okay, now privatization means transferring the rights, we can say controls, management, or ownership of public sector to private sector. So when we talk about privatization simply means that we are transferring the rights, control, management, ownership to the private sector of a public sector, that is called as a privatization. And globalization simply means to link Indian economy with world economies, That is what the globalization is. And when we talk about the privatization, due to privatization, Indian economy became the mixed economy. Mixed economy means where the government and private, they both are working together and deciding what to produce, how to produce, and for whom to produce. And the globalization made the Indian economy open economy. Open economy means there is no restriction on the export, import of goods and services. That is called as an open economy. Okay. So now when I talk about liberalization, as I have told you, liberalization simply means removing the rules, regulations, and restrictions is called as a liberalization. Privatization simply means giving the rights, controls, management, ownership of the public sector to the private sector, that is called as a privatization. And globalization means linking the Indian economy with the world economies. And linking Indian economy with the world economy means what? It means we are allowing the cross-border transfer or cross-border transaction of everything. Cross-border transaction of goods and services, labor, technology, capital, skills, culture, knowledge, everything. Hana? So when we allow the cross-border transaction of everything between the countries, among the countries, that is called as a globalization. So liberalization, privatization, globalization actually made the trade easy, and they actually promote the economy to work with the world economies. That's how the Indian economy came out of the economic crisis situation. So liberalization was conceived with the idea that regulation imposed on trade agreement must be relaxed in favor for trade to thrive. Okay, so it has been said that we have to remove those regulations which have been imposed on the trade agreement. That's how we will be able to grow the trade. It enabled the opening of economic frontiers for international investors and multinationals also. Hana, it did what? It actually enabled the opening of economic frontiers. So now international investors can invest in the country, their multinational can comes in the country. So several economic reforms enforced the liberalization that include production capacity. Because of the liberalization, license, permit and quota raj have been removed that actually promoted the production capacity of the country. And the government industrial licensing was also removed, and the liberty to import the goods have been given to the importers. And by this, the liberalization actually helped the Indian economy to grow. Okay. Next, we have here privatization. Now, what does privatization means? Privatization simply means that we are providing the private sector more opportunity to oversee various services, but we are at the same time limiting the role of public sector. Okay, so we are giving more opportunity to the private sector, but we are limiting the public sector role. And the privatization introduced in India as a part of reforms invited more and more foreign participants. FDI flows providing healthy competition to the Indian goods and services. So privatization simply means we are increasing the role of private sector, but decreasing the role of public sector. We are inviting foreign participants to invest in India. We are inviting FDI inflows in the country. And FDI, or we can say foreign participants, is one of the major source or one of the major reason why we have seen that Indian economy came out of economic crisis. Okay, so the foreign capital inflow actually helped economy to be stable. Now, globalization, the context of economic reform, it refers to the integration of the Indian economy with whom? With the global economy. So it signifies that the Indian economy will now be dependent on the global economy, as well as the global economy will also be dependent on India. Okay, so it encourages FDI, it encourages international trade with the different countries, and the different globalization policies. India could be able to attract the foreign capital, the technology, they are able to get the knowledge to boost its domestic capacity. They all will be a part of your globalization. Okay, so this is how the globalization is actually helping Indian economy to survive and to grow. Clear? Chalo, done. So this is the globalization. Now let's talk about why the LPG have been introduced, LPG reform have been introduced, or the economic reform have been introduced. So one of the reason we have seen in the earlier slides that the external debt was very high. That's why economic crises were there. So actually the fiscal deficit was very high of government. Fiscal deficit represents the budgetary deficit plus the other borrowings and liabilities. So once the budget of the government goes to the loss or it becomes deficit for the government start borrowing the fund from RBI, from public, from World Bank, from international organizations, from the other countries, and that's the borrowing and liability of the government. And when it increases more than the capacity of making it payable, that is called as a fiscal deficit. So fiscal deficit of the government was increasing because government have taken a lot of loan from the foreign market to run the economy. And because we know India is a developing country, in the developing country, the budget of India is always deficit. In every year, financial year, in every financial year ends, you will find that India have a deficit budget because we are a developing country. Deficit budget means expenditure is more than the revenue. And when the expenditure is more than the revenue, we have to borrow fund to run the economy, to make the economic activities keep flowing in the economy. That's why we have to borrow the funds from the foreign sources, and that's why the fiscal deficit of government was very high at that time. Apart from that, the second reason was inflation. Inflation is simply means rise in the prices of goods and services. Whenever the prices of goods and services keep rising in a certain period of time, that is called the inflation. Because of the inflation, the prices of goods and services was keep increasing and people were not capable of buying it. Because when we talk about inflation, inflation have four stages: creeping stage, trotting stage, galloping stage, and hyper stage. Galloping stage is the stage which is a warning for every country, and India was at the galloping stage at that time. Around 16% inflation was there in the country, and that's why it have been said that if we want that such kind of inflation won't increase and it won't become the hyperinflation, we have to do something, and that something became LPG. Now the third, at the same time Gulf War happened. Now what we have to do with the Gulf War? It is crude oil prices. India at that time in 1990s and at present, India is dependent on the foreign countries for the import of the crude oil. A maximum foreign exchange payment goes to the crude oil imports. So at that time Gulf War happened, and because of that the crude oil prices was increased, and they increased more than the double. So if we were purchasing $15 per barrel petrol or crude oil, it become $33 per barrel, and that was very costly for us. And because of that, the import payments were definitely increasing at a very high speed, which created the balance of payment deficit for us. Deficit means loss. And when will the loss be faced by the country in the balance of payment? When the outflow is more than the inflow. Okay, when the outflow is more than the inflow, that's the deficit. So balance of payment is what? It is the systematic record of all the economic transactions between India and rest of the world. That is called as a balance of payment. Whatever economic transactions are happening between India and rest of the world, that is the balance of payment. Making the record of it is balance of payment. And in the economic transaction which we were having at that time, we were making the expenditure more in comparison to income. That's why outflow was more than inflow, and balance of payment became deficit. And we were not capable of making the payment of our import bills. So foreign currency reserves was actually declining. It remained only for 2 weeks. It means after 2 weeks, we won't be capable of making our import bills payment. Foreign currency reserves were declining. Apart from that, we have also seen that in our country, gold reserves were also declining. Gold reserves were also declining at that time. So gold reserves were declining because we have to borrow the money, and to borrow the money, RBI's gold reserves have been taken to give as a collateral. And at the same time, public sector undertakings were having a worst financial condition because they don't have the money. So they were not capable of producing goods and services, generating the job or giving the salary to the people. And because of all of these reasons, we have went to World Bank and IMF, okay, to take a help from them. And at that time, the IMF have introduced, or IMF have said that we are going to help you out, but only if you follow the conditions. So there was a compulsion from the World Bank and IMF, because whenever IMF helps a country in the economic crisis situation, it comes with these stiff conditionalities. And IMF have given the stiff condition to India that if you want us to help you out, you have to do the economic reform. And that's one of the major reasons why we have introduced the LPG. Because at that time, if World Bank and IMF have been giving us the loan without any condition, we won't be introducing the LPG policy at that time. We won't be opening our economy. So the World Bank and IMF compulsion is one of the major reasons why we have introduced the LPG policy. If they have not created any kind of compulsion, definitely we won't be asking for the LPG policy. Okay, so these are the certain reasons why LPG policy was introduced in the country. Okay, so do remember what is economic reforms, do remember what does LPG stand for, what their means are, and why it have been introduced. Apart from that, you also have to cover the reforms in every individual market. Like in money market, what reforms happened, capital market, what reforms happened, forex market, what reforms happened. Every market individual reforms you have to study. That you will study in the comprehensive classes. Okay. Now let's discuss a very simple question that is talking about which is not one of the primary pillar of 1991 economic reforms. Is it automation? Is it liberalization, privatization, or the globalization? Which one is actually not the primary pillar of 1991 economic reforms? A, B, C, or D? And the right answer is automation. It is not the primary pillar of your 1991 economic reform. Okay. We talk about foreign trade policy. You can see what is this foreign trade policy is. So foreign trade policy refer to the economic policy that governs an economy's export-import activity. So when we govern the import-export activity of a country, that is called as a foreign trade policy. Next, economic policies like a foreign trade policy or foreign investment policy, they are critical component of the economic process. Okay, they are what? They are the critical component of the economic process. So economic policies are what? Foreign trade policy, foreign investment policy, because they promote the growth or development of the country. If we have a well-planned foreign policy, it adds to the local economy output and the nation's prosperity as well. Okay, a well-planned foreign policy will do what? It will help Indian economy to increase their output, to increase their production, as well as it will help the nation to have a better welfare of the society. Okay, because the foreign investment or foreign trade policy gives us the capital, gives us the capability by transferring the technology, by transferring the skills, knowledge, and the capital to raise the production of the country and to increase the employment in the country. So India has had a special policy promoting trade and investment from its inception. So since we have this foreign trade policy, we are making this foreign trade policy, India is always promoting the trade, India is always promoting the investment. And at the time of liberalization, privatization, globalization, Indian economy was facing the economic crisis, but we came out of that situation because of this foreign trade policy. Not actually the foreign trade policy, but the investment policy. Because the investment policy allowed foreign companies to invest in India and they gave capital to us, and that's how we survived. Okay. Now, foreign trade policy structural changes during the 1990s, it was liberalization. So prior to 1991, Indian economy was protected with the high trade taxes or tariffs. A lot of taxes and tariffs used to happen because India was a closed economy. It used to do export-import of crude oil or some medical things, but not open. It was not an open economy. So because India was not an open economy, we had a limited foreign currency, reserves. And that's why a very limited amount of foreign currency was allowed to be exchanged. But once, and you can see a lot of taxes and duties were there. Why they have been introduced? So that the foreign currency reserves will remain in India. That was the objective. Okay. And that's why we have seen the high tariffs and taxes actually blocked the growth or the development of Indian economy. Then what happened? Following the next thing, foreign investment was not permitted in India in addition to the significant quantitative restrictions. So quantitative restrictions were there and foreign investment was not allowed in the Indian economy. Now, following 1991, the Indian government implemented a liberalized international trade strategy. If you remember in unit number 7, we have discussed economic reform. That is actually your LPG policy, liberalization, privatization and globalization. When I talk about LPG, liberalization, privatization or globalization, or if I talk about the economic reform, they allowed to remove rules, regulation, restriction. Liberalization have removed all the rules, regulation and restriction which were blocking the growth of the country or the trade of the country. Globalization opened the economy for the cross-border transaction of everything. And the privatization promoted the private sector to grow in the country. And this is how Indian economy came out of the crisis. And that's when the foreign trade policy actually was introduced. and the international trade strategy have been changed. Okay, the rules have been changed, regulations have been changed, a lot of things have been done. Right, next. Some liberalization measures were taken by the government of India in response to the need of the Indian economy to make the domestic market more competitive. Okay, what we are saying, some liberalization measures were what? Some measures have been taken by the government in response to the need of the Indian economy. To do what? To make the domestic market more competitive. In where? In the international market. While others were implemented under the pressures of international agencies as part of the stabilization and structural adjustment program. Okay, so simply a lot of new measures have been taken by the government at the time of liberalization. Indian economy made more competitive approach to the international market. We entered the international market, we implemented the certain terms and conditions that was the pressure on us from some international agencies. Because of that also we grow. Right now, if we talk about international agencies, we are talking here is World Bank and IMF. If you remember in economic reform chapter, I have told you compulsion of World Bank and IMF was one of the reason why we have introduced the LPG. Because they have said that we will be helping you out, we will be helping India out, but only if India perform the economic reforms, and we had to do that. Okay, so this is what we have been doing. Next thing is there that the major trade liberalization measures enacted in 1991, and it may marked a significant break from past year, largely protectionist trade policy. Now, protectionist trade policy means we have allowed the export import of everything or cross-border transaction of everything, but at the same time we said if something wrong occurs or something negative growth happens to Indian economy because of the globalization, we will be protecting ourselves as well with the help of protectionism measures. And the present trade policy appears to have been led primarily by the concerns about Indian economy's globalization, strengthening industry competitiveness, and an adverse balance of payment scenario. So India was having an adverse balance of payment scenario. Because of that, what policy we are using right now, it have been introduced. Second, you can see India was focusing on strengthening the industry competitiveness. That's why what policy we are using right now have been introduced. Next, we have that says that the Indian economy had some concerns related to globalization. Because globalization have a lot of advantages, but it also have a disadvantages. To whom? To the domestic businessmen. Because the MNCs comes to India, somehow the business of the domestic businessmen is affected. And that's why government have said that if anything negative happens to the economy because of the foreign trade, because of the globalization, we still have right to introduce such kind of rules regulation that will be protecting our economy. And that was allowed by WTO also. So protectionism trade policy is what? The policy in which specific taxes, tariff barriers, non-tariff barriers or import quotas will be introduced. So protectionist trade policy have a three way to perform the transaction. First is tariff barriers. If you feel like that in the textile market we are losing the market of domestic businessmen because of the globalization, then you can introduce tariff barriers, means you can hire the taxes and duties. Second, you can introduce non-tariff barriers. Non-tariff barriers means permission restriction you have applied. Like if you want to come to India, if you want to import this or if you want to export this, you have to take permission from these 5 ministries. That's a non-tariff barrier. And the third one we have is a import quota. We have given a certain restriction on the imports, that this is the only amount of import you can do, otherwise no. So this is what India have right now as a policy of itself. Now the foreign trade policy, if I talk about, it will be made for the 5 years. The last policy was made in 2015 and it was till 2020. But because of the COVID-19, 15 to 20 policy have been expanded to 2022. So 15 to 2022, we had the one policy due to the COVID, and from 2022 to 2027, we have a next policy that we have to study in this chapter in detail. Okay, and that we will be covering in our comprehensive batch, a success batch or increment batch. Clear? Now let's talk about foreign investment. So one of the way of foreign investment is foreign direct investment. Foreign direct investment means simply when a foreign company comes to India and invest in India. So foreign direct investment gives us the opportunity to increase our growth, to increase our production, to increase our employment opportunities, because they give us the capital. And we can use that capital to raise the demand of public, to produce more goods, to produce to increase the GDP or economic growth, as well as to provide the job to the people. So you can see foreign direct investment is an investment made in a country. By whom? By a foreign investor. Foreign investor, often a company. है ना? So a company investing in India, that's a foreign direct investment. Second, FDI is a key engine of what? It is a key engine of economic growth. It assists maintaining high growth rates. It enhances the productivity and it generates employment. So you can see FDI is what? It's a key engine of all of this. It helps in economic growth. It gives us the high growth rate. It enhances our productivity and it generates the employment also. Okay, all of these are the benefit with the help of FDI. And if you have a favorable policy framework and if you create a stable business environment in the country, it will be beneficial for the foreign investors. And in that situation, we will be having a huge foreign direct investment inflow. So if you provide the foreign investors a stable business environment means no fluctuations were there in the rules, regulation, restriction. And the policy of foreign investment is favorable for the investors. Favorable in what way? Favorable in a way that they find it easy to invest in India and comparatively cheaper also from the other countries. So that's what we are saying, a favorable policy. Hai na? They are finding all the rules, regulation, taxes, duties, everything in India is favorable for them. Then the more FDI will come to India. So you can see defense, construction, broadcasting, civil aviation, plantation, trade, private sector, banking, satellite installation operations, credit information companies, they are all those sectors which have been liberalized. Liberalized means the rules, regulations have been removed from here. So this is what the foreign direct investment is and this is how it works. Now, FDI in India have two ways, like foreign companies can come to India in two ways. The first way is automatic way and the second is government approved way. Automatic route, simply say the name of the route of FDI in India first is automatic route. Automatic route simply says that you do not need permission to come to India. Automatic route means without any permission or without approval, you can come and invest in India. So no prior approval is required, without prior approval, you can come to India. Simple. Without any permission, without any approval, you can come to India and invest here. That's the automatic route. In automatic route, only two-stage reporting process have to be informed. Like it is a kind of stage, it is a kind of route where you do not need permission of Government of India or permission of RBI to come to India and invest. But still, we should track the record how much capital is coming to India in which sector. Otherwise, the Hawala transaction, otherwise the money laundering transactions will increase in the country, right? So we have to maintain the record, and that's why RBI said in automatic route, you can come without any prior approval from the government or the RBI, but within 30 days of that investment, when you have made the investment in India, within 30 days of that investment, the Indian company in which the investment happened, that Indian company have to inform two things to the Foreign Exchange Department of RBI. Which department? Foreign Exchange Department of RBI. As per the regional office of RBI, they have to go and inform two things to Foreign Exchange Department. The first thing is they have to inform that how much foreign capital they have got. And second, they have to inform how much ownership you have given them to means given the foreign companies or the foreign investor in place of that rupee or in place of that investment. So this is what the automatic route is. So you can see FDI is permitted through automatic route without prior approval from the government or the RBI. And in all the activities or sectors specified in the Government of India's consolidated FDI policy as amended from time to time. So you can see the investor must follow a two-stage reporting process. Okay, investor have to do what? Investor have to follow the two-stage reporting process. Two-stage reporting process says that the Indian company have to go to the Foreign Exchange Department and inform two things. The first is The Indian company is required to report to the Foreign Exchange Department, regional office of RBI, under whose jurisdiction its registered office comes. So let's say Indian company have its office in New Delhi, its registered office. So the Department of Foreign Exchange will be of Delhi RBI office. Okay. So within 30 days of you receive the investment, share application money or amount of consideration from the non-resident investor have to be informed. Non-resident investor means foreign investor. So whatever share application money you have received or the amount of consideration you have received from the non-resident Indian, that you have to inform to the Foreign Exchange Department. First thing. Second thing, you have to inform that upon issue of shares to non-resident investor, the company is required to submit required documentation with the Foreign Exchange Department, regional office concerned of the RBI. So second thing, you have to inform issue of shares to non-resident Indians, how much have been done. So without any prior approval, you can invest in India, but you have to go with the two-stage reporting process. Now, second route is government approved route. In the government approved route, prior approval from government is required. In the government approved route, prior approval from the government is required, relevant administrative ministry or the department. So whatever sector you are coming to invest in India, from that ministry, from that department, you have to take the permission. So you have to give the notice. If they accept it, you are allowed to come to India, otherwise no. Now, proposal involving a total foreign equity infusion of more than 5,000 crores require clearance from the Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs. Okay, what we are saying? Proposal that involve a total foreign equity infusion of how much amount? 5,000 crores. Then the clearance from the Cabinet Committee of Economic Affairs is required. So if amount is below 5,000 crore, then you need a prior approval from the administrative ministry or the department. But if amount is more than 5,000 crore, then you have to take this ministry or department permission, but you also have to take the permission of CCEA, that stands for Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs. And also, if any FDI comes from the Pakistan, it will be always under the government route. Okay, it will be always among the government route. So these are the two routes of FDI in India. Clear? Now we have three types of FDI in India. The first type is greenfield, second is brownfield, and third is joint venture. The greenfield FDI simply means when the foreign company is starting or investing in India in a new business, then it's a greenfield. So greenfield investment means what? Investment in the new business. Second, brownfield. Brownfield simply means when a foreign company is investing in India in existing business, then it's a brownfield investment. And the joint venture means simply collaboration is happening for the risk and reward between the companies. That's a joint venture. So these are the three types of foreign direct investment we have. Okay. So now let me know, till now everything is clear, or do you have any doubt? Let me know till now everything is clear. Or if you have any doubt, let me know. Next, economic growth and development. Now, what is the difference between the two? One is economic growth and one is economic development. Now, economic growth means actually increase in the national output of a country. Whenever the production, or I can say economic growth is a quantitative concept. It's a quantitative concept. It means it talks about the quantity. Quantitative concept. It means whenever there is an increase in the production or increase in the national output of goods and services, that increase represents the increase in GDP. And definitely if the GDP is increasing, it increases the economic growth. So economic growth is a quantitative concept which talks about whenever there is an increase in the national output of a country, that's economic growth. Okay. Now, economic development is both. It's quantitative plus qualitative concept. It's a quantitative and qualitative concept. Okay, that's the economic development we are talking about. So quantitative plus qualitative concept is there. Now when we talk about the quantitative concept, what's a quantitative concept? Same, increase in the production. Quantitative concept says increase in the economic growth, because it represents the increase in production. Because the production is increasing, definitely the economic growth is increasing. That's a quantitative concept. Now the qualitative concept will be when, apart from economic growth, we find positive changes in the economy. Okay, if apart from the increase in the production, apart from the increase in economic growth, we are finding positive changes in economic growth, in the economy actually, it will be called as the economic development. What kind of positive changes? Because the production is increasing in the country, it should represent increase in employment. That's a positive response. That's a positive change. If employment is increasing, then people should be earning money. Then it is important that the poverty should be reduced in the country. And if people have seen reduce in the poverty, definitely their living standard will increase. They will have a high living standard. And when they started living with the better livelihood situation, then definitely infrastructure development will also be occurred. Okay, so etc. So these are the positive changes. So economic growth, as you can see, it's only a quantitative concept. It represents the quantity. Whenever the increase in the goods and services is happening, that's a economic growth. Like earlier, India used to produce 100 goods. Now India is producing 1000 goods. That increase in the production is a growth. But what is development? Development always finds the welfare. Okay, development always finds the welfare. Until and unless the human being felt welfare, there will be no development. So because of the growth, there should be a positive changes. Positive changes like employment should increase, the poverty should reduce, living standard should enhance, and the development of the infrastructure should be there. So that represents that we are having a better life. The livelihood of people become better. The quality of life of people become better, because now they have job, they came out of the poverty, they are living in a very good situation. That's what the welfare is. So economic growth plus welfare represents the economic development. Okay, that's why economic development, it is quantitative and qualitative, both concepts are there. Clear? So you can see here, economic growth refers to the increment in the amount of goods and services produced in an economy, whereas economic development refers to the reduction and elimination of poverty, unemployment, inequality. Reducing poverty, reducing inequality, reducing the unemployment, that's a better life for us. That's what the development is. So economic growth means an increase in the real national output. That is the economic growth, and it can be identified by checking the GDP, gross national income, or per capita income. These are the indicators which tells us that the economy is having growth or not. When we talk about economic development, it means improvement in quality of life, in the living standard. Like measures of literacy, life expectancy, healthcare should be better. And you can find out there is economic development or not in the country with the Human Development Index, Human Poverty Index, Gini coefficient, Gender Development Index, Balance of Trade, Physical Quality of Life Index. Although the Physical Quality of Life Index have been stopped calculating by the government, now we are calculating the Human Development Index. Okay, so definitely Physical Quality of Life Index is not present right now, but Human Development Index tells us the economic development. So this is how we can find out the development or growth. Okay, so we have discussed what is foreign trade policy, what is foreign direct investment, and the difference between growth and development. Now let's practice one or two questions on the same. Like the first question is saying, what is the primary benefit of foreign direct investment for an economy? The primary benefit, why we have a foreign direct investment. First is saying it primarily leads to increased national debt. Second is saying it assists in maintaining high growth rate, enhancing productivity and generating employment. Third is saying it encourages emigration of skilled labor. Fourth is saying it reduces the need for domestic innovation. Out of these four, which one is correct? So definitely it will not reduce the innovation, it will enhance innovation. It encourage emigration of skilled labor. No, it's not related to immigration. It primarily lead to increase national debt. Debt means loan. No, we are not taking loan. In foreign direct investment, we are taking investment from the foreign company. That's not a debt for us. Wrong. So right answer is B. Okay, right answer is B. That says it assists in maintaining a high growth rate, enhancing productivity, as well as generating employment in the country. Second question is talking about which of the following is a reporting requirement for an Indian firm receiving FDI through automatic route. So what is the reporting requirement? First is saying reporting to the Ministry of Commerce within 60 days of receiving fund. Second is saying reporting to the Foreign Exchange Department of RBI within 30 days of receipt of share application money or consideration amount. Third is saying submitting documentation to the Securities and Exchange Board of India upon issue of shares. Fourth is saying seeking approval from the relevant administrative ministry before receiving the funds. So which one is correct? Definitely we are not going to say B. Definitely we are not taking approval because approval will be required in the government route. We are talking about an automatic route. Reporting to the Ministry of Commerce within 60 days is also not correct. So right answer is B. Reporting to the Foreign Exchange Department of RBI within 30 days of receipt of shares. Okay. Now what is business cycle? Business cycle is also called as business cycle is also called as the economic cycle or a trade cycle. You can call it an economic cycle, you can call it a trade cycle. Now when it comes to the business cycle, right, when it comes to the business cycle, it actually represents the fluctuations in the production, also the fluctuations in the economic activity. So whenever there is a fluctuation in the economic activities or the production, that is called as the business cycle. Okay, that's the business cycle. Whenever there is what? There is a fluctuations in the economic activity or the production. So every business, whenever we are starting any business, every business have the multiple impact. Okay, like when you are starting a business, people start to know about your business, they start creating demand of your product. So slowly your demand of product is increasing. But at some point, you have achieved the maximum target customers of yours. So the demand actually becomes stable there. Earlier, from 1 to 100 people demanded your goods, but now it is 100 to 100 now. No extra customer is coming. So that's the peak of your business you have achieved. But after some time, definitely the demand of your product will decline, because if you are not giving something good to the customers or the consumers or something new to the consumer, they will switch to another product. Retaining the customer is also very important in a business. And if you are not able to retain the customer, definitely your demand will decrease. And that creates a recession, depression for your business. And to come out of that, you have to create recovery of your business. This is what the business cycle represents. So business cycle is actually representing the fluctuations in the production and economic activity. As you can see here, these are the phases. Business cycle is a wave-like movement. You can see this is the wave. It shows the wave. It's a wave-like movement, right? In which expansion, peak, recession, depression, trough, expansion, recovery. Then it will continue after recovery. So these are the phases you will face in every business. And they will keep repeating again and again in the same reckoning form. Okay, every business, when you start a business, you start from the expansion. Then you reach your maximum level, that's your peak, that's a boom. Then after the boom, you start declining. And the decline goes through the depression to the trough. And then we have to start recovering our business. So this is how we have to run our business. The business cycle is actually very helpful to take the decisions for a business. Okay, if you want to take any decision for your business, it is very much important for you that you know at what phase of business cycle your business is standing. Because accordingly, the future decisions will be taken. If you are at expansion, the different ways of decisions have to be taken. If you are at a depression level, then the different decisions have to be taken. So it definitely helps in the business decisions. So you can see the term business cycle or economic cycle. It is also called as a trade cycle, right? It refers to economy-wide fluctuations in production or the economic activity. So whenever you are finding economy-wide fluctuation in production and economic activity, that is your business cycle. Now, these fluctuations occurs around a long-term growth trend, and typically they involve shift of relatively economic growth, that is expansion or boom, and stagnation or decline, that is contraction or recession. So every business cycle will cover one expansion and one contraction. Without one expansion or one contraction, the business cycle cannot end. Okay, it cannot end. If you want to complete your business cycle will go from one contraction and one expansion. And the expansion means expansion or boom, contraction means your stagnation, decline, or you can call it a recession. So without one expansion, without one contraction, business cycle do not end. And this fluctuations between the prosperity and depression is actually your business cycle. Okay, so you can see here, business cycle simply means that whole course of business activity passes through, okay, the phases of prosperity and depression. Every business activity will go through the prosperity and depression. Prosperity shows the expansion of your business, depression shows the decline of your business. Now, business cycle is not regular. It's not like you can say in every 2 months you will find the different phase. It's not regular. It is unpredictable. It's not regular means anytime the phases of business cycle can change. It's not like every business cycle, every phase of business cycle have a 6 months period defined. No, it does not have that. Next, a business cycle is not predictable. Predictable means you cannot predict it. It is unpredictable. At any point of time, whatever your business is going through, it can immediately change. Okay, it can change to the another phase of your business cycle. So it is unpredictable. You cannot predict this activity. This is unpredictable. Repetitive phenomena. This is not a repetitive phenomena. It's not like after every 6 months the new phase of business cycle will come. So it's not regular, it's not predictable, it's not repetitive phenomena. Do remember this. This is very important. Okay, the basic feature of business cycle they are. Now, so business cycle timing is random and unpredictable. You cannot say that every year from January to March, this is the period where the recession will be found. No, this is not defined. This is not predictable. You cannot predict it. You cannot say that this is the regular phenomena which we are seeing from the last 10 years. No, it is unpredictable. It is not regular. You cannot find out the duration of a business cycle. Also, business cycle influences the business decisions, definitely. Okay, all business decisions will be taken as per the business cycle phases. Now, the cycle affects not only the economy in general, but each individual business firm. Definitely, the business cycle impacts every firm which is working in an economy, because it shows you the economy-wide fluctuations in your economic activity. So if business cycle is an expansion or decline or anything, depression or something, definitely every business of the economy will be impacted. Now, characteristics of business cycle. The first is it is a synchronic. Business cycle is synchronic. Synchronic means it syncs. If one industry have upward movement in their industry, then every industry will have the upward movement. Okay, like synchronic means what? Every industry will have a sync with each other. If one industry have upward situation, every industry will have upward situation. If one have downward, everyone will have a downward situation. Okay, so this is a business cycle is synchronic. Now, a business cycle shows a wave-like movement. This is a wave-like movement we have seen. This kind of wave will be shown. All the 4 phases will be shown in a wave. That's a wave-like movement. Next. Cyclical fluctuations are recurring in nature. They keep repeating. Like definitely after boom, you will find the depression. After depression, you will find the boom. So this is the recurring situation. Now the up and down movements are not symmetrical. It's not like for 6 months there was an upward movement. Then again for the 6 months there will be a downward movement. No, they are not symmetrical. You cannot say for the same period we will be having an upward and downward situation. No, they are not symmetrical. Okay, now phases of business cycle, there are 4 phases that you can see: boom, recession, depression, and recovery. These are the 4 phases, and this is the wave-like movement we were talking about. This is a wave-like movement. So do remember, business cycle is identified as a sequences of 4 phases, that is boom, recession, depression, and recovery. Do remember these 4 phases. Now, first one is boom. So boom is the period where the company have actually achieved the production capacity fully. Okay, this is the phase where the company have actually achieved the whole, or we can say the company have actually achieved the maximum level of their economic indicators. The production, the demand, the target consumer, the growth, the GDP and everything. That's a boom period. That is fully utilized. Next. We are saying that production capacity is fully utilized, so definitely the prices will be high and the profit will be high because more demand is there. So when the demand is high, the supply will be low and the prices will be high. So this prices will give you the profit. And more investment will be attracted because everybody will think that this industry have a profit. So more and more investors want to invest in this industry at this time because the industry at the peak level, they are growing, they are achieving the highest level of the growth. So everybody will want to invest in there. Now, to manufacture a greater number of product, entrepreneur purchase the new machines and also they hire the employees at a higher rate or higher wages. Because there is a demand, company is earning profit, company have to produce more goods. For that, company will hire more people and will provide higher wages to them because the company is earning good money. So you can see these are the economic characteristics of boom. There is a definite increase in demand. Okay, and the demand actually increases at this level that it left behind the production level or the output level. It means demand will increase more than the supply. That will increase the prices in the economy. And these prices will create inflation in the economy. Okay, so definitely demand peaks to the level that exceeds sustainable output or production level. Then economy heats up and demand supply lag becomes apparent. Like demand supply lag means what? The demand is higher than supply. So definitely the lag will be there in the demand and supply. So these are the market forces. Demand and supply called as the market forces. So market forces will be having a lag between them. Demand will be more than the supply and because of that prices will increase. So you can see market forces mismatch will be there, like demand and supply disequilibrium will be there, and it tend to create a situation in which inflation begins to rise because whenever the demand is more than supply, definitely the prices are going to increase and that creates the inflation situation. Now, the economy may suffer fundamental problems such as shortage of investable capital, decreased savings, declining of standard of living and emergence of a seller's market. Now, why this is happening? If people have money, that's why there is a demand. And because there is a demand, that's why the prices are high. That's why there is inflation. Then why the standard of living is low? Because when the inflation is rising, when the prices of goods and services is rising, it creates higher cost of living. The cost of living will also increase. And when the cost of living is increasing, the people have to compromise somewhere so that they can survive in the economy. And then the living standard declines of a people. And in the boom period, in the end of the boom period, the demand, it starts declining. The profit of company start declining in the end of the boom period. Okay, so you can see here. Next point we have, next phase we have recession. So once economy reaches the peak, the course changes. So when you have reaches the peak situation, boom situation, definitely the course of your business will change. So the downward tendency in demand is observed in the end of the boom period that will continue to the recession. But the producers who are not aware about this trend, like definitely in the market there is a comparatively less demand of goods and services, but the producers are not aware about the market situation. They will keep producing more goods because they are not aware about it, and because of that supply will increase in comparison to demand. Okay, so now the supply exceeds the demand, so definitely the prices will decrease, and that creates a recession. Because there is no demand, the production will be decreased, the employees will be fired because we do not need the same level of production in the economy, in the company. So definitely the workers will be removed from the work, and at that point of time your earning will also decrease. So now the producer come to the notice that stocks are piling up, whatever already supply they have, they're still there. So they will be cancelling their future investment plans. They will cancel their new equipment order, their new raw material orders, because they know people are not purchasing our goods. So why they will be purchasing the raw material or equipment? So they will cancel all the orders. So the businessman even cuts down its existing business. How? By removing the people. So definitely if company is not earning more money, they have to cut down their costing. So they start firing their employees. Okay, so workers are retrenched here. So recession is a situation, we can simply say, where the unemployment increases. Because of unemployment increases, income decrease, expenditure of people will decrease, prices of goods and services will decrease, the profit margin will decrease, industrial and trade activity will also decrease. Okay, so because of unemployment is rising, all of these situations will be found in the decreasing way. Okay, now the failure of one firm affects other firm with whom it has business connections. Okay, like if one firm is actually failing, it will affect the other firms also. Okay, because definitely if the manufacturing unit is actually closed, or a manufacturing unit is not capable of selling more goods, they will stop buying the raw material. That will impact the raw material business also. So this phase of business cycle is also known as crisis. Do remember this, that the recession phase is actually called as a crisis. Okay, so utmost suffering for a business will be there. Now, depression. Depression is a situation where we will find the underemployment of men and material both. Underemployment means whatever the capability of yours, you have to settle down for a lesser capability. That's the underemployment. When, let's say, at the time of COVID, when the lockdown have been removed, when the companies actually, industries actually opened, the people have to work at a lesser wages. In 2019, the person, whatever he is doing, he used to get 1 lakh rupees for that job. But now after COVID, he has to settle down for 50,000. Because the market was closed, the companies were not having the profit. So companies now hiring the people for the same job at a lower wages. That's the underemployment, when the person have to settle down for the lesser thing. Okay, so now a characteristic of this phase, so general demand falls faster than the production. Demand will continuously declining here, and producers will be selling their cost at a lower prices, even they won't be able to cover the cost. So prices have been declined in the recession phase already. In the recession, producers were selling their goods at a lower prices, but at the point of time when there is a depression, they have to sell more lesser price, even that they cannot recover their costing also. Okay, they are not able to recover the costing from that price. Now, so manufacturer of both capital goods and consumer goods are forced to reduce the volume of production. As a consequence, workers are thrown out and the remaining workers are poorly paid here. So definitely if you are not able to recover the cost, how you will be able to pay the salary to the employees? So people will be removed from the company. That's a depression. Now recovery, definitely. Depression already involves the germs of recovery. Okay, because it's not indefinite time you will find the depression in the economy. Definitely it will over some time. So the idle workers now come forward to work at a low wage, and at the prices at their lowest. Consumers who actually postpone that we are not going to purchase right now, the more prices will be declining and then we will purchase the goods. They will start purchasing the product. They start consuming those products now because they know the prices won't be going down more than this. Okay, so the banks started giving the loan to the industries at a lower rate of interest so that the money will come in the economy. That will create the demand, that will create the GDP and the economic growth. And demand increases, goods become insufficient again, the prices will increase, economic activities start picking up, investment will start picking up, employment output will slowly and steadily It being to rise. It will start doing what? It will start being rising in the economy. Okay, so this is how the recovery works, that the business will start going up, the business will start picking up. Okay, that's the recovery. So these are the 4 phases of business cycle we have. They are very important. Definitely every time the question from this will be asked. So do remember that to cover this chapter. Now let's practice some question. First is saying, which of the following is a feature of business cycle? It is a regular phenomena, it's a predictable phenomena, it's a repetitive phenomena, or none of these is correct. So what do you think? Which one is correct? A, B, C or D? What do you think? Which one is correct? A, B, C or D? Okay, so definitely it's not a regular phenomena, it's not predictable, it's not repetitive. So right answer is D. Okay, right answer will be D option, because business cycle is not regular, not predictable, not repetitive. Next, in business cycle, the upward and downward movement tend to occur at almost the same time in all industries. So this characteristics of business cycle is called what? This characteristics of business cycle is called what? The upward and downward movement tend to occur at almost the same time. So is it the business cycle is synchronic? Is it the business cycle shows a wave-like movement? Is it the cyclical fluctuation in a business cycle recurring in nature, or none of the above? So the right answer for this will be, it is synchronic. Like it will sync the all industry. If one is having upward movement, the other also will have the same. So right answer is A. It is synchronic. Next, which is not a correct feature of a boom period? Not a correct feature of a boom period. Production capacity is fully utilized. Products fetch above normal price that give higher profit. There is continuous increase in the production cost. Towards the end of boom period, the demand is very high. Which one is not a correct feature of boom period? A, B, C or D? Okay. So definitely production capacity is fully utilized. Product fetch above normal price. There is continuous increase in the production cost, but at the end, demand will not be very high. Demand will be declining. In the boom period, in the end of the boom period, the demand will decline. So right answer is D. Okay, right answer will be D option. So this is the monetary policy and fiscal policy. Now let's start. First of all, when I talk about monetary policy and fiscal policy, when I talk about the monetary policy and fiscal policy, these are the 2 types of policies in our economy that is called monetary and fiscal policy. So monetary policy is actually prepared by whom? By RBI. Okay, who made the monetary policy? RBI makes the monetary policy, and the review of monetary policy will be bi-monthly. Bi-monthly means in every 2 months RBI gives the review of monetary policy. Okay, and the objective behind making the monetary policy is price stability. To maintain the price is the actual reason behind introducing the monetary policy. This is the main objective, to maintain the price. If the prices are going up, it's RBI responsibility to make it down, and if the prices are decreasing, it's RBI responsibility to increase them. So to maintain the price stability in the economy, that's why RBI have made the monetary policy. Okay, now the fiscal policy is actually prepared by Ministry of Finance, Government of India, and it's the annual policy from 1st April to 31st of March. Whatever the decision in the budgets will be taken, whatever the planning of the coming financial year have been done by the government, that's a part of fiscal policy. The budget is a part of fiscal policy, and the objective behind making the fiscal policy is making overall economy grow with the focus on the price stability, with focus on controlling inflation, with focus on creating employment in the country for the GDP growth and economic growth. All the economic indicators are the objective behind making the fiscal policy. Clear? So this is how the monetary policy and fiscal policy will be made in the country. And now you can see monetary policy in India, it's a tool by which the central bank, or we can say the RBI, controls the first supply of money. Okay. Second, it controls the availability of money. Third, it controls the cost of money. Cost of money means the rate of interest that you have to pay to get the money or to get the capital. So simply RBI is making monetary policy with the main objective of controlling price stability or maintaining a price stability. And to do that, RBI have to control how much money is available in the economy. RBI have to control how much capital as per the requirement of the people is available. Like the demand and supply of money should be very close so that no price up or down situation will be there. Also the cost of money. Cost of money means the amount of money you have to pay to get or to raise the capital. If I need a loan, if I need a, let's say 10 lakh rupees to establish my or to build my house, definitely I have to pay the certain interest rate on that. That will be 5%, 12%, 18%, something like that. That's the cost of money. How much you have to spend to get a capital, that's a cost of money. So in order to attain a set of objective oriented towards the growth and stability of the economy will be counted in the monetary policy. So why RBI is making monetary policy? To control the price stability, and to do that all of these will be focused by RBI, right? Everything of these will be focused by RBI. Okay, so these are the three things that RBI control with the help of monetary policy to maintain the price stability in the country. Also, the monetary theory provides insight into how to craft optimal monetary policy. So RBI does what? RBI makes the monetary policy statement on what? On the bi-monthly basis. In one financial year, 6 reviews of monetary policy comes because it's a bi-monthly policy. Every 2 months, you will find that RBI is giving review. Okay, next. So monetary policy is referred as either being expansionary monetary policy or contractionary monetary policy. So there are two types of monetary policy, expansionary and contractionary. Expansionary monetary policy, that is also called as a easy monetary policy, and contractionary monetary policy is also called as a tight monetary policy. So why RBI makes expansionary monetary policy? Whenever RBI want to increase, right? Whenever RBI want to increase, whenever RBI want to increase the money supply in the economy, RBI makes the expansionary monetary policy. So in expansionary monetary policy, what actually happens? RBI reduces the policy rates. When the policy rates are reduced, it means the loans becomes cheaper, and because of that, the money supply with the people will increase. And if people have more money, they will demand more goods and services. And because demand and supply have inverse relation, the prices will increase. So whenever RBI wants to increase money supply in the economy, and why RBI wants to increase money supply in the economy? Because of the situation of the economy. So whenever RBI feels that in the economy there is a requirement of more money so that the demand of people will increase, then RBI makes the expansionary monetary policy. And the contractionary monetary policy is just opposite. Whenever RBI think, like let's say the money supply is more in the economy, that's actually creating the inflation in the economy, then RBI makes the contractionary monetary policy, in which RBI increases policy rates, which decrease the money supply, which decrease the demand of people, because if people don't have money, they don't demand the goods and services. So supply will increase, and because of that, prices will decrease. So it is the price stability. You can see the expansionary monetary policy is increasing the prices, and the contractionary monetary policy is decreasing the prices. So the main objective of making the monetary policy is price stability. So if there is inflation in the country and we have to control the inflation, RBI will make the contractionary monetary policy. Okay, to control the inflation, RBI will make the contractionary monetary policy. And if there is deflation, crisis, recession, depression, where there is a high unemployment in the country. So RBI will make the expansionary monetary policy, because expansionary monetary policy gives money in the economy. The money creates the demand, and because the people are demanding the goods, the production will be started, and because of the production, the employment will also increase. So to remove the hurdle in an economy of deflation, crisis, recession or depression, RBI makes the expansionary monetary policy. And if there is a high inflation in the country, to control that, RBI makes the contractionary monetary policy. Okay, so this is what the types of monetary policy is, and you can see the same thing it is saying, that monetary policy is referred to as the either being a expansionary policy or contractionary policy. So an expansionary policy increases the total supply of money in the economy, and the contractionary policy decreases the total supply of money. So because expansionary, RBI reduces the policy rate, so money supply increases. In contractionary, RBI increases the policy rate, so the money supply decreases. Okay, so expansionary policy is traditionally used to combat the unemployment in a recession. Okay, so we have seen that when there is an inflation in the country, RBI makes contractionary. When there is a recession, RBI makes expansionary. So if there is a recession in the economy, RBI will make the expansionary monetary policy. By doing what? By lowering the interest rate. The contractionary policy involves raising the interest rate in order to combat the inflation. So to control inflation, contractionary monetary policy will be made. To remove deflation, crisis, recession, depression from the country, RBI will make expansionary monetary policy. Okay, now the tools of monetary policy, or you can call it an instrument of monetary policy. There are two types of instrument in monetary policy. The first we have direct. Okay, second we have indirect. Direct monetary policy and indirect monetary policy. These are the two types of policy we have. Instrument we have. So direct instrument of monetary policy we have CRR, cash reserve ratio. We have SLR, statutory liquidity ratio. Then we have refinance facility. These are the three types of instrument in the facility. Direct instrument. So direct instrument we have three: CRR, SLR and refinance. Cash reserve ratio, statutory liquidity ratio and refinance facility. Indirect instrument are very, we have a lot of indirect instrument like bank rate, repo rate, fixed reverse repo rate, recently introduced standing deposit facility, marginal standing facility, market stabilization scheme, open market operation, liquidity adjustment facility. Okay, these are the indirect instruments: bank rate, repo rate, fixed reverse repo rate, standing deposit facility, marginal standing facility, market stabilization scheme, open market operation and liquidity adjustment facility. So these are the direct and indirect instrument of monetary policy. By using these instruments, RBI controls the price stability, or RBI maintains the price stability in the economy. Okay, clear? So they all are called as a policy rates. They all are called as the policy rates. Now, next we have Monetary Policy Committee. So RBI or central government, they have made the Monetary Policy Committee. This is a committee which actually decides what to do to maintain the price stability in the economy. So the objective of monetary policy we have to achieve. And to achieve the objective of monetary policy, the Monetary Policy Committee will decide what to be done. So the first meeting of this committee was done in 2016 and it was introduced under the Section 45ZB of RBI Act 1934. Okay, RBI Act 1934 Section 45ZB actually talks about the Monetary Policy Committee, which introduced to fulfill the objective of monetary policy. And in the Monetary Policy Committee, if we talk about the members, there are 6 members in the committee. The 3 members out of these will be appointed by RBI and the remaining 3 members will be appointed by Government of India. Okay, 3 members will be appointed by RBI, 3 members will be appointed by Government of India. Now, So 3 members appointed from RBI will be called as a ex officio member. They will be called as what? They will be called as a ex officio member. Why? Because they are those people who already hold some post in RBI, like the governor of RBI, the deputy governor of RBI, and executive director of RBI. These 3 members will be appointed by RBI. So they all are holding a certain post in RBI. That's why they are called as the ex officio members. Now, the 3 members appointed by Government of India, they will be called as academicians, right? They will be called as what? They will be called as academicians. Academicians means simply those members who will be studying the economy. That's why they are the academicians. So this is how the Monetary Policy Committee helps to decide what to do and what not to do. The goal of monetary policy is very simple. First is to maintain the price stability while keeping, to maintain the price stability, but while keeping the objective of growth. It's not like you are controlling or you are maintaining a price stability and you compromise with the growth of the economy. No. While maintaining price stability, you have to make sure that the growth of economy is also there. Next, we have here that says in May 2016, the RBI Act 1934 was amended, and it has been said that the inflation target will be also taken in the monetary policy. Okay, and in the Monetary Policy Committee, the right to decide the inflation target for the period of 5 years is given to the Government of India, but with consultation with RBI governor. So Government of India now decides what inflation have to be maintained for the period of 5 years after consulting with the governor of RBI. Okay, and the target will be taken for the 5 years. So the first target in the Monetary Policy Committee was taken from 16 to 2021. Okay, that was the first time that inflation target have been taken, from 2016 to 2021. Okay, and the latest target that is going on from 2021 to 2026, that covers 4% inflation target plus minus 2%. That means the minimum bar is 2% inflation and maximum is 6, and the target is 4%. So 4% plus minus 2% is the inflation target taken by the government. Okay, that's the goal of monetary policy. Now, fiscal policy. So fiscal policy is actually a policy of Government of India in which the government is spending and the taxation policies of government will be talked about. So this fiscal policy actually focus on economic conditions on the country, like how to maintain the macroeconomic conditions of country proper. Macroeconomics means that covers the whole economy. Okay, which talks about the aggregate demand and supply. That's what we're talking about. So conditions like your aggregate demand, your inflation, your employment level, and boost the economic growth. So this is what the fiscal policy is talking about. This is what the fiscal policy actually trying to achieve, by focusing on the overall economy. So in the fiscal policy, you will find that the changes in government expenditure and taxes, it aimed achieving the macroeconomic policy objective that we have to have economic growth in the country, the employment opportunity should be there, investment should be proper or going on in the country. This is what the objective is. And the definition of fiscal policy is given by Mr. Fisher and Mr. J.M. Keynes. So you can see Mr. Fisher says that the government policy on the level of government purchases, the level of transfers and the tax system. And the J.M. Keynes was the first economist who actually gave the theory and linked the fiscal policy with the economic performance. And that's true. The economic performance of any country is linked to the fiscal policy of government, because fiscal policy actually defines about the income and expenditure of the government. And that's accordingly government will spend money in the country. Okay, every year you will find, because India is a developing country, every year you will find that we are having a deficit budget. Okay, we always find that expenditure is more than the revenue for our country. And because we want to come out of that situation, we need a proper strategy what to be done in the upcoming financial year from 1st April to 31st of March. That's where the fiscal policy helps. Okay, there are two instruments of fiscal policy. One is taxation and second is government expenditure. You can say government spending. Okay, or in simple language, we can say the policy which talks about the income and expenses of Government of India is a fiscal policy, while focusing on the growth, employment and maintaining price stability, maintaining inflation in the country. That's what the fiscal policy is. Okay, next. So you can see objective of fiscal policy is simply primary objective and additional objectives are there. The primary objective we have is that we have to promote the economic growth. And what is economic growth? Increase in the production. So if we want grow economic growth in our country, we have to promote the production of goods and services. The more production will be there, the more economic growth will be there. Then we have to promote the price stability in the country, like RBI does. We have to focus on the price stability. The additional objective we have, mobilizing the resources, like the resources should be available everywhere. We should provide the certain kind of way where the resources can be mobilized. Then we have promoting allocative efficiency. The next thing we have that we have to promote the allocative efficiency of the economy. Also, we have to reduce the income inequality and wealth distribution inequality in the country. That is very high in the country. India is one of the most unequal country when it comes to income inequality and wealth distribution inequality. So we have to remove that. And also we want to promote the private sector investment so that the government burden can be somehow shared with the private sector. Like in the public-private partnership we does. The government and private sector both invest in the development of the country, right? Next, we have FRBM Act. So FRBM Act stands for Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act. Okay, FRBM stands for what? It stands for Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act. That's the FRBM Act. So FRBM Act was first time introduced in Parliament in 2000 year by Mr. Yashwant Sinha. He was the finance minister at that time. So the FRBM Act first time introduced in 2000 year. Then it got passed from Parliament in 2003 year. And that's how it became Act. And that's why we call it as a FRBM Act 2023. So sorry, 2003. And the Act became effective in 2004. Do remember that. First time introduced in 2000. Passed in 2003 and become effective in 2004. Do remember these 3 years. Now the FRBM Act was introduced with the objective that we wanted to reduce the country's ever increasing fiscal deficit. This was the main objective. We want to reduce the fiscal deficit of government because government always have a deficit budget, and because income is less and expenditure is more, and to finance those expenses, government actually borrow money from RBI, from public, from the international organization, from the other countries also. So the borrowing of government was continuously increasing, and that increase in borrowing became burden for us because we were not capable of repaying that loan. And at that time, it was talked about FRBM Act, which will help us to reduce the borrowing capacity of government and to have a proper management on the debt of a government. Okay. So to address the budgetary situation, the lost budgetary situation, another government enacted FRBM Act. So you can see the objective first is to achieve the long-term macroeconomic stability. And at the same time, we have to make the generate budget surplus. Surplus means income will be more than the expenditure. Then to introduce prudential debt management. Also to introduce the transparent fiscal management system in the country. That's why it was introduced. And it says that we wanted to remove the fiscal impediments and provide a medium-term framework for the budgetary implements. That will be helping out to make the budget surplus and to reduce the liability on the government. That's what the main objective of FRBM Act we have introduced. Okay, so done. So this was the basic understanding of monetary policy, fiscal policy, and your FRBM Act. Okay, now let's practice 1 or 2 questions that will help us understand what we have studied. Did we get it or not? So first question is talking about, consider the following statement regarding the main objective of FRBM Act, and you have to find out the correct statement. Okay, so first is saying to achieve the short-term macroeconomic stability while generating budget deficit. So there are 2 things wrong here. We want a long-term macroeconomic stability and we want a budget surplus, not a deficit. Okay. Second, to introduce prudential debt management. That's very much true. Then to introduce, okay, OPQ, fiscal management system in the country. Definitely not. Then to remove the fiscal impediments and provide a medium-term framework for the budgetary impediments. That's correct. So we want a budgetary implementation properly done with a medium term framework. So that's correct. So it means the correct statement we have only is second and fourth. The first and third is wrong. So right answer will be B option. Okay, right answer we will have is a B option. So correct answer will be B. Okay, next. Consider the following statement regarding FRBM Act. First is saying FRBM Act was enacted in 2000. So we have to find out the correct statement. First is saying FRBM Act was enacted in 2003 and came into effect on 5th July 2004. That's true. Then prior to the pre-reform period, the total revenue deficit of the country was increasing while the fiscal deficit remained stable. No, fiscal deficit was also increasing. So second one is wrong. Now the total revenue deficit increased continuously from 1990-91 to 1999-2000. That's true. After a positive start in the early 1990s, the fiscal consolidation stalled after 1997-98 and the fiscal deficit began to rise. That's also true. So it means only second statement is wrong. First, third and fourth is correct. So right answer will be C option. First, third and fourth is correct here. So right answer you will find here is a C option. If I talk about module B of IFS, it covers unit from 12 to 19. Okay, unit number 12 to 19 we will be having your module B. So this is the second last unit of your module B. Okay, that is the national income and GDP concept. So to study the national income, we have to study certain basic concepts. Like the first, we should know about the per capita income. Okay, that's actually the average of national income. That tells us how much money or earning a per person is having in an economy. That's your per capita income. Then we have to calculate national income. Okay, apart from that, the national income aggregates are very important, like the GDP, GNP, NDP and NNP. Gross domestic product, gross national product, net domestic product, net national product. And the value of all the four products we have to calculate at market price and at factor cost. So GDP at market price, GNP at factor cost, NDP at market price, NNP at market price. This is all we have to cover in this chapter. Apart from that, types of GDP, apart from that, the methods of calculating GDP, the GDP deflator, SNA, a lot of things are there in this chapter. It's a very big chapter and the whole chapter requires the conceptual understanding. So when one thing is very important, that we should study first GDP, NDP, NNP, all of these four products at a different products like a market price and factor cost. So today, not whole chapter we will be covering in a half hour because that's a very big chapter. So I will be talking about GDP and NDP and related concept to them. Okay, that's what we are going to discuss today. So let's just start with the very first concept of this chapter, that is GDP. So I guess everybody is aware about the term GDP, that is gross domestic product. Like how to calculate the GDP. So let's first understand it, then we will go through the theory. So GDP stands for gross domestic product, and let's assume the circle is the Indian geographical boundary. This is our India and this is the geographical boundary of our country. Let's assume that. So whatever goods and services are produced within the geographical boundary of a country during one financial year, whether it is produced by Indian or foreigner, doesn't matter. But whatever goods and services are produced within the geographical boundary of a country, their money value, their money value is actually the GDP. Okay, so let me tell you the definition of GDP. Money value of all final goods and services produced within the geographical boundary of a country during a financial year. That is the GDP. Okay, so full form is gross domestic product and the definition is money value of all final goods and services produced within the geographical boundary of a country during a financial year. Okay, so whatever production is happening within our geographical boundary in one financial year, that is our GDP. Doesn't matter is it produced by Indian company or foreign company, Indian citizen or a foreign citizen, but the main point is it should be produced within the geographical boundary. What's happening? One second. Okay, the main thing is that it should be produced within the geographical boundary of a country. That's the main thing. Okay, so now you can see the definition. GDP or gross domestic product is the final money value of all goods and services that a country produces in a certain period. Okay, so in one financial year, whatever production the country is doing, that is called as a GDP. But definitely the very important word of this definition is geographical boundary. You can say geographical boundary, or you can say country produces. Country means within a geographical boundary it is the production is happening. So the main point is that production should be done within the country, within the geographical boundary of a country. Then it will be counted as a GDP. Okay, so you can see here, next we have definition. GDP is the final market value of the goods and services produced within the geographical or domestic boundary of a country during a financial year. Okay, so the production have to be done within the geographical boundary or the domestic boundary of a country, then it will be counted as a GDP. So it doesn't matter who is producing the goods, but the production should be within the geographical boundary. Now, GDP growth rate is an important indicator of the economic performance of a country. Next, for India, this year is from 1st April to 31st of March. So from 1st April to 31st of March, whatever production is happening in a geographical boundary of our country, the money value of that production is your GDP. Okay, so now how to calculate GDP? There are three methods. To calculate the GDP, we have three methods. I guess in the sectors of Indian economy, also in the introduction of economics, you guys have studied about sectors of Indian economy, right? Definitely you have studied about that. There are three sectors of economy: primary sector, secondary sector, and the tertiary sector. These three sectors of Indian economy was introduced by Central Statistical Office. This was established by Government of India in 1951 to calculate the statistical data of our economy. Okay, so CSO, to calculate the statistical data of our economy, like the national income, per capita income, GDP and all that, CSO divided actually the Indian economy into three sectors: primary, secondary and tertiary. Clear? So GDP will be calculated by covering these three areas. Okay, so there are three methods of calculating GDP, and theoretically it says that all the three methods produces the same result for us. According to the GDP calculation, all the three methods theoretically gives the same results. So first method is production method. That is also called as a value added method. You can call it a production method or value added method, both are same. Second, we have income method, and third we have expenditure method. So production method, income method, expenditure method, all the three are same to calculate the GDP. Okay, now next, the formula for GDP, how to calculate GDP, there is a formula given. So first, before understanding the formula, let's understand the four engines of GDP. So actually the GDP of economy, right, the GDP of economy is actually dependent on the four engines. Okay, and what are these four engines? So engines, the first engine is household. That is us. Okay, one second. I have written the wrong spelling. Okay, the first engine is households. That means us, the families, the households of Indian economy. They are the major contributor of the GDP. Around 57% of our GDP comes from the households, come from the Indian households, we can say. Like us, like my family, your family, we are demanding certain goods and services. That covers around 57% of our GDP. The second contributor we have is a private industrialist, or we can say private industries. So they are the second number contributor in the GDP. So they actually contribute around 26% of our GDP. Okay. Now the third we have government. And government actually covers the third number contribution in GDP, that is around 11%. But at the time of COVID, the contribution from government side from 16%. Otherwise, it will be your around 11% something. But the time of COVID, it increased to 16%. Now, the fourth one is rest of the world. Why rest of the world is a contributor of our GDP? Because definitely we do the exports to the other countries. So the demand from other countries also coming for goods and services. That's why we are producing goods on in geographical boundary. So GDP, the money value of all final goods and services of a country, depends on these four engines: households, private industrialist, government, and rest of the world. Okay, so the formula of GDP is made on the basis of these four engines. So how to calculate GDP? GDP actually equals to consumption plus investment plus government expenditure plus net exports. Now what are they? Consumption represents the household's demand. Okay, C is for households, that represents the consumptions of household. Then I is for investments. Definitely investment, we are talking from the private industries. So I represents the private industrialist. And G represents definitely the government expenditure. And NX represents the net exports, which comes from the rest of the world. And net means the remained value of exports. Now what is net export? Simply exports minus imports. Okay, it stands for what? Export minus import. And this is the least contributor in our GDP, because India is a kind of country where we do the import more than the export. And that's why maximum number of times this net export comes negative for us. Okay, so the major contributor is consumption, that is household. Second major is investment, that is private industries. Third major is government, and the least I can say, that is net export, because maximum number of times this net export value will be negative for us, because India is the country which imports more comparison to exports. Okay, now how to calculate GDP at market price? Simple, GDP plus indirect taxes. Okay, it stands for what? GDP plus indirect taxes. Okay, next we have GDP factor cost, because whatever product you are purchasing at market, it involves the taxes. You are not able to purchase any goods from the market without the taxes. So definitely GDP market price involves the indirect tax. Then GDP factor cost equals to GDP plus subsidy. Subsidy is actually the financial assistance that government provide on the production value of a goods and services. So that's why in the factor cost we covers the GDP plus your subsidy. Okay, so GDP plus subsidy there will be. So this is how the GDP will be calculated at market price and factor cost, and these are the four engines of GDP. Do remember them. Okay, now let's move forward and talks about the types of GDP. So there are two types of GDP. One is nominal and another one is real. Okay, there are two types of GDP. One is nominal and another one is real. Now what is this nominal GDP and real GDP? So nominal GDP is also called as a GDP at current prices. Okay, nominal GDP is also called as a GDP at current prices. Now what does this mean? So whatever production is happening within the geographical boundary of a country in one financial year, the money value of that is your nominal GDP. Let's say from 1st April 2024 till 31st of March 2025, we have produced these 10 markers and the price of one marker is 100 rupee. So your nominal GDP will be 1000 rupees, that's it. So whatever production in a one financial year is happening, how many number of products we are producing and what are the actual price of them, that's the nominal GDP. Okay, that's also called as the GDP at current prices. Now real GDP is actually your GDP which adjusts the inflation itself, because it compares the prices of goods and services produced in a current financial year with the base financial year, and then it gives us the actual GDP of a country. So what happens? See, for example, in 2024-25 financial year, we have produced 10 markers and the price of each marker was 100 rupees. So our GDP at that time was 1000. This is what? This 1000 is the nominal GDP price or nominal GDP value for the financial year of 24-25. Now let's say in 2025-26 financial year, we have produced these 10 products, but the price of each product is 200 rupees. So your GDP will be 2000 rupees. Okay. Now, this is also nominal GDP for which year? For the financial year 25-26. This is the first condition. Hana, this is the first example for this year. Now, second example for this year, let's say, for example, in 2025-26, we have produced 20 goods and services. How many goods have been produced? 20. And the price of each product is 100 rupees, sorry. So, your GDP is 2000. So, there are two ways, Hana, by which the GDP increase. One, we have increased the production. Because of that, the GDP will change. And if the production is not increased, but the inflation was there in the country, then also your GDP will increase. Hana? So in both the cases, you got 2000 rupees GDP. And if you talk about individually about these cases, then all these 1000 and 2000 values represents the nominal GDP because it gives you the current value of the GDP. That's a nominal. But when we compare this 24-25 with the 25-26, this comparison gives us the real GDP. Because the real GDP, also called as a GDP at constant prices, and it adjusts the inflation. Hana, the inflation is there. The one product which used to be of 100 rupees now of 200 rupees. So inflation is there. Because of that, the prices of goods increased. Because of that, the GDP increased. And to calculate that the actual GDP growth of a country, we find out the comparison of adjustment of inflation from the base year. And that's called the real GDP. Hana? So you can see the definition now. The first is saying nominal GDP. It is a way of measuring the value of goods and services produced by an economy at a current market prices in a financial year. So whatever production in one financial year is happening, that is your nominal GDP. Okay, without any comparison, without the adjustment of inflation, when we calculate the money value of all final goods and services produced within 1 year, that's the nominal GDP. And real GDP is what? It is a way of measuring nation's output in terms of the value of goods and services, its investment, government spending and exports with the prices of base year. Hana, we are comparing the prices of current financial year with the base year. Base year will be decided by the government of India. And right now for GDP, the base year we are using is 2011-12. Clear? So do remember that. Real GDP is also called as a GDP at constant prices. It adjusts the inflation. It compares the current value of GDP with the base year value of GDP. Clear? Nominal GDP is also called as a GDP at current prices. It calculates the money value of goods and services produced within the geographical boundary of a country. Clear? Without adjusting the inflation. So this is how nominal and real GDP will be calculated. Now, next we have a GDP deflator. So I have given you one example, Hana, in the GDP types of GDP, that we are producing 10 goods and each good is of 200 rupees. So your GDP is 2000. Now GDP says the money value of all final goods and services produced within the geographical boundary of a country. So last year also we have produced 10 goods. This year we are also producing 10 goods. But last year the GDP was 1000, but this year the GDP is 2000. So GDP is not increasing because we have increased the production of goods and services. GDP is increasing because the prices are increased. So such a kind of increase in GDP, which happens because of the inflation, it will be calculated with the GDP deflator. Okay, it will be calculated with the GDP deflator. Clear? Let me know. Okay, so do remember this. So GDP deflator is saying it is a measure of the level of prices of all new domestically produced final goods and services in an economy. But it measures the inflation. It's a more comprehensive way to measure the inflation. Like we have wholesale price index, consumer price index, index of industrial production. They measure the inflation in the country. But the more comprehensive way to measure the inflation is your GDP deflator. It is also called as an implicit price deflator. That's a measure of inflation. Okay, so you can see deflator covers the entire range of goods and services produced in the economy, and it is what? It is the more comprehensive measure of inflation. Okay, because it compares with the base year, and after comparing with the base year, it tells us about the changes in the GDP. So new expenditure pattern are allowed to show up in the deflator as people respond to the changing prices. Definitely, if the price of goods, if any person is purchasing this pen at 100 rupees, doesn't give you the confirmation that he will purchase at 200 rupees also. Might be he stopped purchasing this because its prices increase. So that will be counted here. Okay, so you can see the last point is saying the ratio helps show the extent to which the increase in GDP product has happened on the account of higher prices. The GDP is not increased because the quantity of production have been increased. It is increased because of the higher prices, and that will be calculated with the GDP deflator. Okay, when the prices are actually increasing the GDP, that will be counted with the GDP deflator, and that's why it's called as a more comprehensive measure of inflation. And it will be calculated how? The quarterly basis. Okay, so you can see the formula of GDP. Numerical questions on that can be also asked. So GDP deflator equals to nominal GDP divided by real GDP multiplied by 100. Okay, so you should remember the nominal GDP, real GDP. Might be possible they will give you the direct value of nominal GDP and real GDP and will ask that GDP deflator, or might be possible they have given the value of production to you, out of which you have to calculate nominal GDP, then real GDP, and then divide them together, and you will get the GDP deflator. But yes, you should know all the terms clearly. Now, so this was the GDP, types of GDP and GDP deflator. Now let's talk about NDP. NDP stands for net domestic product. So the meaning of net word is remained value. Net word actually represents to what? Remained value, the remaining value. How to calculate the remaining value? So let's say, for example, I purchased a phone in 2024. I purchased a phone in 2024, and the price of that phone in 2024 was, let's say, rupees 1 lakh. Okay, now today in 2025, if I am going to take the value of that product, or if I am going to sell that product to someone, nobody will be ready to pay me 1 lakh rupees, because the price of that product or the value of that product have been decreased in the over a period, because I have used that phone. So now that phone is right now people are ready to buy at 60,000 rupees. So there is a decrease in the offer 40,000 rupees in my phone. That's called depreciation. That's called depreciation. Depreciation means decrease in the value of asset because of its wear and tear. Okay, so let's say, for example, if we want to calculate the net value, we have to subtract the gross value, we have to subtract the depreciation from the gross value. How? You can see here. So check. First is saying the net domestic product is calculated by subtracting the value of depreciation of a capital assets of the nation, like a machinery, housing, vehicles, from the GDP. Okay, so when we subtract the value of depreciation of capital assets of the nation, like machinery, housing, vehicles, from the GDP, that is called your NDP. So NDP also does what? It also consider obsolescence. Obsolescence means outdated. When the product become outdated and nobody is ready to pay the value for the product, that's the obsolescence risk. That's the outdated. Product is outdated. And complete destruction of the assets. The depreciation is also referred to as what? The capital consumption allowances. Okay, so when you deduct the depreciation from the actual price of a product, that will be called as a NDP. And you can see how to decide the rate of depreciation. So the rate at which wear and tear of assets occur is decided by the government of that nation. In India, it is decided by whom? By the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. So how much depreciation is happening in the assets? It will be decided by Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Okay, now the formula of NDP. So first let's know how to calculate net value. So net value will be calculated simply gross minus depreciation. Okay, it will be gross minus depreciation. That's a net value. Depreciation means decrease in the value of assets. So this is how you calculate the net value. So how to calculate net domestic product? Simply out of gross domestic product, simply subtract the depreciation. So GDP minus depreciation is your NDP. Okay, now if you want to calculate NDP market price, simply you can calculate NDP plus indirect taxes. because at the market price, definitely taxes will be there. Okay, then we have NDP factor cost. Simply you have to add the subsidy. So NDP plus subsidy. This is how we calculate the factor cost. Okay, this is how we do what? We calculate the net domestic product. So NDP, NDP market price, NDP factor cost. All of these we have covered. Okay, I hope GDP and NDP is clear to all of you. Okay, now let's continue. So this is all for today. Now GNP, NNP and SNA and the per capita income, national income you have to cover in detail classes. Where you will find that I will let you know in the end of the session. But before that, let's practice some questions. So first question is talking about choose the correct statement. So two statements is about nominal GDP, one is about real GDP. So first statement is saying nominal GDP is the money value of all goods and services produced in a year. And that's true. Hana? We have discussed that nominal GDP is what? Whatever production is happening in one financial year of a country's geographical boundary, that's current price is your nominal GDP. So first statement is correct. Second is saying nominal GDP is an indicator of the real performance of the economy as the prices change over time. So real performance won't be calculated because the nominal GDP do not adjust the inflation. So definitely this is wrong. Okay, next, third. The real GDP is calculated as the money value of all goods and services produced in a year using the constant set of market price that have prevailed in a certain chosen base year. And that's true. You are comparing the current year prices with the base year prices, then you are calculating the real performance of the economy. That's your real GDP. So correct statement we have statement number A and statement number C. So right answer will be C option. A and C only are correct. Okay, so right answer is C. Now, select the correct statement. First is saying GDP is the final value of all goods and services produced within the geographical boundary of a country during a financial year. Again, we have to find the correct statement, and that's the definition of GDP. Money value of all final goods and services produced in the geographical boundary. Now, in India, contribution to GDP are mainly divided into three broad sectors: agriculture, industry, and service. That's also correct. Net domestic product accounts for capital that has been consumed over the year in the form of machinery deterioration. That's also true. It means all the three statements are correct. Again, the answer will be C option. A, B, and C, all the three are correct. Okay, about the GDP and NDP. So right answer is C. Next, next statement is, the next question is, the dash is the monetary value of the finished goods and services produced within a country's geographical boundary in a financial year minus depreciation. Achha, if we do not read this, just read the starting two lines. The dash is the monetary value of finished goods and services produced within the geographical boundary of a country during a financial year. Isn't that GDP's definition? Right, this is GDP. And out of that, now we are saying it says minus depreciation. So GDP minus depreciation is simply what? Net domestic product. It is NDP. Okay, so when we subtract the depreciation out of the gross value, that gives us the NDP. So right answer will be your C option. Okay, next. Which of the following statement is the right about GDP deflator? Hana? Which of the following is the right about the GDP deflator? So what is GDP deflator? What is GDP deflator? We have seen nominal GDP divided by real GDP multiplied by 100. So first is saying the GDP deflator is a measure of the level of prices of all new domestically produced final goods and services. That's true. Second, using the GDP price deflator helps economists compare the level of real economic activity from one year to another. That's also true. It is a measure of general price inflation calculated by dividing nominal GDP by the real GDP, then multiplying by 100. The formula given is also correct, right? So right answer will be A, B, C. All the three are correct. So right answer will be your D option. A, B, and C, all the three are correct. Okay. So you can find the answer will be D option. Clear to all? So this is how you can study the topic, understand what actually the meaning of financial system is. Right? What's the meaning of financial system? So financial system simply means the system where the exchange of funds will be done. Okay, the system where we are doing exchange of funds. Among whom? Among the people who have surplus money and the people who have deficit of money. Okay, those people who have surplus money and those people who have deficit of money, in between them we are exchanging the funds. And this exchange of funds among the people who have surplus money and deficit money, that is called as a financial system. And this exchange of money, the flow of funds will go from the people who have surplus money towards the people who have deficit of money. Okay, surplus money people means the people who are capable of investing, the people who are capable of providing loan to someone. And deficit money party means the persons who do not have a sufficient amount of money to fulfill their own needs. So they have to borrow money from someone else. That's the deficit party. Okay. Now, how this fund will be exchanged among these party? Hana, how this funds will be exchanged among the parties? Like how will be making the fund flow from the people who have surplus money to the people who have deficit of money with the help of financial components. So financial system have three financial components. One is financial market, second is financial instrument, and third is market participant. So financial components of financial system represents the how we are exchanging the fund among the people who have surplus money and the people who have deficit of money, right? So in the financial market, what we see, financial market is simply provides a platform where both the parties can come and fulfill their needs. Like money market, capital market, forex market, insurance market, credit market, these are the market which gives us the platform where both the parties can come and exchange their funds with each other. Okay, that's a financial market. Now, financial instrument means the financial product and services. Financial instrument means what? It means financial product and services like shares, bond, debentures, mutual fund, insurance, CASA, RAFA, all of these are the financial instruments. Okay, so by using these instruments, we exchange fund in the financial market. Okay, and the third one is market participant. Market participants are those parties who become a participant or who participates in the financial market, whether they can be a lender or they can be a borrower. Okay, they can be a party from the person who has surplus money, they can be a deficit party. So now market participants like us, investors, it can be your portfolio managers, it can be your bank, it can be your company, it can be primary dealer, it can be government, it can be non-banking financial companies, they all are the market participants. Okay, so those people who exchange funds with each other, they are the market participants here. So this is the financial component we have of the financial system, okay, which actually help us to exchange the fund among the people who have surplus money and the people who have deficit of money. Okay, do remember this. This is the financial system. Now, next we have, let's start with the theory now. So first of all, we are discussing unit number 20 of module C. And the first you will find here the chart of component of financial system. Okay, they are the component of financial system. You can see structure of financial system, or we can say component of financial system. So first we have financial market, which provides us the platform to exchange the fund. Financial market involves money market, which is regulated by RBI. Second, forex market, which is also named as a foreign exchange market, again regulated by RBI. Then we have capital market, regulated by SEBI, Securities and Exchange Board of India. Then we have insurance market, that is IRDA. It is regulated by Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India. Clear? Then second, we have financial instrument. It can be asset product, it can be liability product, it can be services. Okay, like shares, bond, debentures, your mutual funds, your insurance, your CASA, RAFA, they are asset liability products and the services. And the third is market participants, so you can call them the financial intermediaries, which includes regulators, that is RBI, SEBI, IRDA, regulatory bodies. Then we have banks, NBFC, insurance company, mutual fund, pension fund, they all are the intermediaries. So they actually exchange funds or help the people to exchange funds with each other, Hana, by using the financial instrument in the financial market. That's it. That's what the function of these financial components. Now, next, types of financial system in our country. So our country have two types of financial system. The one financial system which we have seen when we were unemployed, when we were students. So when we were a student, whenever we needed some money, we used to ask from our parents, grandparents, siblings, or friends, right? And they used to give us the money, whatever we asked from them, without checking our credit history, without checking our income source, without asking for a collateral, without asking for a particular rate of interest, and without asking to repay the money. They used to give us the money. That's the informal financial system. In the informal financial system also, we are exchanging the fund. We used to be the students, so we used to be the party of deficit money, and our parents used to be the party of surplus money, so they used to give funds to us. This is also a financial system. Exchange of funds is happening between us, but it was not regulated. Okay, there was no rules, regulation, and restriction. It was not regulated. That's why it used to called as a informal financial system of our country. Okay, and the formal financial system is the second system in which regulators are there who have introduced the rules, regulation, restrictions in the system. Like right now, if you want a loan, if I want to have a home loan, then bank will ask for a loan to fill the loan application. After that, bank will check my credit history, bank will check my income source, bank will check the purpose of loan, then bank will ask for a collateral, and bank will ask for a particular rate of interest that I have to pay in a certain period of time. That's what the formal system is, where there is a regulator, rules, regulation, restrictions, everything is there. So do remember these two types of financial system we have. Okay, next, financial market. Like obviously, like if I want to purchase this marker, so I know where this marker will be available. To purchase this marker, I won't be going to the vegetable market or a fruit market. I will be going to the stationery, because I know where this marker will be available. Similarly, financial market is that platform which let the people know where you can exchange the fund, where you can lend your money, and where you can borrow the money. So that's the financial market. So financial market is a market where buyers and sellers does what? They trade. Trade of what? Trade of money, trade of commodities, trade of financial security, trade of foreign exchange, trade of derivative. So they are trading any kind of financial instrument at low cost. Okay, at what? At the low cost and at the prices which have been determined by the market forces. And what are the market forces? The demand and supply. Demand and supply actually called as a market forces. Market forces are what? They are demand and supply. So the prices of goods and services, they are actually decided by the market forces, demand and supply. And this mechanism of deciding the price of commodity or any service or any financial security, deciding the price on the basis of market forces, this process is called as a price discovery process. So whatever product or services you are buying, every product and services prices have been defined by the price discovery method, and which involves the demand and supply factor. Okay, do remember that. So these are the financial markets we have: money market, foreign exchange market, capital market, and insurance market. Next, phases of development of financial system. Next we have what? Next we have a phases of development of financial system. So financial system in India first started with the very first Bank of India, that was the Bank of Hindustan. The first Bank of India was the Bank of Hindustan, which established in the year 1770. Okay, Bank of Hindustan was established in which year? It was established in 1770. That was the Bank of Hindustan, established at Kolkata, but in 1832 this bank was failed. So you can see in history, if we talk about the first Bank of India or the formal financial system of India, started with the Bank of Hindustan settlement or establishment in the year 1770. Okay, but 1832 it was failed. Also you can see first insurance company set up with the name of National Insurance Company in 1906, which is still working. Okay, so these are the four phases. The first is pre-independence, second is post-independence, third is post-liberalization, and fourth is post global financial crisis. Do remember there are 4 phases, and also remember the duration of the phases. Okay, very important. Now, one committee have been made by the government of India to promote the financial sector in our country, to promote the banking sector in our country, and to introduce growth in these sector. That's why the Narasimhan Committee was made. So it was made 2 times, Narasimhan Committee 1 and Narasimhan Committee 2. Okay, so Narasimhan Committee 1, 1991, it was introduced in the year 1991, which have given a certain recommendations to us. Okay, it have given the certain recommendations to us in 1991, which actually talk about the certain activities. Like first is establishment of 4-tier hierarchy. And establishment of what? 4-tier hierarchy. For whom? For banking structure with 3 to 4 large banks, in which SBI will be at the top. Okay, apart from other banks, SBI will also be at the top. And at the bottom, they have said rural banks or the banks which are related to the agriculture activity, they will be there. That's the first recommendation of Narasimhan Committee. Second, supervisory function over banks. Second, we have what? Second, we have a supervisory functions over bank. So this committee said that we should have certain kind of quasi-autonomous body which will be sponsored by RBI, which actually supervise the banks and financial institutions in the country. So definitely RBI is the apex bank of our country, and RBI supervise the banking and financial institution. But still the committee said that a dedicated quasi-autonomous body should be there which supervise the banks and financial institution, and that RBI made as well. BFS, Board of Financial Supervision, that's one of them. Next, a phase reduction in SLR. Next we have what? The phase reduction in SLR. So what is SLR? Statutory liquidity ratio, in which all scheduled commercial banks have to maintain a reserve in form of cash, gold and government security as a percentage of NDTL. With whom? With themselves. That's the SLR. And the recommendation was that it should be reduced in a phases. And next recommendation given, that the capital adequacy ratio should be maintained at 8%. Now, what is capital adequacy ratio? It was introduced under the Basel Norms 1. So, I guess every one of you is aware about the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision. The Basel Committee on Banking Supervision was introduced because in 1980s, a lot of countries' banks were facing credit risk. And so, the certain countries' central bank had a meeting in a Basel city, that is in Switzerland, right? And they have decided there how to reduce the credit risk. And they came up with the international banking regulation. But they have been named after the city, that is Basel city, like a Basel Committee on Banking Supervision and the Basel norms. And under the Basel norm 1, the capital adequacy ratio was introduced. So they said that it should be 8%. Now, they also said that the Narasimhan Committee also recommended that the branch licensing policy should be abolished. We have to do what? We should abolish the branch licensing policy. Then proper classification of assets have to be done. They said what? The proper classification of assets should be done, and the full disclosure of account of banks and financial institution to the RBI should be done. This was the idea of Narasimhan Committee 1. Then we have a deregulation of interest rates. It says that the interest rate should now be allowed to the banks to decide to charge or to provide to the customer on the interest on the deposits. Also, this committee said that the committee recommended that asset reconstruction fund should be created, which will be actually focusing on taking over the NPA from a banks. So these are the total recommendations given by the Narasimhan Committee 1. Okay, these are the total recommendation given by the Narasimhan Committee 1. Next we have a Narasimhan Committee 2. This committee was introduced in 1998. This committee was introduced in which year? It was introduced in the year 1998, and the name of the committee was Narasimhan Committee 2. So this committee was again introduced by government, the same purpose, to recommend certain changes in the financial sector, and this committee is also known as a Committee on Banking. So this committee given the another set of recommendation that first says strengthening of banks in India. Like we have to make our banks strong so that any internal or external shock won't affect them too much. Okay. Now narrow banking, they said that narrow banking should be introduced because of lot of loans of a banks used to go to the NPA. So narrow banking concept was introduced. What is narrow banking? Narrow banking is simply a type of banking in which it has been said that the bank should invest its fund only in risk-free assets like government security. Because the banks were facing a NPA risk, so it says that some banks should be there which only invest in risk-free assets. That is NPA. Okay. Now, capital adequacy ratio should be maintained, they said. Hana? Next, bank ownership should be defined, like how much control of bank of a government should be there, how much control on the boards will be there, bank board should have. And they also said that the banking law should be reviewed and timely amendment should be done under the banking laws. So these were the recommendations of Narasimhan Committee 2. Okay, these were what? These were the recommendation of Narasimhan Committee 2. Now, a step towards liberalization in other sectors. And next we have what? A step towards the liberalization in other sectors. So the banking regulation or we can say Narasimhan Committee have actually given us the certain recommendation that will promote the country, the banking sector, the other financial sector to grow. So similarly, some recommendation or some steps have been taken for the other sectors also. Like the Government of India delicensed the import. Government of India have reduced the import duty. Government of India have removed the production licensing because the license Raj was abolished. Earlier, there used to be a license, permit and quota Raj in India, but they all have been abolished with the liberalization policy. Next, they have introduced the trade policy reforms. Then, fiscal policy reforms was introduced. Exchange rate was unpacked. Unpacked means floating. Earlier, exchange rate used to be fixed exchange rate, but here the exchange rate was floating. Then, foreign exchange rules have been relaxed by introducing FAMA, because FAMA is a Foreign Exchange Management Act which actually managed the foreign exchange but not put any kind of restriction on it. And also they have introduced the FDI norms that actually relax the foreign countries to invest in India easily. Also, disinvestment of public enterprises have been started in which government sells some shares of their public entity. Okay. So these are the other steps that have been taken to liberalize the other sectors of the economy. And this is how a lot of other changes also happen in the Indian economy under the 4 phases of development. And that's how we reach to the current situation. Okay, that you have to study in detail as well. But that you will go for the comprehensive batches. Now let's practice some questions. So first question is saying the informal financial institution do not include the one which is not a part of informal. So first is saying individual money lenders who could be traders, relatives and neighbors. They are the individual. They are informal financial system. Non-banking financial companies or institution, they are regulated by RBI. Group of persons who could be operating as association and fund, they are informal. Financial regulators are not informal. Local brokers are informal. Foreign brokers are informal. Non-bank financial intermediaries like finance, investment and chit fund, they are informal. Development of financial institution, they are not informal. So you can see 2nd, 4th and 6th. No, sorry, 8th. 2nd, 4th and 8th. These 3 are not the informal because they are regulated by the regulatory body. So right answer will be D option. 2nd, 4th and 8th. Okay. Right answer will be your D option. Next. The implemented measures by government on the recommendation of Narasimhan Committee 1 include. Hana, we have what? The implemented measures by government on recommendation of Narasimhan Committee 1 include which of the following? First is saying lowering SLR, CRR. Hana. Second is saying access to money market. Third is saying regulators of interest rate. Fourth is saying reclassification of debt. Fifth is saying competition from new private banks. And sixth is saying freedom of operation. So Out of this, which one is actually Narasimhan Committee 1 recommendation measure government implemented? They actually lowered the SLR-CRR, access to money market not given, regulation of interest rate not done, reclassification of debts not done, competition from new private banks, and freedom of operations have been given. So it means first, fifth, and sixth was the changes that have been implemented by the government after the recommendation of Narasimhan Committee 1. So right answer is your A option 1, 5, and 6. Okay, this is the right answer. Next question. Step towards liberalization in other sector includes. First is saying that license Raj abolished, trade policy reforms introduced, monetary reforms introduced, exchange rate pegging introduced, FAMA, FDI norms relaxed. So which of the following actually one of them? FDI norms relaxed is correct. FAMA introduced is correct. Okay. Exchange rate was unpegged. So this is definitely wrong. Okay, fourth is wrong. Not monetary reforms, but fiscal reforms was introduced. So this is also wrong. Trade policy reform is correct. And license Raj abolished is correct. So first, second, fifth, and sixth is correct. So right answer will be C. Okay, right answer will be C. Next. Which among the following statements are correct in relation to the concept of Narasimhan? It was formed in 1998. That's true. The government appointed yet another committee under the chairmanship of Narasimhan. That's true. Better known as the Committee on Banking, it was mandated to review the program banking reform and to recommend a path for further strengthening the financial sector. It means all are correct. Right answer is D. Okay, all are correct about the Narasimhan Committee too. So unit number 22 talks about Banking Regulation Act 1949 and RBI Act 1934. So whenever it comes to acts, whether it's RBI Act 1934, Banking Regulation Act 1949, Negotiable Instrument Act 1881, Payment and Settlement System Act year 2007, doesn't matter what act we are talking about. If we are studying act, it's going to be a huge chapter. Because act is a set of guidelines, set of terms and conditions that have to be followed while we are establishing that unit, that bank or that institution. Right. So if we have a RBI Act 1934, it talks about how the RBI will work and how the RBI will be established. What are the functions of RBI, the management of RBI, A to Z thing which RBI is doing and RBI have to do it is defined under the section, it's defined under the RBI Act 1934. Same for banking, it is defined under Banking Regulation Act. For the negotiable instrument, it's defined under the Negotiable Instrument Act. For the digital payment transactions, it's defined under the Payment and Settlement System. So definitely every act describes what are the procedures, what are the rules, what are the regulations which have to be followed while performing your transaction or while forming your organization. Okay, so definitely the chapters will be very huge. In this chapter, today we will be talking about the basics of RBI Act and Banking Regulation Act. The details of each and every section, every schedule, every chapter we will be covering in the comprehensive classes. Okay, like how? Let me tell you. So let's start with the first RBI Act. Okay, first we are talking about RBI Act. So RBI Act 1934 was introduced to establish the RBI. And the act is called as a RBI Act 1934, or you can call it a Reserve Bank of India Act 1934. This act is applicable to whole of India, and this act will be defining or will be including all the rules, regulation, procedure, guidelines, everything which RBI have to follow while performing its function. Okay, and on the basis of the conditions given under this act, the RBI formation happened, right? So RBI Act 1934 actually covers 5 chapters and 2 schedules. So the whole act of RBI Act covers the 5 chapter and 2 schedule that we have to study in detail. So let's see, the chapter 1 of RBI talks about the preliminary. Okay, under the chapter 1 we are talking about the preliminary. Then when it comes to chapter 2, it talks about incorporation, capital, management and business. So chapter 2 talks about So chapter 2 talks about RBI's incorporation, capital, management and business. Chapter 3 talks about central banking function. It talks about the functions of RBI, है ना? So that's a central banking function. Now chapter 3 also have its sub chapters, है ना? What we have, chapter 3 also have a sub chapter. The chapter 3A that talks about a collection and furnishing of credit information. So chapter 3A talks about what? The collection and furnishing of credit information. Chapter 3B talks about provisions related to non-banking financial companies. Chapter 3B have been added in RBI Act in 1997. Okay, do remember that. Now, Chapter 3C talks about the prohibition of acceptance of deposit by unincorporated bodies. Chapter 3D talks about the regulation of transactions in derivative, money market instrument and securities. Chapter 3E talks about the joint mechanism. Chapter 3F talks about the monetary policy. Chapter 4 talks about general provision, and Chapter 5 talks about the penalties. So these are the total chapters of RBI Act 1934 that we have to cover. So Chapter 1, that is a preliminary. It talks about that what this act will be called. So this chapter says this act will be called as a Reserve Bank of India Act 1934. This chapter also talks about it will be applicable where. So it says that RBI Act is applicable whole of India. Okay. Chapter 2 talks about RBI's incorporation. Like we know, RBI was established on 1st April 1935. So it's incorporation. The capital, the initial capital of RBI is actually was 5 crores. So Chapter 2, capital, and the management of RBI is in the hands of board of directors of RBI. There will be 21 board of directors, and the business of RBI will be discussed. Chapter 3, all the functions of RBI, like collection and furnishing credit information, 3A, relating provisions related to NBFC, 3B, prohibition on acceptance of deposit by unincorporated body, 3C, regulation of transaction in derivatives, money market instrument and security, 3D, joint mechanism, 3E, monetary policy, 3F, then Chapter 4, general provision, Chapter 5 is penalty. So this is how the RBI Act is defined in the 5 chapters. So each chapter talks about something about RBI. Okay. Now, apart from these 5 chapters, we have 2 more schedules. You can see, in addition to the above 5 chapters, the Act also has 2 schedules, that is Schedule 1 and Schedule 2. So I guess everyone is aware about the Schedule 2 because very common terminology it is in banking. So Schedule 2 defines the banks which are listed in the 2nd schedule of RBI Act 1934. Those banks which are listed in the 2nd schedule of RBI Act 1934, they are called as the schedule banks and they are defined under the 2nd schedule of RBI Act. Okay, so schedule banks are defined under the 2nd schedule. Now, those banks who fulfill the 2 criteria of being listed in the 2nd schedule of RBI Act, they will be called as a schedule bank. And the criteria is, first, they should have a minimum paid up capital of 5 lakh. Second, they should be maintaining the reserve ratio, that is CRR/SLR. So any bank who fulfill these 2 criteria, I am repeating again, minimum paid up capital of 5 lakh and maintaining reserve ratio, that is CRR/SLR. If any bank fulfill these 2 criteria, RBI will add them in the 2nd schedule list and then they will be called as a schedule bank. Okay, now, one second. Now, those banks which are not listed in the 2nd schedule of RBI Act, they are called as a non-schedule bank. Okay, so you can see here, schedules to the RBI Act 1934, there are 2 schedules to the Act, that is Schedule 1 and Schedule 2. So Schedule 1 gives the details of the organization of the country into 4 different territories. Okay, Schedule 1 talks about what? It talks about the 4 different territories of our country for the purpose of RBI's operation. So those territories where RBI is working, they will be defined under the Schedule 1. Schedule 2 contains the names of the different banks which RBI has approved to operate as a schedule bank. Okay, so we know that RBI is the central bank of our country, and RBI, as well we know, RBI is the central bank of our country. So RBI regulates the all banks in India, and RBI divided the all banks in India in 2 categories, that is schedule bank and non-schedule bank. So as per the category of the bank, their working will be also defined. Like what can schedule banks do, what can non-schedule banks do, And scheduled banks are simply those banks which are listed in the second schedule of RBI Act 1934. They are called as the scheduled bank. Okay, do remember that. Now, this is the schedule 1. The territories as demarcated in the schedule 1 are these: western area, eastern area, northern area, and southern area. So definitely you have to remember these 4 areas, and you don't have to remember the states which comes under which area. Like if you are able to understand the map, you will easily understand which union territory or which state will come under which area. Otherwise, you don't have to memorize it. Just remember the 4 different territories are western area, eastern area, northern area, and southern area. This is what you have to remember. Next. Now, let's talk about the Banking Regulation Act. Now we will be talking about the background and structure of the Banking Regulation Act 1949. So it's not like one day the persons or the economist or the strategist or the academician, they all sit together and they have written the act, Banking Regulation Act 1949, and they have decided this is what from now onwards bank will be doing. Definitely not. A lot of laws, a lot of regulations, a lot of changes, a lot of amendments have been done since the banking system was introduced in India. That was 1770, the first bank of ours, that was a Bank of Hindustan. Since then till now, every circumstances when it's changed, definitely some amendments, some updates, some new chapters have been added in the act. Okay, so it's a combination of a lot of provisions that have been introduced in the banking system. It used to be called as a Banking Companies Act, but its name changed to the Banking Regulation Act 1949. Okay, so you can see here the law relating to banking in India today is the outcome of gradual process of evolution, right? Definitely gradual process of evolution before 1949. So the Companies Act 1913 contained special provisions relating to the banking companies. Okay, which were what? It were inadequate and were subsequently incorporated in the comprehensive legislation, which was passed in the year 1949. And you can see under the Banking Companies Act, it was passed. So the act was later renamed as the Banking Regulation Act 1949 and suitably amended a number of times to insert the new provisions and to amend the existing provisions. Okay, so that we will be fulfilling the requirement of changing circumstances in the banking sector. So the original act we have is a 56 sections which contained in 5 chapters and 5 schedules. So do remember, Banking Regulation Act, original act, contains 56 sections contained in 5 parts and 5 schedules. Okay, so this is the background and structure of the Banking Regulation Act 1949. Clear? Do remember the chapter, the schedule, the sections under the Banking Regulation Act. Okay, chalo, done. Now let's move forward and talk about the silent features of the Banking Regulation Act 1949. Like what this act actually defines. What are the silent features of this act that we will be discussing? So the first silent feature of Banking Regulation Act 1949 is that it gives the comprehensive definition of banking. Right, this act defines what actually the banking is. So it gives the comprehensive definition of banking to decide which entities will be called as a bank. Like it's not like any company can use the term bank or banking company. Only the entities which are fulfilling the definition of banking, they can use these words. So they define the definition of banking. Second, it also gives, or the silent feature of this act is also that it prohibits the non-banking companies from accepting deposit which is repayable on demand. So when we talk about non-banking companies, or if we talk about non-banking financial companies, NBFCs, so NBFCs can accept the deposit but not the demand deposit. They can accept the term deposit. Accepting demand deposit is only allowed to the banking industry or the banking company. Not any other company can accept that. So this provision is also there. Third, this act also gives the prohibition of trading to eliminate the non-banking risk. So this act says that banks cannot participate in the trading of any goods and services or anything, because if they do, there is a chances of non-banking risk, which will be very risky for the banks to take, है ना? Because banks are the financial institution, they have a money of public, and if they have a money of public, definitely this is the responsibility of their to secure the deposits or the money of the public. So the Banking Regulation Act says that you are not allowed to trade because eliminating the non-banking risk. So definitely banking risk is there, but we don't want another kind of risk. Now, it also gives the prescription of minimum capital standards. So every bank, once they are starting, they have to maintain a minimum capital requirement. Like for commercial bank, it is 500 crore. For payment bank, it is 100 crore. For a small finance bank, it is 200 crore. So similarly, we are saying any kind of capital standards is required in the banking sector. It will be prescribed under the Banking Regulation Act. Now, limiting the payment of dividend. Now, what is dividend? Dividend is a part of profit. So, the company shares the part of their profit with their shareholder. Hana? Shareholder means those persons who have purchased the share of that company. And every year, whenever companies earns profit, company have to share that profit with their shareholder. Okay. But the Banking Regulation Act says that the banking company can only divide or only make the payment of their dividend to their shareholders after completing all their liabilities, after completing all the expenses amount, all the liabilities. After that, whatever money remains from the profit, after paying all the liabilities of yours, then you can divide that money in the dividend. But before that, you are not allowed to do that. So limiting the payment of dividend, and that's very obvious. We actually perform savings on the basis of how much expenses we have to do. So if I am earning 10,000 rupee per month, out of that my per month expenses of cost of living or basic needs, food, shelter, clothes, primary education, everything, for that I need 7,000 rupees. So definitely I will first use my salary in my monthly expenses, and the remaining amount is 3,000. That I will save. Same goes with the company. First, they have to make their payment of their all expenses, all liabilities. Remaining amount of money will be shared in the form of dividend. Next, inclusion, the scope of legislation of banks which are registered outside the provisions of India. This is also allowed. Hana, we are saying that the scope of legislation of banks will be covered. Who are those banks who are registered outside the provisions of India? Then they have introduced the comprehensive system of licensing of banks and their branch. If new bank is starting, the RBI will give the license to the bank. If any bank want to transfer their branch, or if any bank want to open a new branch, or if any bank want to start their business in India, definitely they need licensing from RBI. Definitely they need permission from RBI. And that's what this particular act actually covers. Next, prescription of a special form of balance sheet, conferring of powers on RBI to call the periodical returns. Like RBI also have a power, or RBI have given the power under Banking Regulation Act, that RBI can ask the banks to maintain a particular kind of balance sheet and also to disclose the periodic returns. Also, RBI can give them the accounting standards that they have to follow while doing the accounting of their business. Okay, these powers have been given to RBI under this act. Now, inspection of books and accounts of banks by RBI. So, RBI is a central bank of India, and RBI have this power under this Banking Regulation Act that RBI can ask anytime about the inspection or audit of the banks. So, whenever RBI feels like nothing is going good or something is happening, RBI can immediately perform the inspection or audit of any bank in the country. This power is given to RBI under Banking Regulation Act. Also, this act empowers the central government to take the action against those banks which are conducting their affairs in a manner which are detrimental to the interest of depositor. Detrimental means harmful. if any bank is performing their business, is conducting their matter, or their affairs in such a way which is harmful to the depositors of a bank, which is harmful to the banking industry, which is harmful to the general public. If any bank is doing such kind of thing, then central government have been given the power to take the action against that particular bank. Okay. Now, provisions have been given for bringing the Reserve Bank of India into closer touch with the banking company, so that the regular communication will be there, so that RBI can help out the banks in emergency. Also, the provision of expeditious procedure for liquidation, like if any bank's liquidation will happen, or if RBI gives the order to the liquidation of a particular bank, then the bank will be done liquidate. Okay, like any law of the Companies Act for the liquidation won't apply to the banks. So RBI will decide the liquidation of a bank. If the bank is not satisfied with that order of RBI, they can go to the central government, and the final decision of about the liquidation will be of a central government. Only in case when the bank applies to the central government, है but the company's law won't apply to the banks for the liquidation. Also, the power of RBI have been increased or widened so as to enable it to come to the support of the banking companies in times of emergency. Okay, so this is what the silent features of Banking Regulation Act 1949 is there. So as I have told you, definitely we won't be discussing the each and every section in this class, because the time period we have is only 30 minutes and not sufficient to cover the whole chapter, whole section. But yes, the idea of the act we have covered. What is RBI Act, what is Banking Regulation Act, that we have covered. Now the detailed study we will be doing in our comprehensive batch, in which every section, every chapter, every part will be discussed in detail. Okay, so now let's practice some question on whatever we have studied. First question that says, when the Banking Regulation Act 1949 was made applicable to the cooperative banks. Also do remember, if we have Banking Regulation Act, Negotiable Instrument Act, PSS Act, doesn't mean that if this act have been introduced, then it will be applicable to all the banks. Definitely not. Why? Because the act will be applicable on a banks on the basis of the constitution of a bank. Like on the cooperative banks, the Banking Regulation Act won't used to be applicable, because their constitution is different, and RBI won't used to regulate them. But now RBI regulates and supervises the cooperative bank like it does the for the commercial bank. But it have been amended later. In the initial Banking Regulation Act, it was not given power to the RBI to regulate the cooperative banks, but it was added later. So definitely the act apply on a particular type of bank on the basis of its constitution. Okay, and the cooperative banks have been made applicable, Banking Regulation Act have been made applicable to the cooperative banks in the year 1966. But on which date? On 1st of March 1966. So right answer we will have is a C option. Okay, right answer we have is a C option. Next, the RBI Act 1934 is divided into dash chapters and dash schedules. So that's a very simple question. Like we know 5 chapters are there and 2 schedules, schedule 1 and 2 is there. So 5 chapters and 2 schedules are there under the RBI Act 1934. So right answer is A. Next, which among the following is our correct feature of Banking Regulation Act 1949? Hana, first is saying prohibition of banking company from accepting deposit repayable on demand. Second is saying prohibition of trading to eliminate non-banking risk. Third is saying restricting the payment of dividends. Fourth is saying inclusion the scope of legislation of banks registered outside the province of India. Fifth is saying introduction of comprehensive system of licensing of banks and their branches. And you have to answer the correct feature of Banking Regulation Act. A, B, C or D. So first is definitely wrong, because the prohibition is on a non-banking companies, not on a banking company. Second, prohibition of trading to eliminate non-banking risk is correct. Restricting the payment of dividend, no. Limiting the payment of dividend, not restricting. We are not restricting that you cannot give the dividend payment. You can give, but limited. So it is limiting, not restricting. Inclusion of the scope of legislation of banks, introduction of comprehensive system. So right answer is second, fourth and fifth. So option number D will be correct. Okay, right answer is D option. Clear? Now, Section 4 of RBI Act 1934 talks about the dash of RBI, and the initial capital of RBI was dash crores. So Section 4 of RBI Act talks about dash. So I guess everybody is aware about the second filling the blanks also, because it is asking about the initial capital of RBI, and I guess everyone is aware about this. When RBI was established on 1st April 1935, its initial capital was 5 crores. So that's a 5 crores. But we cannot eliminate any option because every option have a 5 crore capital. So we will be only able to answer the question when you know what Section 4 talks about. So because Section 4 is also talking about the initial capital, we can simply say that Section 4 talks about the capital. Okay, so right answer will be your B option. It talks about the capital. Next. According to Section 8 and 9, which of the following is our prohibited function of banks? It means those functions which bank cannot perform. First, no banking company shall directly or indirectly deal in the buying or selling or bartering of the goods or engage in any trade. Second, no banking company shall buy or sell or barter goods for others. Third, no banking company shall hold any immovable property, howsoever required, for more than 7 years from the acquisition thereof, however it can hold any immovable property required for its own use. So which of the following functions is our prohibited function of the banks? And actually all of these are. The first is correct, second is correct, and third is also correct. So it's a part of module C. Module C, unit number 25, we are going to discuss today, as you can see. So before moving towards to the chapter, let's understand where in our financial system this NBFC fits. Okay, so first of all, you can see here, this is the chart which whenever I take classes, I definitely, whenever we talk about financial system, I definitely draw this particular chart in our classes, in which I tell that there are two types of financial institution, or the financial institution in our country have been divided into two categories. One is banking institution, another one is non-banking financial institution. Now, in case of banking institution, we have the central bank of our country, that is RBI. Okay, so banking institution is come under the RBI, that is the Central Bank of India. And RBI divided Indian banks into two categories, that is scheduled bank, the banks which are listed in the second schedule of RBI Act, and the non-scheduled bank, which are not listed in the second schedule of RBI Act. Okay, that's the banking institution. Then we have non-banking financial institutions. These are those institutions which are not banks, but they are still working in India as a financial institution, like they are actually performing money related transaction in India. The first type we have All India Financial Institution, which all of you are aware about it. This All India Financial Institution is also called as your development financial institution. You can call them the apart from development financial institution, you can also call them as a development bank. So development bank, development financial institution, All India Financial Institution, they all are same. Now when it comes to example, like we have 5 All India Financial Institution in India. The first is NABARD, SIDBI, EXIM, NHB and NAFID. Only 5 All India Financial Institutions right now is there in India. So these are the AIFI. The second type of non-banking financial institution is NBFC, non-banking financial companies. Okay. So non-banking financial companies are the companies which are registered under the Companies Act, and they are working or providing banking like functions to their customer, like they provide, they also accept the deposit. Okay. Now then we have a primary dealers, which was introduced by RBI for the selling purchasing of government security purposes. Okay, so this is the financial institution of our country. They are divided into two categories, the banking and the non-banking. Okay. Now, let's move forward and let's start discussing about the chapter. Okay. So, do remember, whether it's a banking institution, whether it's a non-banking financial institution, if they both wants to work in India, they have to take the permission from RBI. The certificate of registration have to be taken by RBI. The permission or the license have to be taken by from the RBI. Okay, then only they can work in India, otherwise no. Now, so let's start with the introduction. In introduction, so first of all, NBFCs have been an important contributor to the growth of the banking, financial services and insurance sector, that is called as a BFSI sector. Banking, financial services, insurance sector, that is called as a BFSI sector. So NBFCs been very important contributor to the growth of this BFSI sector, because NBFC acted as a suitable alternative in our country. Okay, for what? For banks in terms of raising funds for the business. Those businessmen, those entities, those remote locations, those people who were not able to take a loan from a bank, they started targeting them. So NBFC started targeting them, those population which were not getting credit facility or funding facility from the banks. Or this is how the NBFC contributed in the growth. Okay, so you can see they offer the credit facility in the remote locations, and they support those individuals who are often not serviced by the banks. And the non-banking financial companies underpins the weaker section of society, thereby they are bringing equilibrium to the economy. Okay, so that's the understanding of the NBFC we have. Next, what is NBFC? What is non-banking financial companies? So the definition of NBFC is given here, like the NBFC is simply a company. Okay, it says it's a company which is registered under the Companies Act 2013 right now. And this is a company which is engaged in the business of providing loan and advances. Okay, so this is a company which is providing loan and advances. For what purposes? For the acquisition of shares, bonds, stock, debentures, securities. Right, for the acquisition of all of these financial products and services, NBFC is providing loan and advances. Okay, these securities which is issued by maybe central government, state government, it can be a local government or local authority, it can be any marketable securities like your leasing, like you are renting out something, then you can take a loan from the NBFC. Hire purchase is another way of purchasing the assets, in which first you give the down payment, and the down payment is actually of around 20 to 25% of the actual amount of a product that you provide in initial, and you hire that product. You get the possession at the time of down payment, but you don't become owner of a product. The remaining 80% or 75% of the payment of the product will be done in equal installments. And once the last installment have been paid by the person, the product have been purchased. So if you want to purchase any product in a higher purchase model, NBFC is ready to provide you the loan for the same. Then for insurance business, for chit business, for all such kind of businesses, for all such kind of activities, NBFC provide loan and advances. Okay. Next, you can see here, but those entities, those institutions whose principal businesses, I am changing the color of my pen so that I can highlight this, those institutions or those entities who have their principal business like agriculture or industrial activity or purchase or sale of any goods or services apart from the securities. Okay, like if any company is selling laptops, if any company is selling this board, digital board, if any company is selling this pen, NBFC won't provide loan to them. It provide loan for the financial securities, for the financial products. And apart from that, they don't provide for any services, sale, purchase or construction of immovable property. For such kind of activities, NBFC do not provide the loan. Okay, so NBFC is simply a company which engage in the business of providing loan and advances to the certain area or the certain financial product and services of our country. Okay, do remember this. Now, in 1997, RBI Act 1934 was amended, and then the definition of NBFC have been given in that, which says that NBFC means any financial company which is a company. Okay, then it also says that the non-banking institution, which is a company and which has as its principal business the receiving of deposit under any scheme or arrangement. Okay, like NBFCs are allowed to accept deposit from the public, and that will be a term deposit, not a demand deposit. NBFCs cannot accept demand deposit from public. They can accept term deposit from public. So that's what we are saying. The NBFC, a company which is ready to accept or which is allowed to accept the deposit from the public under any scheme or arrangement, and they are ready to provide the loan for the certain activities. That's NBFC. Also, any company to which RBI time to time specifies after taking approval from the central government, those companies will also be counted as the NBFCs. Okay, they will be added after the recommendation of RBI, after the approval of central government. Okay, that's the NBFC defined. And as we have seen, section 45 IA of RBI Act is talking about a non-banking financial companies, that says that it can commence or carry on the business of non-banking financial institution, which is subject to first obtaining a certificate of registration. Any company can work as an NBFC in India, but they have to follow some condition. The first condition is they have to take the certificate of registration from RBI. As I have told you, whether it's a banking institution or non-banking institution, they have to work under RBI. They have to take a certificate of registration from RBI. They have to take a license from RBI. So that's the first condition, obtaining a certificate of registration from RBI. Second condition, they should have a net owned fund of minimum 2 crores. Okay, they have to have what? They have to have a net owned fund of minimum 2 crores. Also, if we talk about the NBFCs, they are divided on the basis of regulatory bodies also, because a lot of NBFCs in our country we have which are regulated by another regulatory body, not RBI, but maybe by SEBI, by ADA, by any ministry, by any government. They are regulated under them. So if such kind of NBFCs are there in India who are already regulated by some other regulatory body, they do not have to take a certificate of registration from RBI. That's the exceptional case. Those NBFCs which are exceptional case, that they don't have to take a certificate of registration from RBI. So you can see, in terms of power given to RBI under the RBI Act, it regulates a section of NBFC. Hana? RBI regulates what? RBI regulates a section of NBFC. So in order to obviate the dual regulation, the certain categories of NBFCs which we will talking now, they are supervised by other regulators. Okay, and they are exempted from the requirement of registration with RBI. What are these categories? First, venture capital funds, merchant banking companies, stock broking companies. They all comes under the regulation of SEBI. Sorry, they all are registered with SEBI. Second, insurance companies which are holding a valid certificate of registration. Hana? Insurance companies are having a registration from ADA, so they don't have to take a registration from RBI. Then we have the Nidhi companies, those small companies which work only for their members. Nidhi companies comes under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. They also don't have to take a registration from RBI. Then we have chit companies which are regulated by respective state government. We have housing finance companies regulated by NHB, National Housing Bank. We have stock exchange or mutual benefit companies which are regulated by SEBI. Okay, they are regulated by whom? They are regulated by SEBI. So you can see they all have different regulatory body, who is actually regulating them. So in this case, they don't have to take the certificate of registration from RBI, right? That's very correct here. Now, let's see. Classification of NBFC. So NBFC have three broad classifications, okay? On the basis of liability, on the basis of activities, and on the basis of size. So apart from on the basis of who regulates the NBFC, on the basis of regulators of NBFC, we also classified NBFC as a liability, activity, and size based. So liability based NBFCs are those NBFCs which accept deposit from public. Okay, these are those NBFCs which accept deposit from public. Clear? So that will be called as a liability base. The liability means public deposit. So they are the liability based NBFC. Second, we have activity based. Activity based NBFC simply which are defined on the basis of what services they are providing. Are they loan companies? Are they investment companies? Are they asset finance companies? Are they infrastructure finance companies? Are they infrastructure debt fund companies? So on the basis of what category of work they are providing, like account aggregators, like core investment companies, on the basis of what work they are providing or what service they are providing, they are defined as the activity based. And a size based NBFCs are those NBFCs which have a net worth of 500 crore and above, right? They have what? They have a net owned fund or net worth actually of 500 crore or more than that. They will be called as a size based NBFC, and they are actually systematically important non-banking financial companies. Okay, so this is the classification of NBFC. Next, we have a shadow banking. So types of banking, we have a lot of types of banking in India, Hana? And those types of banking is defined on the basis of what kind of services a bank is providing to the customer, right? On the basis of what services a bank is providing to the customer, we have defined the types of banking. Like we have multiple types of banking: onshore banking, offshore banking, universal banking, para banking, shadow banking, narrow banking. We have door-to-door banking, relationship banking, Islamic banking. So around 9 to 10 types of banking we have, and they all are defined on the basis of what services they are providing to the customer. Okay, so now shadow banking is simply, as the term says, shadow. Hana, like the word is representing the meaning itself. That is shadow banking. Shadow banking simply means when a non-banking entity is providing banking-like services. Okay, when a non-banking entity is providing a banking-like services is called as a shadow banking. Okay, so definitely if bank is providing services, what is allowed to be done by the bank, that's a banking institution. But there are certain entities which are outside the banking system, which are not bank, but still they are providing banking-like services. They are shadow banking. For example, NBFC. Non-banking financial companies are allowed to accept deposit from the bank. Non-banking financial companies are allowed to provide loan to the public. So definitely they are working like a bank, or they are providing bank-like functions. So they are called as a shadow banking. So you can see here, in the year 2007, the global financial crisis brought to the fore the role of shadow banking, as it highlighted the bank-like functions performed by the entities outside the regular banking system. And this is the definition of shadow banking. The bank-like functions performed by, right, the entities which are outside the regular banking system. This is shadow banking. So Financial Stability Board has defined shadow banking as what? The credit intermediation involving entity and activity outside the regular banking system. So this is what the shadow banking is. And if we talk about shadow banking, you can see here, globally, Hana, like shadow banks comprise entity which conduct financial intermediation directly, like a finance company or NBFC. This is the example, Hana. Apart from that, we also have mutual funds as an example of shadow banking. So shadow banking globally have been divided into 6 different heads. Like if any company is providing these services, that's a part of shadow banking. Like first, money market funds. Second, credit investment funds or hedge funds. Third, finance companies which are accepting deposit or deposit-like funding. Fourth, securities broker dependent on the wholesale funding. Then fifth, credit info insurers, financial guarantee providers, and the sixth is securitization vehicles. So if these 6 broad heads has defined as a type of or the shadow banking function at a global level, so they will be called as a shadow banking activity. Okay, they will be called as what? Shadow banking activity. So this is what the shadow banking is. Okay, now, so that's all for today, and I hope it is clear to all of you what is NBFC. Why we have discussed shadow banking? Because of also NBFC is a type of shadow banking services they are providing. So that's why we have covered the shadow banking. Okay, so I hope it is clear to all of you. Now let's practice some questions. Like the first question is talking about which group of entities is correctly matched with shadow banking characteristics? The central banks, credit unions, NBFC. Second is securitization vehicles, hedge funds, finance companies. Third one, nationalized banks, microfinance institution, pension fund. Fourth one, cooperative banks, insurance companies, and development bank. Out of these four, which group of entities is correctly matched with the shadow banking? So we have discussed when non-bank entity provide bank-like function, that's a shadow banking. It cannot be first because central bank is not a bank, it's not a non-bank entity, it's a bank entity. Nationalized banks option is also eliminated because they are also bank. Cooperative banks also eliminated because they are also bank. So the option should be matched, which is non-banking entities like the securitization vehicles, like the hedge funds, like the finance companies. They are not bank, but they are providing bank-like functions. So right answer will be B option. Okay, next. Which of the following statements are true? First is saying housing finance companies are regulated by NHB. Second is saying stockbroking companies registered with SEBI require RBI registration. Third is saying chit fund companies are regulated by respective state government. So, which statement is correct here? A, B, C or D? First is saying housing finance companies are regulated by NHB, that's true. A stockbroking company registered with SEBI, that's true. Require RBI registration, that's wrong. Then chit companies are regulated by respective state government, that's true. So first and third statement is true. It means right answer will be B option. Okay, right answer we have a B option. Next. So we have given this statement that is talking about the definition of NBFC. Hana? Like a non-banking financial company is a company registered under the Companies Act and it is engaged in various financial activities like providing loan advances for acquiring shares, stock, bonds, debentures, other marketable securities issued by government or local authorities. NBFCs also engage in leasing, hire purchase, insurance, chit business. However, institution whose principal business involves agricultural activities, industrial operation, purchase or sale of goods excluding securities, providing services or dealing in immovable property including its purchase, sale or construction are excluded from the definition of NBFC. So this is the definition of NBFC given here, Hana, in the statement. Now, the question is asking here, which of the following conclusion can be correctly drawn from the above paragraph or the statement? First is saying all financial services companies operating in agriculture and industry are classified as NBFC. Definitely no, because agriculture industrial activities are not covered. NBFCs can legally undertake core banking function like accepting demand deposit and issuing checkbooks. No, NBFCs cannot accept demand deposit. NBFCs can accept term deposit. That is like FD and RD. Okay. And next we have NBFC cannot participate in the payment settlement system. Okay, so that's why this is wrong. Next, companies primarily involved in lending, investing in securities, leasing, insurance may qualify as NBFC provided they are not engaged in core industrial, agriculture, property related activities. This looks like correct, right? Now, let's read the fourth statement also. Any company registered under the Companies Act is automatically considered as an NBFC regardless of its business nature. Definitely not. So, right answer is C option. Okay, right answer we have is a C option. Simply any financial system, Hana, whatever the financial system we are talking about, any financial system, they cover financial institution, financial product and financial markets. Again, the components of financial market, the financial institution, financial product and financial market. Now, while financial institution and financial instruments provide the base for capture and transfer of wealth from savers to investors, the purpose cannot be complete without the presence of financial market. So we know that exchange of funds among the people will be done by using the financial product and services. Okay, but until and unless you provide the people a platform where they can exchange their financial product and services, till then this requirement of exchange of fund won't be fulfilled. So that's what the paragraph is saying. Like, financial institutions are there, financial markets are there, financial products are there, but if we say that financial institutions or the financial instruments, they are sufficient only, है ना, to act as what? To act as fulfilling the requirement of capital, they are not. है ना, they are definitely not, because they are not capable of doing this. So the purpose of completing the exchange of funds, it requires the financial market as well. Okay, now, so without financial market, the exchange of funds cannot be done. Next, we have, typically a market is a place where two parties can together, है ना, to facilitate the exchange of goods and services. So the term market, as used by economists, has a different meaning from ordinary uses. Okay, it has what? It has a different meaning from the ordinary uses. So it does not mean that physical place should be there when we use the term market. No, there are two type of terms, marketplace and market space. Marketplace is actually that market which is physically available everywhere. Okay, like in which physically we have to visit to a shop, and then we will tell the seller what we are looking for. He will show us the products, and then we'll bought that. No, that's a marketplace. But we also have a market space. Market space is a e-commerce, online platforms, whereby using the filter tab, you actually tells the seller what you are looking for, and accordingly they will modify your search and you can purchase from there. So marketplace is a physical market. Market space is a e-commerce, is a platform which makes sure that the requirements of fund will be fulfilled. Okay, so this is what we are talking about in this paragraph. Now, next. So instead, it refers in an abstract way to purchase and sale, the transaction of a commodity and the formation of its price. Okay, so this is how it works. Clear? Now, next we have, simply when we talk about the financial market, it's simply a market. Do remember that it's simply a market where the buyers and sellers trade. Like now, they are not only trading for the shares or bonds only. They will trade for all kinds of financial products and services. Why? Because financial market includes share market, money market, forex market, commodity market. So that's why. So buyers and sellers are trading money. They might be trading commodities. They might be trading financial securities. They might be trading foreign exchange, derivative. Any kind of financial products can be there, which the buyer and seller are exchanging. And that would be done on a low transaction cost at prices which are determined by the market forces, that is demand and supply. And this process of determining the prices on the basis of market forces are called as a price discovery. So simply do remember this. When we talk about financial market, it is what? A place or platform where the buyers and sellers can come and trade with each other any kind of financial product and services, whether it is shares, whether it is commercial paper, it can be certificate of deposit, it can be treasury bills, it can be dated government security, anything. Okay, now they are exchanging this at a low transaction cost, and the prices of these financial securities or these financial product and services are decided on the basis of the demand and supply in the market. And this process of deciding prices on the basis of market forces, which are demand and supply, is called as a price discovery. Okay, so price discovery have a very important role in all kinds of trade, because definitely without a price, how you will expect the sales? Okay, and the price will be decided on the basis of price discovery process. Now we have segments of financial market, like we have here multiple segments like credit market regulated by RBI, money market regulated by RBI, debt market regulated by RBI and SEBI both, because debt market means loan market, which covers government securities, bonds and debentures as well. When it comes to bonds and debenture, it is regulated by your SEBI. Then public sector bonds are actually regulated by RBI, and at the same time government securities market regulated by RBI. Then foreign exchange market regulated by RBI. Next we have derivative market regulated by SEBI. We have capital market regulated by SEBI, insurance market regulated by IRDA, mutual fund market regulated by SEBI, and these are the segments, right? Now let's start with the first one. Credit market is very simple. It's a market which actually you are participant directly. Why? You means you bankers. So when a bank provide loan to the customer, when a non-banking financial companies provide loan to the customer, when any financial institution provide loan to their customer, that's a credit market only. Okay, so you can see the major institutional preview of credit in India are banks, commercial, cooperative or differentiated banks. Differentiated banks means payment bank and a small finance bank, right? Now, non-banking financial institution like non-banking financial companies, so they are involved in the credit market. So the non-institutional or unorganized source of credit include what? The money lender, indigenous bankers, sellers for trade credit, etc. So when simply the loan will be provided to the public by the bank or financial institution or NBFC or the money lenders, that's a credit market regulated by RBI. Now, an important aspect of credit market is in its term structure, like we have a short-term credit, medium-term credit and the long-term credit. So that's a credit market. Second, we have a money market. Money market is also called as a short-term market, and we use short-term financial assets which are close substitute of money. Okay, when we talk about money market, it is actually what? Money market is a market which is a close substitute of money we are using. Such kind of assets will be used which are close substitute of money. What does this mean? It means it can be easily converted into cash. Okay, financial assets which are close substitute of money will be used in the money market. Means those instrument, those financial assets which can be easily converted into cash, that's the instrument of money market. So you can see money market perform the crucial role of providing a conduct for equilibrating the short-term demand for and supply of funds, and they facilitate the conduct of monetary policy. So money market instruments involve call money, notice money, term money, certificate of deposit, treasury bills, short-term government securities like repos, banker acceptance, commercial bank, commercial papers, and intercorporate funds. They all are the instrument of money market. Okay, and again money market regulated by RBI. It's a short-term market, less than 1 year. Next we have a debt market. Debt is actually loan. When we talk about debt instrument, that's a loan instrument we are talking about. So debt instrument is actually, or debt market is actually a market where the trading of those securities or those financial products we are doing which are actually loan, right? Let's say government security, bonds and debenture will be a part of debt market, right? Now you can see. So the debt market consists largely of government securities and to a smaller extent the corporate bonds as well. Then government security is a tradable instrument issued by the central government. It can be issued by the state government, and simply it's a document of government's debt obligation. That's a government security. When government borrow funds from the market, so government gives a proof that yes, we have borrowed fund from you and we will be repaying you this fund with this particular interest rate at this maturity period. So that piece of paper which government gives while taking funds from the public, that's called as a government security, right? And you can see long-term securities are also issued by state government, and these are called the state development loans. Companies raise funds for longer period like 5 years or 10 years through the issue of typical long-term debt instrument as well. That is called as a corporate bonds. So corporate bonds are also a part of debt instrument. Okay. Next we have a company which is engaged in infrastructure project. They might issue debenture as a source of long-term fund. Like long term for the infrastructure might go up to the year of 40 years as well, because definitely infrastructure developments requires a long term capital, like large scale. They need a large scale capital as well as a long term capital. Then we have forex market. Forex stands for foreign exchange. Okay, and foreign exchange is simply exchange of currencies we are talking about. This is also regulated by RBI. So foreign exchange market consists of those banks or financial institutions to whom RBI have allowed to participate in the foreign exchange transaction, or RBI allowed to participate in the forex market. So these are called as a authorized dealers. Okay, next we have the forex market in India developed practically only after 1978. Before that, forex market was not that much developed. And before the 1978, the banks were only permitted to conduct any kind of foreign exchange transaction for their customers. Right? They used to perform the merchant transaction and their cover operation. So they were not allowed to participate in the forex market. After 1978, banks were allowed to participate in the forex market, but before that, they have to perform only for the customer. And it was in the year 1978 the banks were permitted by RBI to take the trading positions here. Okay. Now, next we have derivative markets. Now, when we talk about derivatives, it can be anything. Derivative, we can simply say it is a product whose value will always be derived from the some other value. Like derivative do not have its own value. Okay, derivative do not have its own value. Derivative's value will always be derived from the other variables that's called as the underlying assets. Okay, so definitely do remember certain points about derivative. Derivative do not have its own value. Derivatives always settled on a future date. For derivative, we need a no minimum net investment or a little net investments, initial net investment we can say. When you are participating or you are investing in the derivative market, you don't need a huge amount of money to invest. No initial net investment or a very little initial net investment is required. Why? Because derivatives are always settled on a future date. So you will be needing the money to perform the transaction on future date. Not today. Today you are just signing a contract in a derivative, but in future you have to perform that contract. So then you need a money. So initial capital is no or very little. Okay. So you can see here derivative is a financial instrument whose value changes in response to the change in the specified interest rate. So derivatives do not have its own value. Its value will change on the basis of the underlying asset. Underlying asset can be interest rate, security price, commodity price, foreign exchange rate, index of prices or rates, credit rating or credit index, or the similar variable. Okay, and all of these are called the underlying assets. So derivative value changes whenever any of these changes. Next, it requires no initial net investment or little initial net investment in comparison to other types of instrument, and also that is settled at a future date. So these are the three things you have to remember, that derivative do not have its own value. Its value will always be derived from the underlying assets. Okay. Next thing you have to remember, it requires no initial net investment or little initial net investment. And the next one is it will always traded or always settle at a future date, regulated by the SEBI only. Next we have capital market. Definitely capital market is also called as a long-term market. It is for more than 1 year, and capital market includes the both equity market and debt market. Equity market means the share market in which the share trading will be done, and debt market simply means where the bonds and debentures will be traded. Okay, so debt market is simply loan market. So when company issues bonds or debentures, they are taking loan actually from the public on a specified rate of interest for a specified period of time. So that's a debt. Okay, so capital market includes both equity market and debt market. Equity market means share market, debt means bonds and debenture. So you can see in this market, the capital fund comprises of both equity and debt. Both will be covered. They are issued and traded. So this also includes the private placement, source of debt and equity, as well as organized markets like the stock exchange. So private placement is simply when a company issues the shares in the share market, in the capital market. They already specify that we are coming up with the shares for only these 10 people. Only these 10 people will be allowed to purchase our shares. That's a private placement in which company already at the time of issuing shares defines who are allowed to participate. And the next one we have is a public issue, or you can say organized markets we are trading, in which the company issue their shares and listed them in the New York Stock Exchange or Bombay Stock Exchange, and anybody go and purchase those shares. So private placement when company gives or company issues shares for a specified persons. Okay, and public issue or organized market issue simply means when the company issues shares, put that in the stock exchange and anybody can purchase that. Okay, next. So in common parlance, capital market may be understood as the market for long-term funds because it is for more than 1 year transaction. Now, insurance market regulated by IRDA. So we can say in competitive economy, the risk is increasing regularly, है ना? So definitely we cannot control the risk, but we can take a precautions about it. So in India, the insurance industry is broadly classified into life and non-life insurance. Also in early days, LIC had been undertaken by the life insurance business have been undertaken by the LIC, and non-life insurance by the GIC and its 4 subsidiary, but they have been changed. LIC's monopoly have been removed, GIC converted into a reinsurance company, and the 4 subsidiary have been working for the general insurance. So in the wake of the financial liberalization which happened with the LPG policy, the Committee on Reforms of the Insurance Sector, that was R.N. Malhotra Committee. Okay, this is a very famous committee for the insurance market, that is R.N. Malhotra Committee. Okay, it's what? It's the R.N. Malhotra Committee. So this R.N. Malhotra Committee recommended to perform the privatization of insurance sector, to allow the foreign investments in the insurance sector, and also said that we should have, insurance sector should have their own regulatory bodies which will be regulating them. So that's how the IRDA was established, Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India. So in insurance market, R.N. Malhotra Committee have a very big role and have a very big contribution. Now, the functions of financial market. So we have seen the certain segments of financial market. Now, what are the functions of these financial market? So first you can see they help in the price determination. The price discovery process we use to determine the price of any kind of financial product and services. So one of the function is determining the prices of any financial security. Fund mobilization, they mobilize the fund, they take money from one person and they make that money available to the second to third to fourth to fifth. So they actually circulate the money in the economy, right? And that's why we say before investment in gold is comparatively less beneficial for the economy in to what, when you invest your money in the capital market, in the mutual fund, or in any other kind of investment, because these financial markets keep circulating that money in the economy, but gold stores that money. Okay, so that's why we say better type of investments are they. Now liquidity, definitely they will convert them liquidity easily, cash will be available. Risk sharing is there. Like if I am starting a business, I don't have to bear all the risk. What I can do, I can issue the shares, I can find my partners, I can find my I can find the persons who purchase the share of my company, I can share the ownership with them. So they are also a part of my risk. Okay, so that's why the risk sharing part is there. Now easy access is there. Okay, apart from that, reduction in the transaction cost and provisions of the information will be available. And also capital formation become easy because of the financial market. Because of the financial market, we have seen that a person have a lot of options, a company have a lot of options to raise the capital. So capital formation is one of the function. So these are the functions of what? These are the functions of your financial market. Okay, so this is the overview of financial market we have seen, or the unit number 29 we have seen. Now let's discuss some questions on the same. So the first question is talking about which of the following statement is correct regarding the development of the insurance market in India. First is saying the insurance industry in India is divided into private and government sector only. Second is saying life insurance was originally managed by the General Insurance Corporation. Third, the Malhotra Committee recommended the closure of LIC and GIC in 1994. Fourth is saying Malhotra Committee recommended private participation and regulatory authority for the insurance sector. So what do you think, which statement is correct? A, B, C or D? Very simple question. We have just discussed this. Okay. So right answer is D option, that Malhotra Committee actually recommended for the private participation in insurance sector and for the regulatory body, that is IRDA. And also this committee recommended for the foreign investments also. Now read the following statement carefully and choose the correct option. First, Financial market helps in mobilizing of funds by facilitating the transfer of savings from household and other surplus unit to the business firm and deficit sector. Definitely true. One of the key function of financial market is to offer high interest rate to investors without considering market forces of supply and demand. Might not be correct. Then third is saying financial market reduce the transaction cost and provide valuable information to investors and borrower, thereby improving efficiency in the fund allocation. Fourth is saying liquidity in the financial market allow investors to convert their securities into cash quickly and minimal loss of value. So this is the benefit of this is the statement we have about the financial market, and we have to answer out of these. Like out of these options, which one is correct? We have to answer that, like only 1 and 3, only 2 and 4, 1, 3 and 4 all are correct. So definitely first one is correct. We have seen first is correct. The second is not correct because without considering the market forces can't be correct. So second is wrong. Third is definitely correct as well as the fourth is also correct. So right answer will be first, third and fourth, option number C. Okay, right answer will be your option number C. What happened? Yeah, option number C will be correct. Okay, first, third and fourth is correct. Second is wrong because we have to consider the market forces there. Next, banks and NBFCs are major institutional source of credit in India. That's a statement 1. Statement 2 says sellers providing trade credit are part of the institutional credit market, and you have to find out which of the following is the correct one. So statement, one second, sorry, answer was visible. Now question is saying banks and NBFCs are major institutional source of credit in India. Definitely they are, right? Banks, actually only banks have covered around 60% of credit requirement of our country. Then sellers providing trade credit are part of the institutional credit matter. Obviously not. So only first statement is right. That's why right answer is A. So capital market is a market of long-term debt and equity. As I have told you, capital market is also called as a long-term market. It includes both market, that is equity and debt. Equity market means the market where the trading of shares will be done. Okay, the market where the trading of shares will be done, that is called as a equity market, where we have equity shares and preference shares, right? When it comes to debt market or the debt instrument is actually a loan market or loan instrument, and the debt market covers the loan instrument, that is bonds and debentures. Okay, so where the trading of bonds and debentures are happening, that's a debt market, and when the trading of shares is happening, that's a equity market. So in this market, the capital fund comprising both equity and debt are issued and traded. Okay, so when we are talking about here, it comprises equity and debt both, and this also includes the private placement of sources of debt and equity, as well as organized forum like the stock exchange. Like when a company issues share on a stock exchange, they have multiple ways to issue the share. Out of that, we have two ways. The one is your private placement, and the another one we have a public issue. So private placement, when a company at the time of issuing shares specifies that we are issuing this share for a particular these 10 or 15 people, that is called as a private placement, and only those 10 to 15 people are allowed to purchase those shares. So when company issue the share by defining the specific persons, that is a private placement. And public placement is very simple. When a company is issuing share at the stock exchange, BSE, NSE and ready, anyone is allowed to purchase that. That's called as a public issue. And so that's what it is written here, that this also includes private placement, means the number of people for whom the shares have been issued will be defined, and organized forums like a stock exchange, Bombay Stock Exchange and National Stock Exchange, that's a public issue. Now the capital market can be further divided into primary and secondary market. So in the capital market, trading will be done in a two ways like this. The first, when we talk about capital market covers two type of market by the form of trading. Okay, in the capital market, the trading will happen in these two ways. The first is primary market. This primary market is also called as a fresh issue market. Okay, it is also called as a fresh issue market. and the secondary market will be there. Secondary market is the market which is also called as a market of existing security. Okay, so primary market called as a fresh issue market and secondary market called as a market of existing securities. Clear? Now, the primary market involves participants out of which one always will be a company and the another party will be investor. Investor can be anyone. It can be you, it can be me, it can be company, it can be government, it can be anyone. So, when the company issues shares and investor purchase the share, that is called as a primary market. It means the market where always the company will issue the share and the fresh issues will come. It means the new issues will always come in the primary market. Okay, that's the primary market. Now next we have secondary market. Secondary market includes the parties. First, these investors will be called as a shareholder now because they have purchased the share of a company. So this investor will be called as a shareholder. Now the secondary market also involve the another investor or another partner or the participant, that is investor. Investor can be again anyone. It can be you, it can be me, it can be government, it can be company, it can be anyone. So now the parties who have purchased the share of a company which used to be the investor but now they have purchased, they are called as a shareholder. So now they will sell the share and who will purchase this? Investor will purchase shares. So if you focus on the words that I have written here, you will understand the meaning of this. So in the primary market, I have said company issue shares. Always whenever company is issuing share for the first time, for second time, for third time, for 100th number of time, doesn't matter how many number of times we're talking about, but whenever the company issues shares, it comes under the primary market and the investors will purchase it. And when the existing parties who already hold the share of a company, they want to sell their shares, so they will be called as a shareholder. They will sell the share and another investor will purchase, and that's why it's called as a secondary market. Why secondary market? Because here the already sold and bought security will be sold and bought again, so that's why it's called as a secondary market. Okay, so this is the two type of trading we have in the capital market. You can see here. So the primary market or securities are offered to the public for subscription for the purpose of raising capital or fund. And the issue of security shares or bonds in the primary market is subject to fulfillment of number of pre-issue guidelines given by the SEBI in compliance to various provisions of the Company Act. So whenever you are issuing share in the capital market, you have to follow the SEBI's guidelines and company's law. Secondary market refers to a market where securities are traded after being initially offered to the public in the primary market. So the securities already issued in the market, they will be sold here. So secondary market comprises equity market and debt market both, and secondary market is the trading avenue in which already existing pre-issued securities are traded amongst the investor. So this is the primary and secondary market. Public issue, private placement can be done, and here the shares can be sold on the basis of auction and on the basis of dealers. Okay, so these are the two types of capital market. Now, when it comes to stock exchange is those platforms where we are allowed to issue, sell, purchase the securities. Okay, where the platform where the selling and purchasing of shares will be done, that is called as your stock exchange. Like we have Bombay Stock Exchange. It was established in 1875 and it was the stock exchange which got the recognition, permanent recognition from SEBI. Okay, it is one of the two major stock exchange of our country. The second major stock exchange we have is National Stock Exchange. It was established in 1992 and it is the other major stock exchange in the country today. So it has a permanent recognition from the SEBI. So Bombay Stock Exchange and National Stock Exchange, they both have got recognition from SEBI. They both are government stock exchange and they both actually are called as a major stock exchange of our country. Now Bombay Stock Exchange, when it was introduced, it used to work like a physical trading, like it used to perform the physical trading. But when NSE comes into the picture, NSE means National Stock Exchange. National Stock Exchange actually introduced the electronic screen-based automatic trading system. Okay, or we can say automatic screen-based electronic trading system was introduced in India by the National Stock Exchange. Apart from that, we also have India International Exchange, India's first international exchange, which was established by Bombay Stock Exchange, and it was established in Gujarat in the IFC Gandhinagar. Okay, so these are three important stock exchange. Now we have a demutualization. Demutualization is a process in which we actually change the legal structure of a company. Okay, the process by which the legal structure of a company will be changed, that process is called as a demutualization. So you can see demutualization refer to the transition process of an exchange from a mutually owned association to a shareholders owned association. So the legal structure of a company have been changed from mutually owned to what? To shareholders owned. So earlier what used to happen? Earlier the rights of ownership, management and trading, it used to be contained in a single group. When we used to have what? Mutually owned association. In the mutually owned association, all the three functions of ownership, management and trading used to be taken care by the single group. But after demutualization, after changing the legal structure, we have seen that the ownership, the management, the trading rights at the exchange are segregated from one another. Their roles, their function have been divided. Their function or roles, we can say, have been segregated. So that's what the demutualization is. In other words, we can say transforming the legal structure of an exchange from a mutual form to a business corporation form, and it is referred as a demutualization. So it's a process in which we convert the legal structure of a company from mutually owned to the business corporation or to the shareholders owned company. Okay, so this process is called demutualization. This happened so many times, right? Now, when we talk about shares, bonds, debenture, government security, they all are the financial product and services. They all are the financial securities we have. And each and every financial security, we do not have them in form of paper. Okay, share, bonds, debenture, government security, they all are the piece of paper, right? And it's not like if I am purchasing any shares, bonds or something, then my situation is going like I have a bundles of paper at my home because I have purchased shares, bonds and debentures. No, because I maintain all the financial securities in online form, and that's in the demat account, right? Dematerialized account, the account in which we can maintain all our financial securities and financial instruments. That's a demat account, right? And we open the demat account under the depositories. So depositories are there in the country. We have 2 depositories, and these depositories have very big task of converting all the physical securities into electronic form and submit them into their demat account. So you can see here, there are 2 depositories which are functional in India: National Securities Depository Limited and Central Securities Depository Limited, NSDL and CDSL. So first electronic trading was started by NSE. So NSDL was introduced by NSE, and then Bombay Stock Exchange have introduced the online trading. So it was CDSL was introduced by Bombay Stock Exchange. Okay. So while the NSDL has been promoted by the Industries Development Bank of India, Unit Trust of India, the NSE, the CDSL has been promoted by the Bombay Stock Exchange jointly with the leading banks. So what we are saying, NSDL have been promoted by IDBI, UTI and NSE, when the CDSL is actually promoted by the Bombay Stock Exchange with the leading banks of our country. So you can simply remember CDSL and NSDL, they both are doing the same work. The only difference is CDSL is working for Bombay Stock Exchange, NSDL is working for National Stock Exchange, and they both have the same task: converting physical security into electronic form and depositing that in the demat account. So you can see there is a difference between CDSL and NSDL dematerialized account. This is important. Do remember that. In case of CDSL, we have 16 numeric digits demat account number. But when it comes to NSDL, we have 2 alpha numeric digits. 2 alphabets that we have is in, and the remaining 14 digits will be numeric digits. So both the dematerialized account number are of 16 digit, but in CDSL all are numeric. In NSDL, 2 characters will be alphabets and remaining 14 will be numeric. Okay, so this is CDSL and NSDL. Now we have types of investors. So a lot of types of investors are there, but in the capital market, 3 types of investors are very important. The retail individual investor, qualified institutional buyer, and non-institutional investor. So retail individual investors are those investors which actually applies or bid for the security that value will not go more than 2 lakh. So retail investors or retail individual investors are those investors who applies or bids for securities of or for a value not more than 2 lakh. They are the retail individual investors. Okay, next we have qualified institutional buyers. Now, before understanding qualified institutional buyers, let's understand this. So we have private placement that I have just told you. Private placement, when a company specifies that the shares has been issued by company for a specific people, a specific group of people. Okay, shares have been issued for whom? A specific group of people, which will be predefined by the company. Now, we have a public issue. In case of public issue, when company issues share, it can be purchased by anyone. Okay, so public issue can be purchased by whom? It can be purchased by anyone. And then we have qualified institutional placement. Okay, then we have what? Qualified institutional placement. And in the qualified institutional placement, the shares will be purchased by only qualified institutional buyers. Okay, who can purchase that? Qualified institutional buyers can purchase. And then who are qualified institutional buyers? These are those buyers who have expertise, who have knowledge of market, who have experience of market, and they know where to invest and how much have to be invested. So they have a expertise, right? They are very good in that. They have a expertise and they know the market. So they are the qualified institutional buyers, like mutual funds, like banks, NBFCs. They all are the qualified institutional buyers. Like they have expertise, they know the market, they know where to invest. So they are called as a qualified institutional buyer. So you can see here, it is an institutional investor who is perceived to possess expertise and the financial strength to evaluate and invest in the capital market. So SEBI has specified certain categories of investor which are considered as QIB, qualified institutional buyers. And they are mutual funds, scheduled commercial banks, non-banking financial companies, primary dealers. They all are called as a qualified institutional buyers. Okay. So they actually have expertise, they have financial strength, they can evaluate and invest in the capital market. Okay, then we have third type of investor, non-institutional investor. As the name suggests, these are the investor other than the qualified institutional buyer and retail individual investor. Typically, these category includes high net worth individuals and the corporate bodies. Okay, they includes what? They include the high net worth individuals and the corporate bodies. Okay, that will be covered in case of non-institutional investor. So do remember, retail individual investor, qualified institutional buyers and the non-institutional investor, all the 3 are important. Now next we have ASBA. What is ASBA? Application supported by blocked amount. ASBA stands for what? It stands for application supported by blocked amount. Now what is this? So earlier what used to happen, whenever the company used to announce that we are coming with the IPO of 100 crore or 200 crore or 50 crores or something, the people who thinks that this is a good company and we want to invest in this company, they used to give the certain amount of money they want to invest in a company to the company. And somehow, due to some multiple reasons, company used to postpone their offerings. Like company used to postpone their IPOs by 15 days, by 1 month, by 2 months, by 6 months, or something like that used to happen. And until and unless the company's IPOs comes in the market, the money of people will stuck in the market. It will be stuck with the company. Like they are not able to use that money in some other company. It will be stuck with the company. And the investors will be facing the loss, because until and unless money comes in the market, it won't grow. First, if you want to grow your money, you have to invest in the market. But because the IPO have been delayed or postponed, the investors were not earning money. So such kind of things used to happen with the investors. And then the SEBI introduced ASBA application supported by blocked amount, in which it has been said that the investors have to give the application to their bank, in which the investor will authorize their bank to block a certain amount of money in their bank account, okay, to buy the new issue. So let's say I am the investor and my account is in the ICICI bank, for example. So I am giving an application to ICICI and I am giving authorization to ICICI that block 10 crore rupees in my demat account for the purpose of purchasing IPO of LIC, let's say, for example. Now it's the responsibility of the ICICI that the payment of 10 crore won't be given anywhere else. Okay, and once the allotment is final, then this money will be transferred to the company. Until that, the money will stay in your bank account. Definitely, you will be able to earn the money on that. So this is the ASBA. So you can see here, it stands for application supported by blocked amount. ASBA is an application containing an authorization to block the application money, okay, in the bank account. Okay, so it contains an authorization to do what? To block the application money in the bank account. For what purpose? For subscribing to an issue. So if an investor is applying through ASBA, the application money shall be debited from the bank account only if his or her application is selected for allotment after the basis of allotment is finalized or the issue is withdrawn or failed. So you can see it's an application supported by blocked amount. Application containing authorization to block a certain amount of money, in the bank account for subscribing to an issue have to be given by the customer. Okay, and simply the money will be deducted from the account of a customer after the allotment have been selected or finalized, or otherwise the issue is withdrawn or failed. Now, next, self-certified syndicate banks. These are those banks which have been authorized by SEBI, okay, to provide ASBA services to their customer. So those banks were allowed by SEBI to perform or to provide ASBA services to their customer. That will be covered under the self-certified syndicate bank. So it means a banker to an issue register with the board which offers the facility to ASBA. Okay, and which banks are self-certified syndicate banks? It will be defined by SEBI. The SEBI gives the list of such banks. Okay. Now, so this was the capital market we have discussed. Now, let's discuss one or two questions on the same. So, first question is talking about the process of by which a stock exchange transition from a mutually owned entity to a shareholders owned company is known as. Is it a dematerialization, demutualization, demonetization, or monetization? So definitely from mutually owned entity to the shareholders owned company, it's a demutualization. Right answer will be B option. Then a retail investor or retail individual investor is one who applies or bids for securities of or for a value not more than what amount? 50,000, 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 5 lakh, and the right answer will be 2 lakh rupees. So before moving forward, if we talk about the foreign exchange, what actually the foreign exchange is? Foreign exchange simply means exchange of currency. Whenever we exchange currency from one to another, that is called as a foreign exchange. Like if I am converting rupee into dollar, dollar into euro, euro into yuan, yuan into renminbi. So whenever we convert the currency or conversion of the currency is actually the foreign exchange. and the rate at which we exchange the currency is called as a foreign exchange rate, or we can say exchange rate, right? So now you can see foreign exchange markets are very deep and wide with present flow totaling $6.6 trillion per day. From where this market need, or from where this forex market have evolved? So we have seen every country have done the globalization. Globalization means opening your economy. In globalization, we allowed the cross-border transaction of everything, cross-border transaction of goods and services, capital, labor. Apart from that, technology, your skills, your culture, your knowledge, everything is allowed to be done the cross-border transaction once the globalization have been done. In India, the globalization happened in 1991. That was the LPG policy we have studied in module A. In the economic reforms chapter. So now once the globalization have been done by every country, now every country is performing cross-border transaction of everything. Now because of that, we have the need of foreign exchange, because once you are doing a cross-border transaction, definitely you have to have a currency exchange. If we at India is doing any exchange or any transaction with USA, so we have to have a same kind of currency or same kind of product or service that can be exchanged by both the countries. But India have a Indian rupee, US have a US dollar, so that's why we have to exchange the currency so that the equal value will be get in that particular currency. And that's how the foreign exchange market, or we can say the foreign exchange requirements, have been increased in the economy. So you can see there are numerous types of participants, and the market is characterized by being global in nature with no boundaries and no borders. So it's not like only India is the country who has done the globalization and who is performing the foreign trade. No, all the countries are doing the same. So that's why this forex market is a global market, we can say, or it's global in nature. There is no boundaries, no borders. There is no such kind of condition regarding the boundaries. So being primarily, it is a over-the-counter market. Over-the-counter market means the parties can perform the transaction with each other. No mediator is required, and the new products like foreign exchange retail or FX retail platform was introduced by RBI. So FX retail platform is also called as a forex retail platform, or you can call it a foreign exchange retail platform. This was introduced by RBI for the purpose of involving more and more people in the foreign exchange market, right? If you want to make the foreign exchange market big, if you want to get the benefit out of it, so more and more people should be participating in this market. And that's why the FX retail platform was introduced by RBI. That is also called as the forex retail platform. Okay. So simply, this was introduced, have emerged to give customer far deeper reach into the market. So we wanted to increase the reach of the forex market. We wanted to make everybody capable of participating in the forex market. Now, profile of foreign exchange, like when we talk about foreign exchange, we always say that foreign exchange is simply the exchange of currencies, right? Exchange of currencies called as what? It's a foreign exchange. But here, when we are talking about the foreign exchange, the FAMA, Foreign Exchange Management Act 1999, under the section 2N, defines the foreign exchange. Okay, so what is FAMA? FAMA stands for Foreign Exchange Management Act. So the foreign exchange in our country is actually regulated or managed by the FAMA. So in 1939, first, we have introduced the Defense of India rules. Sorry. Then in 1947, we have introduced FARA, that stands for Foreign Exchange Regulation Act. Then in 1973, we have seen FARA again. So FARA 1973 replaced the FARA 1949 because of the being more comprehensive approach now. And after that, in 1999, we have introduced the FAMA, that stands for Foreign Exchange Management Act. So earlier, the Defense of India rules were there, which was regulating the forex market of our country. Then FARA was introduced, Foreign Exchange Regulation Act, in 1947, which used to have a lot of restrictions, regulations on the foreign exchange. And then the 1973 FARA came, which replaced the 1949 FARA. And by replacing that, we can say that more comprehensive approach have been used here. Then in 1999, FAMA was introduced, that is Foreign Exchange Management Act, that's called as a FAMA, right? So this was introduced. So foreign exchange means foreign currency. Okay, so section 2N of right now, RBI uses the legislation FAMA Act 1999 to manage the foreign exchange of our country, or to regulate the foreign exchange of our country, right? Do remember that. So under the FAMA Act, section 2N defines the foreign exchange. It says that foreign exchange means the foreign currency, which includes first deposits, credit, balance payable in any foreign currency. Then draft, traveler check, letter of credit, bills of exchange expressed or drawn in Indian currency but payable in any foreign currency. Then draft, traveler check, letter of credit, bills of exchange drawn by banks, institution or person outside India but payable in Indian currency. So you can see every time, whether we are talking about the first statement, second or third, they all are talking about paying in the different currency. If it's in foreign currency, it will be paid in Indian currency. If it's in Indian currency, it will be paid in the foreign currency. This is what we are talking about here. The exchange of currency is your foreign exchange, and in any transaction which is happening in these 3 points, they will be called as a foreign exchange. So foreign exchange means foreign currency and include all such kind of transaction where we have to convert the currency or the conversion of currency have to be done. Okay. Now, forex market has developed as a consequences of the international trade and foreign exchange requirement of nation. So it is primarily an over-the-counter market, although there are exchange-traded transactions as well as in the segment of future. So over-the-counter market is there. Over-the-counter market means directly the parties are exchanging their currency, no mediator is there, the parties are deciding their terms and conditions. That's a over-the-counter market. If we talk about exchange-traded market or exchange-traded transaction, it involves the mediator, that can be a stock exchange or any other mediator, who is performing the foreign exchange transaction between the two parties. So that's the difference between the over-the-counter market and exchange-traded market. Now there are some characteristics of forex market. So first we have liquidity. The first characteristics is liquidity, second is promptness, third is availability, fourth is flexible regulation of the trade arrangement system, fifth is value, sixth is one valued quotation, seventh is market trend, and eighth is margin. So first, when we talk about the liquidity means cash flow simply, or when you are using the forex market, when you are participating in the forex market is a liquid market because it deals in the currency, and currency is obviously a liquid statement we are talking about. So it have a liquidity. You can easily convert it into money. Then promptness is there. You do not have to wait for any transaction or any response or anything for 24 hours or some other days. No, it have a promptness, like immediate response will be given to you. Then we have availability. The market is available 24/7 because it's a foreign exchange market. Then flexible regulations are there. It's not like fixed regulation or rigid regulations are there. Flexible regulations are there. Because of that, the market is more known now. Then value, we are talking about the value. That means simply whenever we talk about the foreign exchange, it actually calculates or it actually performs a transaction of a value exchange. Then one valued quotation is there. Every time whenever we are performing the foreign exchange transaction or foreign market transaction, they actually depends on the exchange rate of a currency, right? If I say $1 is equals to 85 rupees right now, so according to that exchange rate, the quotation of everything will be given. So that's a one valued quotation. Market trend, understanding the market trend of foreign exchange or foreign currencies are helping us out to manage or to control the chances of risk and to manage the chances of risk in the forex market, because it's a liquid market and it's a market that have a lot of variables, lot of variants are there. It's a floating market. The prices are keep changing, the exchange rate is keep changing, so it continuously changing. So at that time the risk is high definitely, and that's why the studying market trend and understanding the market trend is helping us out in minimizing the risk in the forex market. Then margin, a certain margin have to be maintained by the participants so that there is no such kind of risk have to be faced. Now we have market participants. In case of market participants, definitely we as an individual will be participant. So individuals will be there. Okay, you, me, we can participate. Then all the central banks of the countries will be there. Then apart from that, commercial bank, investment banks will be there. Sovereign funds are there. What are sovereign funds? These are the public investment funds which that invest proceeds from the business privatization, natural resources in the foreign currency asset. So sovereign funds are what? They are those public investment funds which actually have been earned by doing the business privatization or by selling the natural resources. And whatever proceeds, it means whatever money comes from these two sources, it will be invested in the foreign currency asset. That's the sovereign funds. Apart from that, hedge funds and investment entities are there. These are those entities which intervene in the foreign exchange market with speculative purposes or to obtain returns. Okay, so whenever we talk about the hedge funds, They want the maximum return, and to get the maximum return they are ready to take a risk. So these are those entities, these are those funds who invest in the forex market for the speculative purposes. They are targeting the higher returns in the future, and to obtain the returns. So simply that is the market participants who participate in the forex market or in the foreign exchange market. Okay, apart from that, next we have here the alternate reference rate, or we can call it a LIBOR. Okay, so when we talk about the LIBOR, it stands for London Interbank Offered Rate, and this London Interbank Offered Rate is actually used to be there when the global banks used to exchange their funds. Like, I guess every one of you have heard about the money market. Money market is a simply short-term market where the exchange of funds will be done. Okay, and for the short-term period only it will be done. So LIBOR, London Interbank Offered Rate, used to be the rate which have been taken as a benchmark rate as well. So whenever the global banks used to exchange funds with each other, they used to charge the LIBOR. And also LIBOR have been taken as a reference rate or as a benchmark rate to decide the rates of other instruments as well. Like you can see, London Interbank Offered Rate was very popular benchmark and was issued for US dollar, British pound, euro, Swiss franc, Canadian dollar and Japanese yen. Okay, for all these currencies it used to be issued. And the rate was being calculated and published each day by ICE benchmark administration. So every day this used to be calculated. But somehow it come into the great amount of criticism and irregularities. So what type of criticism was there? That the transparency is not there deciding at the time of interest rate. And a lot of global banks which were involved in the ICE benchmark administration, they were deciding the rate of interest on the basis of their benefits. So such kind of criticism have been seen. And also this have been removed by replacing it from the alternate reference rate, because a lot of criticism and lot of objection was there during the LIBOR. And the LIBOR used to be as a reference rate, like if you talk about foreign currency convertible bonds, we used to check the LIBOR rate to decide what should be the rate of the foreign currency convertible bonds. For the lot of derivatives, we used to take LIBOR as a reference rate. For external loans, we used to take LIBOR as a reference rate. So it used to act as a reference rate as well, but it have been replaced now. So alternate reference rate replaced the LIBOR. Alternate reference rate stand for ARR stand for what? Alternate reference rate. It replaced the LIBOR. Okay. Now what is important in this chart? The first line is very important. This row is very important. The USA's alternate reference rate is named as a SOFR, Secured Overnight Financing Rate. UK's is named as a SONIA, that is a Sterling Overnight Interbank Average Rate. EU's named as a Euro Short Term Rate, ESTR. Switzerland named as a SARON, that's a Swiss Average Rate Overnight. And the Japan named as a TONAR, that is Tokyo Overnight Average Rate. Out of these 5 alternate reference rate, we have SONIA, SARON and TONAR. They are very important. And SONIA even asked in maximum of your JAIIB paper. Even in May 2025, it have been asked. So do remember that we remember the name of the alternate reference rate of a country. SONIA is very important out of all of this. So now, because the time is very less, I have a paid class from 7 p.m. So I will be ending the session here with the one question only that says, which of the following are not participating in the forex market? Broker, commercial banks, jobbers and central bank. So which of the following is not a participant, the question is asking. So definitely commercial banks are there, central banks are there. Brokers are the individuals. They also available in every market. So they are there, but not the jobbers. Jobbers are not the participant of forex market, because jobbers are those people who actually purchase any kind of product or service or any security in bulk, and then they sell to the people by charging a higher rate. So that's not allowed in the forex market. So right answer will be your C option. Okay. Understanding of the merchant banking first. As you can see here, the merchant banking primarily involves providing financial advice and services to the large corporates and wealthy individuals. Okay, so they provide what? They provide the financial advice and services to the large corporate and wealthy individuals. Merchant bank do not provide regular banking services to the general public. right? They cannot do what? They cannot provide regular banking services to the general public, like deposit, withdrawal, lending, check clearance, demand draft, locker facility. Such kind of services are not provided by merchant bank to their customers. Okay, they simply do what? They simply provides the financial advice and services to their client. Okay, so do remember this. Apart from that, the Ministry of Finance also given us the definition of merchant banking or the merchant banker, like who can become the merchant banker. So Ministry of Finance says that any person who is engaged in business of issue management, either by making arrangements regarding selling, buying or subscribing to the securities as a manager, consultant, advisor, rendering corporate advisory services in relation to such issue management. So what actually the issue management is? Issue management is a process that has to be completed whenever a company wants to issue shares and bonds and debentures. So let's say, for example, any XYZ company have decided that we want to issue the shares for the public. So before issuing share, they have to take permission from SEBI. They have to follow the criteria of SEBI. Then they have to get registered in the stock exchange like Bombay Stock Exchange, National Stock Exchange. Then they have to give the offer document, that is also called as a prospectus, in which they have to inform about their personal company's information, financial information, the purpose why they are issuing shares, and the amount of shares they are going to issue. Such kind of information they have to give in the offer document or the prospectus, so that after reading that offer document, the customer will be capable of taking a sound decision that I should invest in this shares or not. Okay, that's what the simply offer document is. And all of these process is actually a part of issue management, and that will be done by the merchant banker. So if any person is performing this issue management task for any company, that person will be eligible to become a merchant banker. That's what the Ministry of Finance have said. Okay, so these merchant bankers act as a issue management or issue manager. They can act as a consultant, they can act as a manager, they can act as an advisor. They all will be covered as a task of a merchant banker. Okay, that's the definition which Ministry of Finance have given us. Next, merchant banking versus commercial banking. So there is a certain difference between merchant bank and commercial bank. So when we talk about commercial bank, they are the banks which works for the profit, and as well the commercial banks are those which perform each and every kind of services for the customer. Okay, and now let's see what's the difference between the two. The first and basic difference is that merchant banks are regulated by SEBI, whereas commercial banks are regulated by RBI. That's the first and basic difference between the two. Second is merchant bank primarily assist in raising equity and equity related finance. Like merchant banks guide their customers to raise the money from the market by issuing shares and shares related finance. Okay, so but when it comes to commercial banks, commercial bank focuses on what? Commercial bank focuses on the debt and debt related finance. Like if any person comes to commercial bank and asking for a fund, so commercial bank always give them the loan. So merchant banks provide equity and equity related finance to their client, when the commercial bank provide debt and debt related finance. Debt and debt related means loan. Equity and equity related means share transaction. Okay. Now merchant banks are management oriented, like they manage the asset of their client. They guide their client what to be done next. But the commercial banks are asset oriented. They manages the asset by providing a loan on the customer's deposits. Okay. Next we have activities of merchant banks include project counseling. They help their customer to decide what type of project will be good for their business. Okay, so they help in what? They help in, first of all, in the project counseling. Second, capital structuring. If any company is working in any country, to start the work they need a capital, and the capital will be raised from equity and debt ratio. Equity means by issuing shares, debt ratio means by issuing bonds and debenture. So always the capital structuring for any company will be the ratio of equity and debt. It can be 50-50, it can be 60-40, it can be 30-70. Depends on the requirement of a company, depends on the market condition. So this capital structuring, like how much amount of money should be raised from the shares and how much amount of money should be raised from the debt, that will be also guided by the merchant banks. Okay. Apart from that, they also guide about the amalgamation and takeover. Like if any client of theirs wants to work with some other company, they need a help of other company, so the merchant bank also guide them for the amalgamation and takeover. Then Commercial banks, they are mainly financiers. They provide the loan. They help the parties or their customers to take the loan and to get the capital in form of loan. Okay, that's what the commercial bank does. Then merchant bankers mainly undertake the fee-based business. It means what? It means commercial bank takes the fees for every services they are providing to the customer. But when it comes to commercial banks, they are undertaking funding business mainly. Okay, so they get the fund, accordingly they do their business. So this is the difference between the merchant banks and commercial banks. So do remember this, merchant bank and commercial bank are different. Merchant bank provide financial advice and services to their corporate client and wealthy individuals, whereas commercial banks provide regular banking services to the general public. Okay, next, SEBI regulation on merchant banking. So certification under SEBI have to be taken. Without taking the certificate from SEBI, no merchant bank can work in the country. Okay, and there are 4 categories of merchant bank we have. They are divided into 4 categories, and these are the categories. You can see category 1, merchant bank. Similarly, category 2 merchant bank, category 3 merchant bank, and category 4 merchant bank we have. So category 1 merchant bank can act as an issue managers. They act as what? They act as an issue manager. So to carry on any activity of the issue management, which will inter alia consist of preparation of prospectus and other information relating to the issue, determining the financial structure, tie up the financiers, final allotment and refund of the subscription. So the first work that category 1 merchant bank will do is of issue manager. They will act as an issue manager. Who is the issue manager? Who perform those activities of a issue management. It means simply taking permission from SEBI, getting registered under the stock exchange, preparing prospectus, preparing offer document, providing information to the investors. All of these are the task of a issue management, and it will be done by the category 1 manager. Then category 1 manager also act as an advisor, consultant, manager, underwriter and portfolio manager. So they are acting as what? They are acting as a 5 to 6 type of service providers. Issue manager, advisor, consultant, manager, underwriter and portfolio manager. These are the 6 ways of services that merchant bank category 1 provides to the customers. Okay. Now, category 2 merchant bank only act as an advisor, consultant, co-manager, underwriter and portfolio manager. Whereas category 3 merchant banks act as an underwriter, advisor and consultant only. And the category 4 act only as an advisor and consultant. So the major part of services are allowed to be provided by the category 1 merchant banker. They can be issue manager, the consultant, the advisor, the underwriter, the portfolio manager, as well as they can be a co-manager. So they all will be allowed to be provided by the category 1. Then category 2 have only advisor, consultant, co-manager, underwriter, portfolio manager. Category 3 have underwriter, advisor, consultant. Category 4 have only advisor and a consultant role. So on the basis of the category, their role have been defined. Okay. Now the SEBI authorization criteria to allow the applicant to act as a merchant bank include these. First, professional qualification in finance, law, business management have to be there. Okay, what we are saying that if any merchant banker want to be taking a registration from the SEBI, they are allowed to take a registration from the SEBI, but they should have a professional qualification in finance, law and business management. Second, they should have their own infrastructure like the office space, equipment and manpower. They should be following the capital adequacy rules of RBI. Their past track record, their experience, general reputation, fairness in all transactions should be there. So all of these things will be cross-checked. And if the applicant is good in all of these things, then SEBI will provide the certificate of registration to them. And on the basis of SEBI certificate of registration, they will be allowed to work as a merchant banker in the country. But definitely the category have to be defined, and the category will be defined by the SEBI again. Okay, like they will act as a category 1, category 2, 3 or 4, right? Next, we have a monitoring agency. They also have a very important role in this market. When we talk about the monitoring agency, they will be appointed by the issuing company. One second. So monitoring agencies will be appointed by the issuing company. The company who is issuing shares, they have to hire the monitoring agency. Why they have to hire monitoring agency? Because it has been said by SEBI, if you are raising capital more than 500 crores from the market, then you have to have a monitoring agency. This monitoring agency will look after all the functions of yours. Okay, so that's what the monitoring agency is. So in terms of SEBI guidelines, the company issuing the share to the public shall make arrangement for the use of proceeds of the issue to be monitored by one of the financial institution in case of issues which exceeds 500 crore. So if any company is raising capital from the market is more than 500 crores, then they have to hire a monitoring agency. Okay, so in terms of SEBI guidelines, it is mandatory for the issuers to appoint monitoring agency if the issue size is more than 500 crore. So above 500 crore, it is mandatory, but less than 500 crore, it's their choice. If they want, they can hire the monitoring agency. If they don't, there is no such kind of mandatory situation is. Okay, but above 500 crore, they have to have a monitoring agency. Now, what this monitoring agency will do? This monitoring agency will monitor timely the implementation of project, submit return on half-yearly basis to SEBI as per the format specified by SEBI. Okay, what we are saying here, that they have to monitor that implementation of the project is doing on time or not. The returns they are providing to the SEBI on half-yearly basis or not. Okay, and the format that have been specified by SEBI, is it followed or not? That will be checked by the monitoring agency. Okay, next we have the responsibility of the monitoring agency. So first they have to make arrangement to ensure monitoring of the issue proceeds. Okay, issue proceeds means whatever funds they have raised by issuing the shares, where these issues are going, that have to be monitored. Second, ensure the proceeds collected is being utilized for the project which purpose is raised for. Like whatever reason you have given to raise the capital from the market, you have to use the money which you have raised from the market in the same purpose. It's not like you have raised the money for the purpose of introducing the green energy in the country, but you are using that money for the fossil fuels. You can't do that. Okay, so it's very important you ensure the proceeds which is collected for whatever reasons you have given, for whatever purposes you have given, for the same purpose you have to use it. So where the amount is being parked or invested till the utilized for project. So definitely if you have raised money today, it's not like today only you can invest that money in the project. Definitely after 10 days, after 5 days, after 2 days, depends when your project is starting and when you start using that money. So till then, where you actually parked your money, where you actually invested your money, that will be monitored by the monitoring agency. Then the cost of project as mentioned in the offer document and revision, if any, reported to the SEBI. Hana, then we have what? We have the next thing, the project as mentioned in the offer document and the revision. Like you have mentioned in the offer document, the 100 crore will be required to start this project. But actually, when you started the project, you required 150 crores. So additional 50 crores are required. If such kind of situation is there, you have to report to the SEBI. And you have to mention what is the reason why this excess of 50 crore requirement is there. Hana, you have to mention that the raw material became costly, or because of the US tariffs situation, we have to pay more taxes and duties. Such kind of things, reasons you have to mention to SEBI. Then whatever excess amount of money was required after the revision of your costing, from where you have raised that money. The 50 crore which is extra required from your offer document, from where you have raised that money, that you also have to tell to the SEBI. Also, the monitoring agency will keep track on expenditure, like how much expenditure will be done where out of the money that have been collected. Then they also check that the total amount which is raised by issuing the shares in the market, if it is more than the expenditure incurred, like you have raised from the market 100 crore, but expenditure is only of 80 crores. So where that surplus money of 20 crores you have utilized, that also have to be mentioned to the SEBI. And these all things will be performed by monitoring agency on behalf of the company. The company don't have to do all such kind of things by themselves. They will hire the monitoring agency, and monitoring agency will do all of these things. Okay, next. Now, reasons for delay in implementation to be reported to SEBI. If your project is delaying, then you have to report the reason to the SEBI that why the project is delayed. Then you have to ensure that the government statutory approvals related to project as disclosed in the offer document are being complied. Like all the rules, regulations, restrictions that have been given, that have been mentioned in your offer document, you have to compile with each and every one of them. Okay, also the deviation, if any, is there in comparison to offer document, that also have to be reported to the company and SEBI. Like whatever promised in the offer document, you are not able to provide that, then you have to inform to the company as well as to the SEBI. Who will inform that? The monitoring agency inform that this is what we have offered, but this is what we are not providing. So that have to be mentioned to the SEBI and company as well. And this is also a task of monitoring agency. Okay, so that's why monitoring agency is mandatory to look after each and every transaction, to look after each and everything in the share issue thing. Okay, next we have merchant bank. Now what is merchant bank? We have discussed. They provide financial advice and services to their corporate client and the wealthy individuals. Now what they extra can do? They have to make sure that they protect the interest of investors. Whatever investors they have to make sure that they are focusing on protecting their interest. Then they should maintain high standard of integrity, dignity and fairness in the conduct of business. Okay, they also have to make sure all the obligation in professional and ethical manner will be conducted. Like whatever promises, whatever things you have said to your client, this will be done. You have to make sure professionally and in ethical manner you compile them. Then you have to be non-discriminate among the clients. You cannot take a side of a client. You cannot discriminate among your clients. You have to provide equal or we can say you have to be fair with each and every client of yours. Okay, now you have to ensure that the prospectus letter of offer will be given to the investor at the time of investment. So definitely before investing, the issuer will want to know that what are the offers of yours, that have to be checked, and that will be done by the prospectus and letter of offer. Now, should render best possible advice to its client. It's important for merchant banker that they always advise the kind of thing to the customer which is good for their customer. They also have to inform the client of any panel action taken by SEBI. If SEBI have taken any penalty action or any panel action against their client, the merchant bank have to tell that to their client. Also, if any legal proceedings have been initiated by SEBI towards their client, that also have to be informed to their client. And they have to follow SEBI regulation 2003. They have to develop their own internal code of conduct, their own set of guidelines that they have to follow in their internal operations. Also, they have to ensure that any person it employs, they have a capability of becoming a merchant banker. It's not like you can appoint any person. No, you have to know that this person is capable of performing these tasks. Then only you can hire that person, otherwise no. And if anything wrong done from the side of your employee or your agent, it's your responsibility to take the action against it or to take accountability about it. Okay, so this is what the merchant bankers can do, and these are the tasks that have been defined that the merchant banker is responsible for. Okay, so this is what the merchant banker and the unit number 35 actually talks about. A very short and crisp information we have covered about the merchant banking. Now let's practice one or two questions on the same. So first is saying, which of the following is not the responsibility of a monitoring agency? So question is saying, which of the following is not the responsibility of a monitoring agency? First is saying, make arrangement to ensure the monitoring of issue proceeds, keep a track on the expenditure incurred from the amount collected, reasons for delay implementation to be reported to RBI, to ensure that the government or a statutory approval related to the project as disclosed in the offer document are being compiled with. So what do you think? Which one is correct? A, B, C or D? So right answer is C. Definitely the reason for delay have to be reported, but not to RBI. It have to be reported to SEBI. So not a responsibility of monitoring agency is C option. Okay. Next, which of the following category of merchant bankers can handle issue management? Which merchant banker is allowed to handle the issue management? Category 1, 2, 3 or 4? And the right answer will be only category 1 is eligible to do so. Only category 1 merchant banker can act as a issue manager, not any other. So right answer is A.